敬的各位嘉宾、各位业界同仁，大家上午好！欢迎大家莅临由万象区块链实验室与 Hashkey Group 联合举办 W3Me 承办的 Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2025。我是今天的大会司仪 Jasmine， 你们好，谢谢，非常荣幸可以参与今次的活动。Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. A very warm welcome to the Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2025, co-hosted by Wangxiang Blockchain Labs and Hashkey Group and co-organized by W3Me. I'm Jasmine. It's my absolute honor to be the MC for today's event. Welcome everyone here. It's lovely to see so many beautiful faces here today. 首先，请允许我代表主办方感谢冠名赞助商 Platon Foundation、GMGN、OKX Web3 以及钻石赞助商 Platon、ZA Bank、博时国际战略合作伙伴、香港数码港、香港投资推广署和香港贸易发展局支持机构香港旅游发展局的大力支持，我们都给他们一些掌声好不好？感谢他们的支持。First of all, please allow me to extend our sincere gratitude towards Hong Kong Web3 Festival title sponsors, Platon Foundation, GMGN, OKX Web3, and Diamond sponsors, Platon, ZA Bank, Bozera Funds, and also a big thank you to Cyberport, InvestHK, and HKTDC for supporting this event as strategic partners, Hong Kong Tourism Board as supporting institution. 自香港虚拟资产政策宣言发布以来，特区政府相继推出一系列创新监管框架与产业扶持政策，为 Web3 生态的可持续发展构建了坚实的制度基石。三圣万物，和而不同。我们以传承千年的东方智慧为指引，期待 Web3 技术如鲲鹏展翅，扶摇直上，在数位时代开辟新天地。让我们携手推动这项革新性技术，弥合世界分歧，构建更加开放、包容的数位文明。Since the release of Hong Kong's policy statement on virtual access, the Special Administrative Region government has successively introduced a series of innovative regulatory frameworks and industry support policies, laying a solid institutional foundation for the sustainable development of the Web3 ecosystem. 3 gives birth to all things, harmony in diversity. Guided by the millennia-old wisdom of the East, we look forward to Web3 technology soaring like the mythical quinpin, rising to new heights and carving out new horizons in the digital era. Ladies and gentlemen, let's join hands together to promote this revolutionary technology in bridging global divides, fostering a more open and inclusive digital civilization. 接下来，让我隆重介绍出席我们今天开幕仪式的贵宾。Next, may I have the honor to introduce the VIP guest attending our opening ceremony today. 我们都给他们一些掌声，好不好？香港特别行政区政府财政司司长陈茂波先生 ，The Honourable Paul Chen Mo-po, GBM, GBS, MHJP Financial Secretary of the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. 全国人大代表、全国工商联副主席、万象集团董事长兼 CEO 卢伟鼎先生。Mr. Lu Weiding, Deputy to the People's National Congress, Vice Chairman to All China Federation of Industry and Commerce, Chairman and CEO of Wangxiang Group. 香港特别行政区政府财经事务及库局副局长陈浩濂先生。Joseph H.L. Chan, JP Undersecretary for Financial Services and the Treasury Financial Services and the Treasury Bureau, the Government of the HKSAR. 香港证券及期货事务监察委员会投资产品部执行董事蔡凤仪女士 Christina Choy, Executive Director of Investment Products, Securities and Futures Commission, Hong Kong. 万象区块链董事长 Hashkey Group 董事长兼 CEO 夏凤先生肖凤 Chairman Wangxiang Blockchain Chairman and CEO Hashkey Group. 香港特别行政区立法会议员科技创新界邱达根先生 Duncan Chiu, Legislative Council, Member Technology and Innovation Constituency, Hong Kong. 香港数码港管理有限公司董事局主席陈信明先生 ，Simon Chen Sai-ming, BBSJP Chairman of Hong Kong Cyberport Management Company Limited。香港数码港管理有限公司行政总裁郑颂妍先生 ，Rocky Chen Chung Am, CEO Hong Kong Cyberport Management Company Limited。Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause again。再次感谢我们各几位的贵宾出席我们今次的开幕仪式。除了上述的嘉宾以外，出席我们今次会谈的还有来自全球的监管部门代表、Web3 行业专家、构校学者、金融和科技行业的意见领袖。In addition to the guests above, representatives from regulatory authorities worldwide, Web3 industry experts, university scholars, and opinion leaders from the financial and technology sectors are also attending this forum. 感谢各位的莅临。Thank you all for coming here today. Thank you so much. It means the world to us. 接下来，我们有请全国人大代表、全国工商联副主席、万象集团董事长兼 CEO 卢伟鼎先生上台，为2025香港 Web3 嘉年华致欢迎词。First, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Lu Weiding, Deputy to the People's National Congress, Vice Chairman to All China Federation of Industry and Commerce, Chairman and CEO of Wangxiang Group to deliver the welcome speech. 掌声欢迎 ！A big round of applause to welcome.
尊敬的陈茂波先生、蔡凤仪女士、邱达根先生，尊敬的各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们，感谢各位莅临第3届香港 Web3 嘉年华，请允许我仅代表上海万象区块链和香港海斯凯集团，向到场的各位嘉宾、各位行业专家和媒体朋友们表示热烈的欢迎和诚挚的感谢。春潮涌动湘江畔，万物竞发正当时。3年前，特区政府发布了虚拟资产政策宣言，意欲将香港打造为国际虚拟资产中心。在过去3年间，香港特区政府一直持续完善虚拟资产的监管框架，并在过去1年中推出了包括稳定币监管沙盒在内的多项创新举措，香港国际虚拟资产中心的地位逐渐稳固，全球影响力更上一层楼。今年嘉年华的主题更为丰富，讨论也将更加深入。我们关注到几个重要的特点与趋势：一、传统金融与加密金融进一步深度融合，稳定币 IWA 成为当仁不让的焦点。随着 AI 的快速发展 ，AI 与 Web3 的融合发展也是技术领域的热门话题。3、Web3 行业的聚焦也逐渐从基础设施建设转向应用探索。此刻的香港，既是国家数字经济蓝图的战略支点，更是全球 Web3 创新者的共同主场。潮平两岸宽，风正一帆悬，让我们充分发挥好香港虚拟资产政策的战略支点，以本届嘉年华为新的起点，共同推进加密金融基础设施建设，推动 Web3 和传统金融市场的融合与进步，共绘加密金融市场体系的香港方案。期待各位专家在4天的嘉年华活动中，结党智慧，缔结共识，为全球 Web3 发展写下属于香港的新页 灿烂篇章。谢谢大家。
谢谢，感谢卢伟鼎先生为 Hong Kong Web3 Festival 的致辞。接下来，我们有请香港财政司司长大紫金训贤 GBS MHJP 陈茂波先生上台演讲。我们有请 Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Honourable Paul Chamberpo, GBM GBS MHJP Financial Secretary of the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region。掌声有请 ！Big round of applause。
卢伟鼎董事长、萧峰副董事长、Duncan, distinguished guests, innovators, and pioneers of the digital frontier. Good morning to you all. It is an immense pleasure to join you all today at the Web3 Festival of Hong Kong, a gathering of brilliant leaders and innovators to share thoughts and experience about the future of blockchain, cryptocurrencies, decentralized finance, and beyond. For those who have come afar, a warm welcome to Hong Kong. As a city where East meets West and tradition intertwines with innovation, we are proud to host you to collectively chart the course of Web3. As a technology, blockchain is displaying a vast potential, significantly increasing transaction efficiency, lowering costs, and enhancing market transparency. Today, we are witnessing a marked increase in institutional adoption of Web3, with traditional banks, asset managers, and brokers increasingly integrating digital assets into their offerings. As more jurisdictions embrace cryptocurrencies, the market has been energized with optimism, marked by a bullish trend over the past year or so. But beyond finance and the enthusiasm on cryptocurrency, we all agree that blockchain can bring real benefits to the people. For example, Refine is gaining traction. Tokenized carbon credits enable the transparent tracking of emissions reductions, reinforcing trust in voluntary carbon markets. Meanwhile, the convergence of Web3 and AI is unlocking new frontiers. In finance, decentralized AI algorithms enhance credit assessment, audit of smart contracts with greater precision, and delivery of hyper-personalized investment strategies. Beyond finance, this synergy streamlines supply chains, revolutionize healthcare data management, and create new immersive gaming experience. Web3 and AI are transforming business and public services, driving innovation and efficiency at every turn. Allow me to take a few minutes to talk about Web3 in Hong Kong, our attitude and approach towards Web3, and our role in this global transformation. Hong Kong is pro-Web3. Over the past 3 years, we have published a high-level policy statement on the development of virtual assets, affirming our commitment to a dynamic Web3 ecosystem. And central to this is the principle of same activity, same risk, same regulation approach. Through a balanced and pro-innovative regulatory approach, we seek to maintain a level playing field for market participants and encourage innovative activities in this space. We have been walking the talk and have delivered a number of initiatives. We were among the first in the world to have established clear licensing frameworks for virtual asset trading platforms. Indeed, the Securities and Futures Commission has already issued 10 such licenses. We have also authorized VA spot ETFs last year, and Hong Kong now hosts the largest VA ETF market in Asia Pacific, bridging traditional finance with crypto innovation. Meanwhile, legislation for stablecoin regulation is set for imminent passage. My colleagues at the Financial Services and the Treasury Bureau and the Hong Kong Monetary Authority are working very hard to get the relevant licensing regime to go live within this year. The government will also conduct consultation on the licensing regimes of over-the-counter trading services and custodian services for VA. This will solidify Hong Kong's comprehensive regulatory architecture. Let me make it clear that Hong Kong's approach to Web3 is not simply about regulation. We aim to strike a balance, ensuring market integrity without stifling innovation. After all, innovation entails risks. The lesson we have learned is that we need to put it under a balanced regulatory framework so as to enable the sector to grow in a responsible and sustainable manner. One essential element in our regulatory regime is sandbox, such as the Hong Kong MA's Project Ensemble. Project Ensemble allows innovators to test various use cases, such as tokenized real-world assets, RWAs, with early regulatory feedbacks. This signifies our pro-innovation approach as we put regulators and innovators in a co-creation process. Later this year, we will unveil a second policy statement on the development of virtual assets. It will cover how to make use of Web3 to fast-track the development of traditional financial services, empower the real economy, and strengthen the application of digital asset technologies. Now, looking ahead, allow me to share a few thoughts we consider important for the future development and success of Web3. First, it is the very vision of Web3 that is to enable more equitable use of the internet and make transactions more efficient and less costly. Innovation is core to this growth, and regulators should adopt a technology-neutral approach. It would only be counterproductive if jurisdictions or regulatory authorities favor particular types of cryptocurrencies or rule out technologies or applications at the outset. Markets, not mandates, should decide which innovation prevail. Second, we all know Web3's true potential lies well beyond digital assets or cryptocurrencies. Combined with AI, it can be a valuable tool to optimize impact investments, promote inclusive finance, support decarbonization initiatives, advance sustainable development goals, and more. The global Web3 community should and can strengthen collaboration to support these wealthy causes. Finally, it is essential that new technologies be developed and applied responsibly. AI, for instance, is evolving at speeds that are unexpectedly faster. Decentralized networks bring enormous benefits, but when coupled with AI, challenges such as algorithmic bias, deepfakes, and cybersecurity require attention and cooperation at the regional and global levels. Here in Hong Kong, we advocate for suitable guardrails, frameworks that protect investors, consumers, and users, while encouraging innovative activities. We support a multi-stakeholder approach where governments, regulators, and market players across different territories and regions come together to drive forward the sustainable development of Web3. Ladies and gentlemen, to ensure a promising and successful future for Web3, we need not just technological innovation, but also a common view to harness creativity and innovation for the benefit of the people. Let me assure you that Hong Kong is committed to this goal. We are here to collaborate with innovators and entrepreneurs from around the world, pushing the boundaries of what is possible and leveraging the transformative power of Web3 for the greater good. I understand that over the past 2 days, there are over thousands of participants coming from abroad. Again, a very warm welcome to you all. And I wish to appeal to you to spend a little more time in Hong Kong, not just work. Please enjoy this city. There are a number of wonderful events, co-pay going on, and also remember we have 200 Michelin recommended restaurants, and we don't impose any duty on wine. So, apart from that, also shop till you drop. Thank you.
谢谢，感谢陈茂波先生的精彩的演讲，请陈司长留步参与我们接下来的合影环节。Thank you so much to the Honorable Paul Chemopo for excellent speech. Please remain on stage for a photo session. 接下来我们有请全国人大代表、全国工商联副主席、万象集团董事长兼 CEO 卢伟鼎先生，掌声有请。香港证券及期货事务监察委员会投资产品部执行董事蔡凤仪女士，掌声掌声。万象区块链董事长 Hashkey Group 董事长兼 CEO 肖凤先生，掌声有请。香港特别行政区立法会议员、科技创新界邱达根先生。香港数码港管理有限公司董事局主席陈锡明先生，再次用掌声欢迎我们的贵宾，感谢你们的莅临。现在我们一起拍个合照，我们先看看中间的大会摄影师。Let's look towards the middle for a photo together. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Let's put on our best smile. 1、2、3。中间的位置，好，非常棒。下一张我们一起给一个赞，好不好 ？Let's put a thumbs up and let's look towards the middle。我们看看中间大会摄影师，再拍一个合照。好，我们再看看我们的传媒朋友右手边的位置，我们再给一张好不好？我们再给一个赞。谢谢你们。好，我们看看右手边的位置，然后中间的位置。好， 谢谢你们，再次感谢我们的贵宾参与我们的盛事，谢谢你们的支持。现在我们有请我们的贵宾可以到台下就坐，请回座。Thank you so much. Please take a seat at the first row. Thank you. 再一次感谢我们的贵宾参与我们今天的盛事。那现在呢，温馨提示我们各位的嘉宾，本次活动采用绿色的线上同传服务，参与者可以扫描各会场专属同传二维码即可获取同传服务。Simultaneous interpretation is available at the main stage and select substage sessions. Please scan the code and listen to translated presentations and speeches via your mobile devices. 接下来我们会进行我们的主题演讲，我们有请香港证券及期货事务监察委员会投资产品部执行董事蔡凤仪女士上台演讲，掌声有请。Next, let's welcome Christina Choy, Executive Director of Investment Products, Securities and Futures Commission Hong Kong, to the stage to deliver a keynote speech. A big round of applause to welcome her.
Good morning, Mr. Siu and Mr. Lu. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and fellow innovators, it is my great pleasure to speak to you all at this iconic event for Web3. Before I elaborate on the SFC's initiatives in this regard, let me start with a very quick story. Last week, while scrabbling through a dusty box of forgotten treasures in my room, I found something curious. I held it up to my son and asked, "Do you know what this is?" Without hesitation, he said, "Of course, Mom. That's the save button. Why did you 3D print it?" That's right, to him, this tiny little square, plastic square, a floppy disk, is just a digital symbol he clicks every day. But this mix-up is not just a laugh. It is a vivid reminder to us all of how fast technology races forward. 30 years ago, the floppy disk was a game changer that zipped the world of information and data into something you could slip into your pocket. But today, it's just an icon the youth barely recognize. This brings me to today's topic, Web3 as the next technological frontier and the integration of crypto finance and traditional finance. Just as the floppy disk transformed how we store information long before Web 1.0 took hold, blockchain technology has the potential to rewrite the rules of finance and beyond, enabling new economic models, notably through the creation of crypto, or here we call them virtual assets, or VA, and tokenization of real-world assets. Like many of you, I'm very much inspired by all these transformative potentials, aligned with our government's visionary plans in this area that the Financial Secretary has just shared. The SFC is committed to supporting Hong Kong's Web3 journey. Yet, we all know Web3 is still evolving, and its full potentials will unfold in time, likely with twists and turns. Take non-fungible tokens, the NFTs, and the metaverse as an example. Their meteoric rise generated widespread excitement 2 or 3 years ago, but that energy has since faded. Therefore, rather than chasing every new spark, we believe in a pragmatic approach, strengthening the fundamentals and fostering a supportive ecosystem where Web3 can thrive in a sustainable manner. Central to this vision are digital assets, the mainstay of blockchain's infrastructure and potential, And today, I will outline how the SFC is leading in the efforts in two key areas. First is the VA ETFs and tokenization, leveraging Hong Kong's strength as a global financial hub to drive this ecosystem forward. So across the diverse spectrum of digital assets, VAs stand out as the most recognized and familiar entry point to the digital economy. The SFC has long recognized that VAs are an asset class that is here to stay. That prompts us to pioneer a regulatory framework for VAs as early as 2018. And gradually, by a step-by-step approach, it has been extended towards VA ETFs. First, we have the VA Futures ETFs, and then we have VA Spot ETFs, allowing more investors to participate in this space with confidence through a regulated and traditional pathway. And last April, Hong Kong became the first in Asia to launch VA Spot ETFs, a milestone that underscores our leadership in regulated VA investing. Today, we remain the largest VA ETF market in Asia Pacific. Our robust regulatory framework sets us apart as we license all key players to conduct VA-specific activities, from fund managers to fund custodians and trading platforms. This includes strict oversight of VA custody with private keys and seats secured in Hong Kong, safeguarding investors from the unique risks of investing in VAs. One compelling and unique feature of our framework is enabling in-kind creation and subscription on top of cash, allowing ETF share creation and redemption directly using the VAs. For other jurisdictions, this might carry unacceptable risks, but our regulatory regime makes the dealing process secure by requiring SFC licensed participating dealers to ensure compliance with anti-money laundering and know your transaction rules. But we don't stop just there. Our framework evolves to meet investor needs and advance the Web3 ecosystem. One exciting development is the expansion of eligible VA underlying assets. Initially, the VA spot ETFs focus on Bitcoin and Ethereum. Today, more VAs have become eligible for retail trading on our licensed platform. And we will also allow that, for the VA spot ETFs, and more will be coming on the horizon. And this will pave the way for more diverse ETF offerings, such as a single ETF that tracks a basket of VAs, similar to a traditional diverse index fund. And now I have some great news to share. Later today, we will publish a circular permitting SFC licensed VA trading platforms to offer staking services, including staking for our VA spot ETFs. And for those unfamiliar, staking allows investors lock up their VAs to support blockchain networks and therefore earn rewards in return. So it is a popular feature in the crypto world, but it comes with risks. Therefore, we will impose additional safeguards. For instance, our licensed platforms must maintain custody of the staked VAs, and we will put a cap of the proportion of VA spot ETFs that can be staked to manage liquidity risks. And this, once again, reflects our core principle, embracing innovation without compromising investor protection. So moving on from VA ETFs, which allow crypto assets and traditional finance to meet each other, tokenization offers a complementary pathway by applying blockchain technology to traditional assets and real-world assets alike, from bonds and funds to real estate and art. It could enhance efficiency, unlock liquidity and access to these assets, and bridge them to the Web3 ecosystem. And the financial landscape will therefore become much more interconnected. And some market participants have estimated that tokenized assets could be a $1 trillion market by 2030, mirroring the ETF growth story. And some estimated that tokenization of asset management alone could deliver cost savings exceeding $100 billion every year. Here in Hong Kong, progress is already underway to capitalize on these opportunities. The journey began with our tokenization circulars published in November 2023. They provide regulatory clarity for tokenizing investment products and also signal Hong Kong's commitment to facilitate development in this area. Fast forward to today, our efforts are starting to bear fruits. We have seen in our city privately offered tokenized structured notes, warrants, bonds, and private tokenized funds, and also a retail tokenized gold product physically backed by physical gold. So just recently, 3 retail tokenized money market funds hit the market, and one of them being the largest debut of this kind. In parallel with that process, Project Ensemble that you just heard from the Financial Secretary, launched by the Hong Kong Monetary Authority in 2024, serves as our innovative sandbox for tokenized money, an important building block for enabling seamless transactions of tokenized assets. And the SFC is co-leading the asset management-related pilots. Under the project, collaborating with the industry to integrate tokenized money into the trading and dealing of tokenized products. And these experiments are yielding valuable insights for real-world adoption to deliver tangible benefits, such as instant fund subscriptions, redemption, and shorter settlement cycles. Next, we will explore secondary trading of the tokenized investment products, an area generating much excitement. I think it is no doubt a critical piece in the long run that would give tokenized assets 24/7 liquidity and access, from peer-to-peer over-the-counter trades to full on-exchange trading. But investor protection remains our priority. Just as the traditional stock exchanges have evolved over many years, the challenges in this area would be equally, if not more, complex, including custody, liquidity provision, fair pricing, order matching, and the unique risks related to the tokenized assets and in the whole ecosystem. It follows that we will proceed thoughtfully and certainly explore measures to support the industry efforts along the way. So what do all this mean? Why choose Hong Kong for your Web3 project? I think the answer is very clear. Hong Kong has it all. Ranking 3rd in the Global Financial Centers Index, we have a rock-solid financial system of time-tested resilience. We have a trusted legal and regulatory framework rooted in common law, renowned for its integrity, independence, and also fairness. Our location at the heart of Asia, geographically, economically, and culturally, makes us the natural hub for the flow of digital assets and Web3 talents like all of you across the region. Beyond these foundations, Hong Kong's authorities are making concrete and coordinated steps to realize our vision. And the government's policy statement on the development of virtual assets in Hong Kong and the coming 2.0 statement will affirm our commitment and ambition to drive VA innovations. Meanwhile, the Hong Kong MA is pushing boundaries with the Project E Hong Kong Dollar Plus, Project M Bridge, and a stablecoin sandbox to explore a central bank digital currency, blockchain-based cross-border payments, and regulated stablecoins. And of course, for the SFC, we unveiled the Aspire roadmap in February, just 2 months ago, to lay out our forward-looking plan centered on the 5 pillars of access, safeguards, products, infrastructure, and relationships. The roadmap outlines a comprehensive strategy for VA market development, including the coming licensing frameworks for VA OTC trading and custody services. These initiatives are driving us forward to a tipping point for Hong Kong's Web3 ecosystem. But we must be patient, pragmatic, and persistent. Think of artificial intelligence. It reached critical mass and scale only after decades of research and development. Web3 is likely to follow a similar path of success, hopefully much faster. On a final note, I must emphasize that we stand today at the crossroads where traditional finance and digital economy are converging to drive promising outcomes for our financial markets. The 0 to 1 breakthrough has been made, and its future success would very much depend on how we nurture this convergence. That is, how we go from 1 to 100. Much like the 0 to 1 stride that the floppy disk made a few decades ago, which accelerated the growth for the entire personal computing industry ever since. So today, let's all work together on our way towards 100 by integrating the reliability of traditional finance with the vitality and dynamism of the digital economy. We will work together to build a vibrant, interconnected ecosystem that drives us towards just as Hong Kong has already done. Thank you.
Thank you， 感谢蔡女士的精彩分享，请就坐。Thank you so much, Christina, for your wonderful sharing on viewing the Web3 and digital asset ecosystem in Hong Kong. Please be seated. 接下来，我们有请香港特别行政区立法会议员、科技创新界邱达根先生进行分享。有请 Next.May I invite Duncan, Chiu, Legislative Council, Member Technology and Innovation Constituency, Hong Kong, to deliver a keynote speech. A big round of applause to welcome him.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I've been thinking about whether I should use English or Mandarin, but I think I stick to the original plan. I use English as the way to deliver my note. So you heard from our financial secretary and also Christina from the SSC, the official line about the development of the Web3 economy in Hong Kong. And as a legislator, I think what I'm going to share is my own expectation. Doesn't mean the government line, but you know, I've been involved in the Web3 development in Hong Kong, so I have a lot of expectation, you know, that we can build this into a huge ecosystem and financial system in Hong Kong. So what stage are we in, you know, Web3 in Hong Kong? Of course, we share a lot of progress from the government side, but how do other people feel us? You know, I looked up a few surveys that how do they rank Hong Kong. According to the crypto transaction value, actually we see great improvement, or I mean a great surge in 2024, where we see 85.6% increase in crypto-related transactions in Hong Kong. And according to Chain Analysis, the Global Cryptocurrency Adoption Index ranking, we are now the 30th, and you know that's in 2024. And if you look at 2023, we are 48th. So we have a big improvement from 23 to 24. And in Asia, according to the Henley Crypto Adoption Index, we went from 2023, we are number 4, to the 2024, we ran 2nd in Asia. So these are what, you know, outside survey rank Hong Kong with only 1-2 years of work. And of course, this is only crypto related. What we're doing in Web3 is a lot bigger than just crypto trading alone. So as Financial Secretary mentioned, we have formed task force in the last 2 years to look at how we build up the Web3 ecosystems in Hong Kong to provide safety to investors, but at the same time provide innovation to innovators. So this is a huge thing we have to do to balance the development of Hong Kong. And I see in some chat group recently that there are some comments saying Hong Kong, we are more welcoming to institutional digital asset players, but not to the crypto native people. I think if you look at the ambition of Hong Kong building a Web3 ecosystem, if you look at the financial markets, if you want to be the global financial markets, which we are in Hong Kong, well, you cannot only have equity, but not bond market, right? You cannot only cater for professional investors, but not to retail investors. You have to actually have compliance, governance, regulations, and market for all participants in that market if you want to be leader in that particular industry. So if we want to be Web3 leader, or Web3 hub globally, I think we have to be very holistic, but not just working on the regulations that favor institutional investors, but also definitely we have to look for a way to accommodate the crypto native people. So with that task force, we work on with different government departments involved and also industry experts to give opinions and comments of the development of Hong Kong in the Web3 ecosystem, which I'm also a member of. And I have to speed up. So for the last 2 years, we've done a lot since the Financial Secretary's statement in 2022, December, when we announced the 2022 October, where we have the policy statement. So it's only a bit more than 2 years. I used the same chart this is my 3rd time since the first year of our Web3 festival. And every year we're adding some new stuff to it. So apart from the statement being announced in 2022 October, we've done the AML bill, which allow for the virtual asset trading platform, VATP license to be granted. And we also, the government have lead by trying out new tokenized products like the government green bond and also products that Christina just shared in the ETF level. And we're looking forward to the second virtual asset policy statement, which will be announced soon, hopefully. And we are doing some other policy changes in Hong Kong. We have just finished the debate on the stablecoin bill in Legislative Council. So I look forward the bill will be passed in Legislative Council in May. And I look forward to stablecoin issue in Hong Kong by second half this year. And then we have the virtual asset OTC doing the second public consultation. Hopefully, it will come to LegCo soon. And we have the VA custodian, which are all important regulations related to the development of Web3 and digital asset products and virtual asset products in Hong Kong. So things we have done in the last 2 years, as mentioned by the FS and Christina, we tried out new products, the ETF based on futures and also based on spot cryptos. These are new stuff, and we're happy to learn about the staking thing Christina just announced, which is also a new breakthrough in the Hong Kong government and SFC. We licensed 10 VATP exchange in Hong Kong, and there are 8 still pending. So I hope there will be a few more coming. And next, I'm really happy to see SFC share the Aspire 2 months ago. The idea of Aspire, I won't elaborate, but it's not just on the regulatory side, but shows SFC's approach to also promote the development of the market. And my sharing today will only focus on one thing of this Aspire, which is the P, the product. So product which will be important for Hong Kong to build up our Web3 ecosystem. If we look at globally, going back how different countries are legislating on crypto and virtual assets, we see that the blue bar, which are the advanced economy. For advanced economy, actually 59.5% have regulated virtual assets, or with an AML regulation, which is 14.3%. So more than 70% of the advanced economy, they have regulated this industry. And for the developing or emerging economy, which they also include Hong Kong, Singapore, and Dubai as the emerging economy, only 19.8% have regulated with comprehensive framework, and 5.3% regulated with AML. So around 25%, 1/4 of the emerging nations, they have, regulated the V8 industry. And interestingly, with the advanced economy, which include the United States, a lot of these advanced economy, they do regulate Web3. Only 20% of them, many of them, these 20% of them, they apply existing rule. You see the advanced economy, they regulate virtual assets, but they use existing rule mostly to govern this industry. Where the emerging market, like Hong Kong, Singapore, Dubai, we have set out a bespoke rule. So we come up with our own set of new legislation to run this virtual asset industry. And within this, if we want to be holistic, there are many things in the industry we have to look into legislation or regulation. So these are the product side we have to look into. Staking, we're happy to hear from Christina. We have this policy now on the staking. Mining, derivatives, lending, the multiple of lending, payment. These are all things we have to set out for the industry to understand, what can be done and what cannot be done in Hong Kong. And the range of service, we have the exchange services now, we have the VATP license, but what about broker-dealer? Who can deal, what's the procedure of the broker-dealer involved? Custodian, we look forward to the custodian license very soon, and advisory. And of course, in the regulatory approach, product listing, this is important. What can be listed in Hong Kong? So, there are many things more. We still have to, come up with, a set of governance in Hong Kong to actually get everyone into the market. And definition of product, how do we define the product? Because we all know this is a new market. How do we define crypto? Or what is Bitcoin? This actually lead to a long discussion over the years. Xiao Zhong actually yesterday laid out 5 definitions of the tokens. Having these with a legal friend, actually categorized into 4 different kind of products, but actually similar to what Xiao Zhong mentioned in the 5 category, because they group the crypto, BTC and Ethereum together. But Xiao Zhong actually mentioned BTC as one category, and then utility-related crypto, like Ethereum, they are a second batch with a smart contract related. And then we have tethered tokenization product, which are things with underlying assets, CBDC, stablecoin, RWA, security token. These are all things with underlying securities or assets or service underneath. And then there are untethered tokenization where you have NFT, meme coins, etc. And of course, we have utility digital tokens, which is kind of similar to Ethereum, utility related. So this is how we categorize, how virtual asset can divide into. And then we can look at, how do we deal with these things? And what other countries are doing, Often the spotlight is definitely on the US, where, you see you heard a lot about the progress in the US. I think we have many experts today here to share about the US development. But, the development, they come into a different 180-degree change in coming from an enforcement-based regulation to a direct legislation process, where you see a lot of bills being discussed in the US. And then the stablecoin is actually progressing really fast. I was saying that we were at the LegCo discussing the stablecoin bill for the last 3 months. And in the process, every month when we have a meeting at LegCo, there are updates from the US about the stablecoin bill. So we have to update ourselves every month when we meet about the progress in the US. So also, I think on last week, the US also come up with the covered stablecoin, mentioned. The covered stablecoin would be a product, it's not a security. So there's a clear guideline from the US, which is, kind of useful for us to look at. And then strategic crypto reserve, not Bitcoin reserve. Everyone was expecting strategic Bitcoin reserve, but it was kind of, something of a dispute that, is actually come out as a strategic crypto reserve that the US mentioned with a basket of different crypto, and why some cryptos were involved actually, caused a big debate in the US. So if it's only Bitcoin, it's more straightforward. But the basket of crypto reserve, actually, I don't know, but that we will keep an eye on. And of course, the Genius Act in the US, which lays the foundation for stablecoin, payment stablecoin, and cover stablecoin, they are not security, which is a good things we can look up from here as reference. And we all know that the stablecoin market now is dominated by two main issuer, the DT and DC. But if we look at the issuer capital that they account for is around 220 billion US dollar. But I mean, according to World Trade, global trade is 33 trillion US dollar last year. So if we look at stablecoin as a mean for global trade, we still have huge room to grow. And I think we have high expectation for Hong Kong to issue new stablecoin to deal with proper global trade. I think there's still a huge market for us to build into. And the existing market represents some kind of global trade that they are settling. But there are actually a huge more room for Hong Kong to actually to issue new products. And I look forward to stablecoin being issued in Hong Kong to deal with a big part of the global trade. And of course, I've been looking into Hester's 48 questions, where she categorized in the SEC side into 10 main questions and framework, what they are looking into. I think that's a good reference for us to take here. Then I think there will be a lot of changes in the legislation side in the US. And the US SEC's crypto taxonomy, actually, they have defined ways of how to categorize. As I mentioned, if we have 4 or 5 different group of virtual assets, how do you categorize them? Are they a product? Are they securities? How do you define those? There are different cryptocurrency or crypto assets natures. So how do you define? The US actually, SEC, they lay draft for the way to define the different category, whether they are securities or not. And for the Europe, MiCA, is the licensing regime in the Europe. They also define ways to actually separate the crypto assets into different categories. Whether this is a CBDC stablecoin, then they will fall under different sets of rules and regulations. If it's a crypto asset, whether it's a utility token, NFT, whether it's other assets, so that will have different kind of regulations to govern them. And Hong Kong MA has mentioned that they are following or studying the Basel crypto asset standards. So this is a flow chart where you decide these products, different crypto assets, what classification they should be in. So simply said, Group 1A will be tokenized security products, which are originally issued as security product, like bonds with tokenized. Then it will be 1A. 1B will be more like stablecoin. And 2A will be the mainstream mainstream crypto products that we know in Bitcoin, Ethereum, etc. And 2B will be more risky crypto products. So this is a flowchart where I think we need global discussions on in the Basel area. How do we deal with these crypto products? I think that will impact on how products being issued and categorized. And who can deal with particular kind of products. And meme coin, of course, we have to touch on the meme coin, which is a big thing in the US in the last few months. I personally, my own feeling, I agree with the SEC's line that meme coin should be like collectibles. They are like trading cards or art pieces. Whether meme coin should be traded on licensed exchange, that's my personal field. May not be a good choice. If it's as a meme coin, it's a collectible, we also shouldn't call the people buying and selling as investors. If you ask me, meme coin, you should call them traders. You trade football cards, you trade Pokemon cards, you trade artwork. So these are traders, my personal view. So whether meme coin should be included in exchanges is something we should consider, because that you give a statement on what this asset class is. So I know a lot of the fiat exchanges currently, deal with all kinds of assets, including meme coins. But whether that should be included, I think that's my own point of view, that whether it should be included as a trading category in a licensed exchange. I think this is for the society to discuss. So the final thoughts. My time is up. We should now be able to clarify, what kind of tokenized asset we're dealing with. If these are originally security products, which is only being tokenized, we should not be penalizing it by just being tokenized. If it's a tokenized bond, tokenized equity, we only tokenize with the technology, which is improving the efficiency to trade, having a more efficient way, transparent way to deal with the security. We should not penalize it because it becomes tokenized. At the same time, we should come up with ways to define crypto products, crypto assets, the risk level, who can deal with this? Is it only for professional investors or retail investors? So these set of rules and regulations and guidelines, we need to come up with ASAP so that people can understand what they can issue in Hong Kong, what new token products can be issued in Hong Kong. We don't want, I personally don't expect, we issue a FATP license for exchanges to just let people buy and sell existing cryptos. But we definitely have to look into how we allow new token, new crypto being issued and launched in Hong Kong, where we can allow global investors to participate. So this is how we build the market in Hong Kong. So that's conclude my sharing today, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
谢谢，感谢邱先生的精彩演讲，请就坐。Thank you, Duncan, for shedding light on the topic, the key to unleashing value of Web3 finance in Hong Kong. 接下来，我们有请魏众银行副行长兼首席信息官、魏众科技董事马志涛先生带来分享。Moving on to the next keynote speech, may I invite Henry Ma, Executive Vice President and Chief Information Officer, WeBank Director, WeBank Technology Services, to the stage. Let's put our hands together for him. A big round of applause, please. 掌声有请。
尊敬的卢董事长、肖董事长、distinguished guests, I'm actually also have a similar struggle like what Duncan had, whether to deliver my speech in English or in Chinese. But I feel like I'm going to talk about technology anyway, so it's going to be a foreign language for most of the audience here. So it doesn't really matter. All right, so today I'm going to actually share our perspectives on how to build a cross-institution value exchange infrastructure to support the Web3 strategy in Hong Kong. First of all, a bit of background on WeBank. We started in 2014 as the very first digital bank in China. We are now serving more than 400 million customers, individual customers, and 5 million institutional micro SME. A few of the numbers that we are very proud of. Our peak single-day transaction is 1.4 billion transaction per day. Financial transaction in a day, 1.4 billion. Our cost of maintaining a bank account is 30 cents US per account per year. Well, it's actually 1/10 of what other state-owned banks in China are paying. And also product availability, 5 nines, telco grade, essentially non-stop services, 7/24. So these are the numbers that we are very proud of, and the technology capabilities that we are able to build over the years actually enable us to do a lot of thinking around how do we leverage the capabilities that we had. So last year in June, we actually set up a technology company in Hong Kong, a tech subsidiary called WeBank Technology Services, and we tried to really offer digital solutions to other institutions, banks or other FIs in Hong Kong, and also try to help out to build out the digital infrastructure for the market. Also, we are very AI heavy. We do a lot of things in an AI native way, so we also try to offer AI native solutions to the market as well. Okay. Blockchain is definitely an area that we very much focus on. Since 2016, we actually have put together a dedicated team to do blockchain R&D. So far, we think we have done a reasonable job on that. The fiscal BCOS platform, in fact, when we first started BCOS, is actually with Wanxiang Lab in 2017. So many thanks to Xiao Dongzhijiang, because we got a lot of support from him to build the very first version of BCOS. And now the platform, high performance, just like the banking solutions that we offer to the market, 200,000 transactions per second. That's the kind of concurrency that we can support, and also very high security standard, because we are bank grade, we run a bank. We want to make sure that the technology that we built is able to support really robust financial operation. And also tech ready. We are a regulated entity. We work under regulation from day one, so we want to make sure that everything that we build is regulator friendly to begin with. And we did it in an open source way. So we open source the full code base to the public, so anyone can read every single line of the source code that we have. No backdoor, no security loophole. Everything is robust. And also, we try to be compatible with all the cryptographic algorithms out there in the market, making sure that it's not just be compliant with the local Chinese the standards requirement, but also be able to support the technology going abroad. So far, we have been very successful in building out the ecosystem in China. We have more than 500 live applications running on our blockchain platform. One of them actually relevant to Hong Kong is the cross-border data validation platform that we have built between Shenzhen and Hong Kong. And one of the applications that we apply on is to validate the education credentials, because there used to be quite a few fraudulent cases for students applying for higher education in Hong Kong, right? And we really want to leverage data to validate the authenticity and also the integrity of the credential that students supply when they apply for college in Hong Kong. Also, a lot of the output from the development that we had is standards, right? We participated in a lot of ISO and IEEE and also the local Chinese standards as well. Okay, so much so about the WeBank and fiscal BCOS. Going back, why are we interested in doing blockchain from the beginning, from the very beginning? Well, it's the promise. It's the promise from blockchain technology. To begin with, I think blockchain is really trying to cause disruption to the financial industries. A lot of promises we very much agree with, right? There are too much intermediaries right now in the traditional financial systems. Efficiency is low, cost is high, right? If you look at like cross-border remittance, T+1, T+2, very typical, right? Why can't we do it in real time, right? So blockchain come up with the proposition that you can rely on algorithm. There's no intermediaries involved. It can be very, very efficient. It can be very, very low cost. That's the promise. If you look at 2015, the cover page of The Economist actually say that blockchain can become the trust machine. So look at the development of blockchain technology over the years. Since the very first Bitcoin being minted in 2009, we see a lot of like transaction model evolving. From the very beginning, everybody think that, oh, well, Bitcoin is so amazing, right? So it can be doing like real-time DVP. It's very true. If everything sit on a single chain. However, this is never going to be the case, because since Bitcoin, there are already a lot of like variations. There are a lot of new public chains coming out, lots of new classes of digital assets coming out. It's not going to ride on a single chain, right? Not to talk about the fact that a lot of the traditional financial assets actually reside on non-blockchain. A lot of traditional financial registries, right? So how do we support that, right? OTC, right? This is a very typical way of doing transactions in the financial systems, over-the-counter transactions, right? But there will be counterparty risk that we have to take care of, right? There are also very innovative players in the market come up with technologies leveraging MPC technologies to do key sharding, right? Like cutting your key, private key in 3 parts, and the trading partner each of them keep one of them, and the other sit on a custody. Right? But in introduction of a new custodian role, again, is an additional risk, is an additional intermediary, right? There are also ideas about decentralized exchanges, right? But again, we see a lot of very innovative ideas to do a smart contract, to do a lot of like cross-chain technology to support decentralized exchange. However, wrapping one type of assets onto another chain to do transactions will cause fragmentation. Again, this will lead to issues around liquidity, right? So, and a lot of those decentralized exchange mechanisms may not be fully optimized for performance either, right? So at the end of the day, we go back to the very traditional approach, build centralized exchange, right? So that's why we have like regulations around how to regulate all these new types of virtual assets exchange. There's nothing bad about it, right? Because doing exchange using this kind of intermediary is a very traditional way, very mature way of how you do transactions. However, right, we also see that because of a new type of exchange come out, there will be new type of regulations that come along. So the burden of regulations come back again. So the compliance cost is rising tremendously at a tremendous speed. I'm sure in the audience today, there are quite a few of them, right? Also in virtual assets exchange, right? They will feel the pressure, they will feel the pain as well. So how do we tackle this problem? Is there any way that we can actually balance the goals of achieving efficiency, security, and also stay low cost around compliance? We believe there is, right? We can actually try to develop an infrastructure who can support different types of virtual assets and then really decouple the so-called tokenization and the transaction model. Get them fully decoupled. They don't need to tie up to each other, right? You don't need to ride on a single chain to do everything. And on security aspect, how do you do atomic swap? Atomicity is really the key. How do you make sure that the buyer and the seller, they will be able to complete transactions in real time without any delay, without doing the traditional clearing and settlement process? DVP, I mean, essentially in the financial world, delivery versus payment is the problem that we need to address, need to solve ultimately. Also on compliance, we don't want additional burden on regulations. We want to come light with compliance. We want to stick with the existing regulations and make sure that there won't be additional requirement being imposed. Is there a way to do that? We believe so, okay? We still believe that there's a way to really reconstruct the trust machine, leveraging technology, but definitely not by technology itself, okay? We want to have a very robust, high-performance underlying chain to be able to support the different types of virtual assets, RWAs, to be linked into the infrastructure. We want full decoupling of tokenization and transactions. We want DVP. We want atomic swap of these transactions happening in real time. And however, to do that, we can't just rely on technology. That need to be partners in the legal space, in other financial industries, to be able to provide the support, provide instruments to really ensure that can happen. Also on compliance, we really want to be able to group the participants, the trading partners, according to regulators, okay, so that they can stick with the existing regulations and really don't need to do anything in addition. As I mentioned, it's not going to be just by technology itself. WeBank Technologies in Hong Kong, we have taken the lead to set up a platform, what we call the Portal of the Orient Symposium. Okay, Hong Kong is called the Pearl of the Orient, right? So we want to set up this symposium to really invite partners with like mindsets, with similar intentions to join force with us and to build out the next generation public infrastructure, which will unlock the full potential of WeBank for the continuous and healthy growth of Web3. Okay, so that's my sharing today. Thank you.
谢谢，感谢马先生的精彩分享，请就座。Thank you, Henry, for diving deep into the topic, building an interinstitutional value exchange infrastructure to boost prosperity in Hong Kong. 接下来，我们有请京动集团副总裁、首席经济学家沈建光先生带来分享。Next, let's welcome a keynote speech from Mr. Shen Jianguang, Vice President and Chief Economist, JD.com Incorporation. A big round of applause to welcome him. 掌声有请。
非常感谢啊，万象区块链和 HashKey 这个组织的这个嘉年华非常荣幸来参加这个会议。刚才几位包括这个邱议员啊，包括还有几位监管就把那个 Web 3.0的总的大的这虚拟资产大的方向做了个非常好的一个说明演讲。我这边呢主要就是侧重稳定币这一块稳定币的这个发展和传统金融机构的这个融合这个讲7个方面的内容。这个第一个呢，从整体上来看呢，这个从23年下半年以来呢，稳定币这个开始恢复了大幅增长。大家知道，2022年出了一个事件Terra 那个有一个稳定币这个崩盘，造成了一个影响。但是到现在为止，其实稳定币基本上已经恢复了这个在全球总的市值刚才也介绍过这个已经2200亿美元。已经大幅的高于这个出现问题之前22年的这个峰值这个当然在稳定币的总体规模来看呢，它现在还是跟以太币的规模差不多那也要大幅小于比特币这大的这个发展趋势呢，稳定币又开始恢复大幅增长。那么从这个交易从笔数上我们看到稳定币也是开始的规模也是大幅的开始增长了我觉得这个是一个非常重要的一个触发点，就是现在稳定币的规模包括日均交易各方面都在大幅的增长。第二个方面呢，从结构上来看美元的稳定币在整个稳定币市场占绝对的主导地位，所以我觉得香港现在，当然这个主要原因还有很多国家没有开始开展这方面的这个监管包括香港现在推出港币稳定币，现在还是在立法会现在还没有全部推出来。我觉得随着这个港币各种货币的这个推出来，可能这个会发生一定的改变，但是很难动摇这美元在这个稳定币当中的市场的地位这个基本上占95%远远超过美元在目前在这个储备方面或者国际贸易结算当中的地位。所以这就是为什么美国现在这个特朗普政府现在大力的加强推广稳定币的一个重要原因它可能会加强美元的地位。所以其他国家包括这个欧洲这个也在考虑推出这个欧元包括那个港币这个我在想今后这个当然是一个设想如果中国以后可以允许第一步允许离岸人民币 稳定币的推出啊，在离岸人民币这些方面的这个币种啊，可能就会多元化。现在其实是美元这一个独大啊。那么在使用上呢，这个稳定币的使用范围逐渐向现实交易在拓展啊，因为我们看到稳定币最早还主要就是中心化交易所的加密资产交易当中啊使用。那么现在呢，开始逐渐转向支付、汇款、贸易结算啊、资产管理，所以其他的这个用途呢，已经占稳定币的这个交易量的50%了啊。这也是一个开始从交易开始转向实体啊。那从我们看到这个现在稳定币啊，包括这个最主要的几个厂啊，这个主要这个像 USDT、USDC 是主导的，但区块链分布呢，主要在这个币安智能链啊、波场啊这些主导。在使用上，稳定币的这个现实使用场景也在日益的这个多元化啊。这张表是24年 Visa 就是对印度啊、巴西、印尼、尼日利亚、土耳其5个新兴市场稳定币市场的调研。在这些国家呢，它的这个需求啊，其实还是非常强劲的。那主要是用在货币替代啊，为规避本币的货币大幅的波动贬值啊，可以用于美元银行账号的替代，以及用于企业间的支付和消费者支付、金融投资和实物投资啊。其实这块在发展中国家啊发展非常快啊，所以使用上呢，其实它也很有市场啊。所以现在感觉上就是还在处在刚刚开始的阶段哈，包括香港也没有正式是吧？这个推出也马上今年就会推出啊。中国现在还在这个研讨啊，这个是什么时候可以离岸人民币也可以发展起来。欧洲呢，米卡已经推出来，但是现在欧元啊这个稳定币还是非常少。欧洲中央银行也在推数字欧元啊，所以这些方面这个使用上现在还是已经用美元稳定币为主啊，所以它的这个使用场景也在日益的多元化。那么这里边呢，就是在这个新兴市场啊，规避本币波动风险，稳定币成为一个重要的一个选择啊。这个我研究也发现啊，这个货币波动导致了这个新兴市场国家的这个巨幅的这个经济的波动啊，所以现在看啊，这个稳定币啊，这个还是一个非常重要的，对这些国家来说啊，这些企业个人来说，这个一个资产保值的一个重要的一个途径。那么在支付上，现在稳定币一个重要的途径就是跨境支付的比重，现在在持续攀升啊。稳定币这个现在的这个季度的支付规模正在超越传统的这个支付系统，啊，这个23年这个 B2B 的跨境支付的总市场规模39万亿，啊，以后会达到30年达到53万亿当中，稳定币的规模啊和包括它的用户人群，都在不断的这个上升啊，超越了这个传统的支付机构。所以在这22年以来呢，我们也看到这个币安的这个支付在全球的这个活跃用户当中啊，已经达到1200万啊，这个24年底超过了2700万啊，可以看到这个增速是非常迅猛。所以在支付上呢，这个稳定币在跨境支付的比重也在持续上升啊。这个当然它有得天独厚的优势啊。我们如果看目前的传统的汇兑需要5个工作日啊这个完成啊，基于跨境的这个电子通讯的这个电子支付呢，也要1天啊以上，30%是1天以上完成。但是在区块链啊用稳定币这个支付啊1个小时以内啊100%的交易全部能完成。啊，所以，这个我们看到啊，包括24年稳定币年化交易额啊，在 Visa、Mastercard 的年化交易额啊，已经超过他们了。所以这个方面呢，这个确实在支付当中的比重会在大幅的上升。啊，这个主要还是它的成本是非常低的啊。我们看到像很多这个传统的支付在非洲啊这些国家，你要7%的这个手续费啊，那是非常对国际贸易的这个成本，支付成本是非常高昂的，啊，那么我从世界银行的数据来看呢，跨境汇款的平均成本啊，已经从6.3啊跌到了，这个其实跌的幅度也不大，基本上维持在6.3左右， 这个非洲要到7以上。那么如果是稳定币相对应的呢，基本上它的这个手续费是非常非常低的，几乎可以忽略不计啊。我们看到 Solana 等高性能区块链发送稳定币，平均成本基本上次的重大的中断所以在技术方面呢，就是这个还是有一些障碍这个需要突破。所以在这个第5个方面呢，我想讲讲在那个去中心化的金融服务当中，稳定币其实是带动了去中心化金融的快速发展去中心化的金融其实也在这个大幅的这个上升这个包括用户投资者总价值，去中心化的这个金融仍然是链上这个主要的参与途径。所以稳定币带动去中心化的快速发展呢确实是因为它是这个支付的底层在去中心化的这样一个领域当中这个现在目前来看，特别去年所有的去中心化金融子领域都出现了大幅的增长尤其是在抵押和基差交易等新兴领域，是吧？所以按照总锁定的价值计算的流动性质押继续占据榜首最大的这个比重，其后是借贷桥接再质押以及去中心化交易平台这些所以从这个来看呢，在各个平台当中这块发展都是非常迅猛。那么稳定币呢，在这当中起到了一个非常重要的一个这个支持作用。那么在新的金融稳定币传统的这个金融体系的这个融合发展上，我们看到其实已经出现了巨大的这个发展所以这个21年Visa 和交易所的这个已经进行了合作试点USDC 在以太坊区块链当中的这个交易支付那么这里很多发展我们看到去年在线支付公司 PayPal 已经允许商家通过其他账户购买、持有、出售加密资产所以这个去年10月份Choy 以11亿美元又收购了稳定币平台，这个传统金融跟这个稳定币这个体系在进行这个加速的这个融合今年3月份，这个稳定币 USDC 这个发行方 Circle 就是与菲律宾这个电子支付、电子钱包平台又达成合作，进行股权投资所以这个方面呢，就传统的新兴的金融机构当中这个融合度是越来越高，而且呢，现在越来越多的银行这个机构在布局稳定币服务这个包括你看这个去年香港渣打其实也是拿到了一块牌照然后其他的像日本的3大银行也是联合推出跨境支付系统香港这个虚拟银行也在向这个零售用户提供加密资产的交易服务今年3月份梅隆银行这个为全球这个宣布扩大其稳定币发行商的这个提供服务，就这一系列的，就看来这个趋势在加速。那么除了 ETF 之外呢，这个投行基金公司也在积极尝试发行稳定币或代币化的金融服务这里的就是一系列的这个我们看到这最新，特别是今年以来其实发展非常快的。我们看到在香港华夏基金推出了亚太首支零售代币基金那么新加坡的这个 DGFT 宣布为投资管理公司这个 Invesco 推出私募信贷基金的代币化版本中国太保在今年也在香港推出代币化美元货币市场基金一系列这包括在美国也是富达推出投资美国国库券的代币化基金这一系列的发展就说明这个现在加密资产这个跟传统稳定币为首的跟传统的金融体系这个融合在加速的这个发展。那最后呢，在政策上，我觉得这一波的就是特朗普政府积极推出美国加密资产监管的框架，它的政策主线呢回归还是支持创新发展为主线减少不必要的监管所以刚才因为我看邱达跟议员也是做了很好的这个一个解释这里我想主要就是美国的这个发展，特别是大力的推动稳定币作为一个下一代重要支付的一个基础设施，对全球各大央行包括中国其实都会有，包括香港 都会有很大的这个影响。我们看到这是一系列从1月23号就签署了这个美国的在数字金融科技技术领域的领导地位这样一个文件那么还设立了一个工作组这个白宫这个总统数字资产市场工作组要创造数字资产的黄金时代所以美国这个参众两院也提交了稳定币立法法案所以这个在美国发行交易稳定币要成立一个统一的框架，这些呢其实都对这个美国的稳定币发展我觉得就会提供很大的政策支持。那么所以这些国家呢，其他国家包括欧盟阿联酋新加坡、香港都在制定都已经或者已经发布了监管框架，或者已经在推出，包括香港已经马上就议会3读之后要开始正式发稳定币所以我觉得在这个全球的监管上，这一波这个浪潮我觉得就是会25年，我觉得是一个可能是一个非常重要的一个转折点就是很多国家都会发展各种各样的稳定币币种那么在政策上呢，美国的这样一个政策转变对全球的这个影响是最为直接的这个很多国家开始都纷纷改变这个对稳定币的这个态度所以我想今年正好今年马上要发稳定币了这个也是一个非常好的一个发展机会，所以在顺应了这个全球的稳定币发展的潮流正好时间也到了，谢谢大家
谢谢，感谢沈先生的精彩演讲，请就坐。What a fabulous presentation! Thank you so much. Please be seated. 在进行第一个原作讨论环节之前，我们有一个温馨提示给大家。我们建议大家活动期间自带手机耳机，需要同传耳机的用户可以通过以下的方式免费获取：一，在活动会场内拍摄活动相关的照片，或者是下载在线相册内的照片；二，发布推特或者是微信朋友圈，并定位2025香港 Web3 嘉年华。3，凭发布内容前往各会场咨询台，这是你们左手边的位置，兑换耳机数量有限，限到限得，领完为止。So before we dive right into our first panel discussion, we have a few friendly reminders for everyone. Please remember to bring your own headphones to the event. If you don't have a pair available, you can get one for free by following these steps. First of all, take a photo inside the event site or download one from the online album. Secondly, tweet the photo using the Web3 Festival hashtag. And thirdly, show your post to our staff at the information counter on your left-hand side. Headphones are given out on a first-come, first-served basis. 接下来是 Web3 全球监管现状与挑战的原作讨论环节。Next, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a panel discussion on the topic, the current state and challenges of global Web3 regulation. 现在我们有请我们原作讨论的主持人还有嘉宾上台。Let's welcome our moderator, Duncan Chiu, Legislative Council Member, Technology and Innovation Constituency.A big round of applause to welcome our moderator and also our panelist, David Lee, Chairman of Global FinTech Institute. Welcome. Genki Oda, Chairman of Japan Virtual and Crypto Assets Exchange Association. Welcome. And last but not least, we have Kevin Ghoston, Co-founder and Managing Partner of Key Global Advisors. 掌声有请我们的演讲嘉宾。A big round of applause to welcome our panelists and moderator. And now I'll pass the floor to our moderator, Duncan. Duncan, over to you now.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. It's me again. So now the panel moderator for this section were three good friends, and happy to have David, Oda-san, and Kevin with us today, and from different part of the world sharing their prospects and insights of what Web3 crypto is happening in different countries. Maybe I'll start with a short self-introduction by each of our speakers. I'll invite David first to do a short introduction, and then we go into discussions.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, it's such a great pleasure to be here in Hong Kong again and see the vibrancy of the Web3 communities. I I am the chairman of the Global FinTech Institute. I'm also the professor at the Singapore University of Social Sciences. My research and also my investments is in the area of Web3.
Hi, thank you for inviting me. My name is Genki, chairman of JVCA. And the JVCA is a self-regulatory organization of crypto in Japan. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin, please.
Good morning. I'm Kevin Goldstein. My wife and I have a advisory business based in the United States, working in the ecosystem for more years than I can remember. And it's a delight to be here and join old friends and new friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. So why don't we do, I think we all share last year's in the same festival here in Hong Kong. So can we do a short, summary or introductions of what do you think about that happened in your part of the country or in the globally? Can we do a, let's do a sharing each on the, especially on US, a lot happened, but I know Japan, there's many things happens in Japan as well, but David, maybe we do about what you think about the past years.
Yeah, a lot has happened actually, of course, mainly US, Hong Kong, Dubai, and the rest of the world. And in Singapore, we are still seeing license being issued, almost like a month, under the payments legislation, especially the MPI, major payment institution, that they could do crypto assets and so on. And we also see a lot of interesting ethics and regulation and efforts in building digital infrastructure. One of the most interesting is that it has moved on from the Monetary Authority of Singapore to the IMDA, the Infocom Media Development Authority, and they have a digital trust framework, which is very interesting because when we are dealing with crypto, it's all about trust. We're dealing with blockchain, it's about trust. And they're moving ahead where Web3 is converging with AI, IoT, cloud, and also XR. So they come up with this framework which enhance the digital trust globally. And one is to ensure that there are some sort of principles for security. So there's security as well as resilience for the digital infrastructure or anyone who is involved in the business. And then it's about accountability and transparency. So all businesses have certain principles that they should follow. And also digital data privacy and ethical behavior, which is with AI coming into crypto, blockchain, ethical behavior and a set of standards of professional practice is important. And finally, interoperability. So they have this SADI sort of principles for us to follow and start building digital infrastructures like Global Layer 1, which then we see government involving, as previous speakers have spoken and yourself, collaboration. How to build a highway where all the cars can come on, which is all the partners that we have. I think those are the major developments I see in Singapore.
Thank you. That's follow-up question is kind of interesting. So the IMDA, they involve in a roadmap for the, because they are very different from MAS. MAS is more like just the regulator, right? IMDA, as I know, they are more connecting to the industry, building up a new industry in Singapore and for the business prosperity, right? So that's a very different angle that they involve.
Yeah, actually what we are involved in when you talk about digital infrastructure is just not about monetary authority. It is about Ministry of Communication, it is about Ministry of Trade, because now we are talking about supply chain, going cross-border, standardization of documents. We may even want to think about, which is impossible, harmonization of RegTech, harmonization of regulation across jurisdiction. So it's going beyond in the crypto 2.0, just purely the monetary authority. We got to get everybody involved. And IMDA has been doing this AI, blockchain, quantum computing with a report in 2019 that it came out. And it is actually for Temasek and GIC to look at the report and say, where do I invest? Where should the country be focusing on? But I suppose now that they are moving beyond that, so Singapore is attracting more like we have all the chip producer because of crypto we need the hardware too, right? And US has got a lot of regulation, a lot of sanctions and so on. Then also the software. So it is a all-ministry effort rather than just a monetary authority.
Thank you. Interesting. So it's sort of like Hong Kong having Hong Kong MA and maybe FSDC, right, to come out and advise on the digital infrastructure and the roadmap for the industry development. So Oda-san, can you update us on what Japan is?
This year, and in the Japanese crypto market changed dramatically in this year. And the number of crypto wallet customer in Japan is exceeded more than 12 million, 12 million customers, 12 million, and it means more than 10% of Japanese people have crypto wallet now. And for this trend, the Japanese government decided to change the law from Payment Act law to Financial Instrument and Exchange Act. Yeah, and what is the most important is we classify crypto not as security. Yeah, we think crypto not security. Yeah, we devise it. Yeah, and the crypto and the security and the NFT and the stablecoin is quite different thing. Yeah.
Because 20 million is a lot for people in a country that own wallet. And last time we were in Japan, we discussed about the importance of these changes of the law and regulations, because now crypto, if you trade crypto in Japan, the tax is 55%, right?
Yeah, 55%.
55%. Yeah. So that actually, even though you have so many exchanges license issue in Japan, but the tax is actually one thing that, I wouldn't say stop, but restrict people trading crypto and cryptocurrency product. So now, if the law passed in Japan, then it will go from 55% to 20%.
50%, yeah.
To 20%.
Yeah, that's right. And as Duncan says, mentioned, after the law change, we are trying to build up three things. One is the tax reform, and from 55% to 20%. And the other thing is the Bitcoin ETF.
Bitcoin ETF
in Japan. And I'm sure from next April, Japanese government and JFSA will permit Bitcoin ETF in Japan.
In Japan, yeah.
And another important thing is leverage ratio. Leverage ratio. Yeah, before the leverage ratio of crypto in Japan was 25 times, but now just 2 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, and by changing the leverage ratio, the trading volume of crypto in Japan was get very shrink.
Okay.
Yeah, and now we are trying to change the leverage ratio to max 10 times.
10 times.
10 times.
So now all exchange in Japan can only provide 2 times.
That's right. Yeah.
2 times.
2 times.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your proposal is 10 times.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. So these are the 3 main changes, and we talk about stablecoin later, because I know Japan also passed the stablecoin thing, but we talk later. Kevin, very interesting. Last year, we talk in Hong Kong. We have a short discussion last night. Things is like 180 degree, in the US. It's totally different from, when we meet last year, the scene. Can you update us, these Trump 2.0 new policy in the US?
I was going to joke that I'm so honored to be here this year and to be invited by Dr. Xiao and the Hashkey Group and DoYu and the Wangshan Blockchain Lab. I don't know why they invited me. It's not like there's been much going on in the United States, but it is absolutely fascinating. And I would also say that what you and your colleagues here in Hong Kong have done, Duncan, in the past year is also very impressive in your thoughtful progress and how you were even ahead of us. But as I said in my address in October, that I thought that if Trump won, that the US likely would go from being an anchor on the global ecosystem to being, quite frankly, leading it. And it's exceeded even my expectations. And to say that I have a couple things to relay is evidenced by the fact that my memory is good, but not that good. But let me touch upon some of them. which I think maybe are not being as widely reported, or perhaps I can give you some insight in addition to the other speakers. There's no question that Trump is doing what he pledged to do, which in the US is a bit unusual for a politician. And so the fact that we have a strategic Bitcoin reserve, I think they got to the right place by putting just Bitcoin in it and then creating this separate digital asset stockpile with the other assets. And there's no question, and there's even a bill in Congress that Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming has proposed to buy another million Bitcoin. And so this is doing exactly what we thought it would do in terms of shaking up the perceptions globally, and I think getting a lot of governments around the world to think perhaps additionally. But then when I look at what Trump has done in terms of the nominations of Bessent as Treasury Secretary and Lutnick as Commerce, these are very pro-digital asset, crypto individuals. You look at their history. I mean, Howard Lutnick has an affiliation with Tether from his former Cantor Fitzgerald days. But I think what's really surprised me and many in the US is the depth and breadth of the Trump family involvement. I did not foresee this, but the World Liberty Financial effort, which raised $550 million in a token raise, the fact that they have announced they're going to launch a stablecoin. Recently, you may not have noticed that the Trump brothers are partnering up with a company called Hut 8 to create American Bitcoin, a specific mining effort. So the Trump family is all in, and some would say that the Trump wealth is now greater from our ecosystem than his history of real estate. So that is absolutely consistent with what he has been pledging to do, and why I think we have a lot of confidence that he will continue to, as he said, make the U.S. the crypto capital of the world. As far as Congress, you're well aware of the stablecoin legislation that's moving on both houses. It is very fast to many, but I will tell you, and others are going to comment on this, they've been working on these for years. So while it's moving fast, a lot of the work has been being done for years, including by my friend Jason Brett, who's going to give a keynote in a little while. When you look at the SEC and the CFTC, again, Paul Atkins has been passed through is going to be approved. Brian Quintenz, who obviously is going to head the CFTC. It's total sea change. They've been dropping, obviously, lawsuits against the Coinbases, the Ripples, the Binances. Hester Pierce, as is referenced earlier, is leading a task force. So we now have an SEC and a CFTC that are going to work together, which we have not had. And they're going to push forward with innovation and responsible, I believe, regulation. I think in custody, the repeal of SAB 121, which made it prohibitive for a bank to custody assets, is obviously a sea change. And you're now seeing, listen, big banks, Boney, State Street, and many other banks that are offering custody services, and not just for the crypto, the Bitcoin ETFs, et cetera. So, and of course, the FDIC, they've come out and said that the banks don't have to ask for permission to engage in crypto. So this is really a sea change in there. In terms of industrial adoption, listen, the BlackRock success with BUIDL and the tokenizing a money market fund with the securitized protocol, it's approaching $2 billion in assets rapidly. It's indicative of where Larry Fink, who we like to joke is the chief marketing officer of Bitcoin, where he has said tokenization of financial assets is coming and will revolutionize many things. I think what you're going to see, which people aren't talking about, is a very important development in prime brokerage. You've not heard that today, you won't hear it again, but prime brokerage is the investment banks facilitating the institutional asset managers trading, lending, borrowing. Very critical, as well as what enables this ecosystem institutionally to grow is going to be the continuing evolution, as I've witnessed in my career, of the service providers to enable it in technology and software and all the financial. So that is very important. Obviously, products are coming. You may not have noticed Fidelity announced a no-fee crypto IRA, first of its kind, that'll allow exposure to a few assets. That's remarkable. Institutional staking is rapidly being evaluated and looked at. Lastly, a couple points. Sorry if I'm going on too long, but obviously a few things have been going on. you're going to see mergers and acquisitions occur now with a rapidity that we haven't seen. Obviously, traditional finance, as they always do with new financial assets and the evolution of their businesses, have this build, buy, or lease choice. We accept that the big financial institutions will build, but many of the others, of course, will look to lease, and you're going to see and/or buy crypto-native firms. So I think you're going to see this merging of TradFi and crypto and DeFi in a way that is going to be unleashed that we haven't seen. And the M&A is going to be there. The exchange consolidation is going to happen. Broker-dealers are going to be acquired. So look out for M&A activity picking up. And lastly, IPOs. Obviously, we have a tumultuous time going on right now. But there's no question that there's a lot of crypto-native firms that are queuing to go public. Obviously, Circle filed their S1. Kraken, Gemini, Paxos, BitGo, Crypto.com, MoonPay, and the list goes on. Galaxy Digital will be able to list from Toronto to New York. And so we're seeing on all these different fronts movement that is mind-boggling to us who have worked in the ecosystem a long time, but by the same token now consistent with what the change in administration has said they were going to do. So thank you. Thank you for being patient and listening.
Thank you, Kevin. There's definitely a long list that actually has happened. And it's only, you know, from our last meeting in October, you just remind me, it's only 6 months. So it's actually, you know, this sea change, you know, a lot of things is happening. Like you mentioned, the Trump family participations and regulatory, you know, attitude, change of the regulatory attitude. And I think most importantly is that, you know, really, I had a sharing last time that, you know, I have some charts I didn't bring with me today. The traditional finance or the maybe Web2 company jumping into the digital asset scene. So a lot of institutions, banks, huge big funds, they are all jumping into the scene and, you know, they're joining with the Web3 revolution this time. So you mentioned also IPOs, so Circle, and I think the biggest exchange in Japan was also listed last year, right, in US. So, I mean, what do you think? Do you think all these new, what we call old money, you know, coming into the scene is a good thing and institutionalize all the development in digital assets, right? And is it also considering the crypto native, you know, crowd, as I mentioned in my speech, that, you know, there are people that are wanting to stay in crypto native way where, you know, everything decentralized, less regulations and stuff. So what are take on this?
Well, I think it's a good thing. Very simply said, it is what many of us in the ecosystem have hoped for many years. Obviously, there's some that are crypto native that are conflicted. But at the end of the day, if this ecosystem is going to evolve and grow, the institutions are going to facilitate it. And so in the general statement, it's absolutely a good thing. And I said in October at the Wangchang Blockchain Summit, you know, why does Wall Street finally get involved? It's very simple, money, right? Wall Street now understands it can make money. They've been waiting to embrace this ecosystem. Many have been trading it, maybe have been offering services that are more, you know, more quiet to their clients. But what they've been really waiting for is a regulatory environment that gives them permission, that gives them cover, that gives them the rules of the road. As you noted in your talk earlier, Duncan, that we're not having an SEC that enforces by, you know, through enforcement their policies. We're now going to have thoughtful, like you've been doing here in Hong Kong, thoughtful policy, legislation to make it statutory, so it just can't be reversed in the next executive order from the next president, et cetera. So there's no question that TradFi and DeFi are coming together. And what I think is going to be so interesting and what we all have to figure out is who are going to be the winners. But TradFi is absolutely going all in, more than most people realize. I know this because of my work, and I'm telling you the banks have been waiting to be custody. The banks have been waiting to provide services to the institutional clients, like I referenced prime brokerage, which has absolutely enabled the hedge fund industry to evolve globally. So it's such a good thing. All due respect to those who want crypto to stay retail. It's going to be institutional and retail on a scale that I think we haven't even, the wildest expectations are possible.
Interesting. So we expect a lot more to come from the US, I think, in the next few months. It's only a few months into the Trump 2.0, so we expect.
Well, and if I may add, Duncan, I think that Trump only has a window of months, okay? Because, again, we have a midterm election later next year. So the Trump organization, the Trump administration is working as fast as possible because they are well aware, as you may also be aware, that he has a very limited window to do all the things he's doing in his administration, but also certainly in this ecosystem. And if I may make one other comment, because obviously we exist not in a vacuum, but in a global economy. And I don't want to be remiss in not acknowledging that the world changed further last Wednesday with his announcement of tariffs. But as a student of history, I'd just like to share a quick comment. When Ronald Reagan became president in early '81, Paul Volcker crushed our economy by raising rates because we had stagflation. We had huge inflation that they had. The U.S. went into a recession in '81, '82. It wasn't pleasant, but that set the foundation for growth and the evolution of the financial markets in the U.S. from '82 to '99. So I would say to you that a lot of people are criticizing what the administration is doing. They may be right, they may be wrong, but what the Trump administration is trying to do, and Scott Bessent is very bright, and we don't necessarily like tariffs, and we like free and fair trade, generally speaking, but they're trying to restructure and reset an existing order that was not sustainable, to be blunt. So we may have some more turbulence. I don't know if we'll escape a recession in the U.S. and the implications for the world economy, and obviously the implications for our ecosystem. I'm well aware what Bitcoin did overnight, as we all are. But I would say, please be patient. Please keep the faith. And that if they're successful, and I think they will be, it will set up a period of prosperity for the U.S., and I believe the rest of the world, and most importantly for our ecosystem, that I'm very hopeful will be realized. Thank you for allowing me to say that.
Yeah, I agree, Kevin. It's totally, I think it's a new economic paradigm that, bringing around. And I think with Trump, he has, more than 20 billionaires in his cabinet. He has been well advised by a lot of business people. Interesting to see how things turn out. I think the Hang Seng Index dropped 2,000 points as of now, but it's a new paradigm I think everyone has to face globally. And let's go back to Web3. We're gonna, we have other panel talk about tariff and stuff. So let's go back to Web3. But going back to stablecoin, we'll switch back to Japan. And as we said, your exchange listed in the US, and stablecoin, actually, the bill has passed in Japan, right?
Yeah.
And we were in Japan last year. And by the way, we have to, give a brief introduction of JVCEA,
Okay, yeah.
right? Because this is the consortium represent
Sure.
all the exchanges in Japan.
Yeah.
And we were talking last year, and Sony, actually, when I was in
Sonium,
Japan,
yeah.
announced they're going to issue a stablecoin or the Sonium, the ecosystem. What is
yeah.
that about? Yeah.
Okay.
That's a big thing in Japan.
Yeah. And first, as of stablecoin in 2023, 2023, the law as of stablecoin was enacted in Japan. And last year, the first stablecoin distributor license was permitted in Japan. And as of stablecoin law, in Japanese company can issue and distribute stablecoin pegged to fiat currency like USDC or RUSD. Yeah. And the JVCA is also the SRO of stablecoin too. And as Duncan mentioned, the Sonium is not stablecoin. Yeah, that is blockchain project. Yeah, That's not a stablecoin. Yeah.
Not stablecoin.
Yeah.
Okay. So stablecoin, as we understand, is it going to be led by the MUFG group, the Mitsubishi group? Or?
Yes, Mitsubishi Group trying to build up new stablecoin, and first in Japan, last month USDC was permitted to distribute in the Japanese market. Yeah, but I think in this year or next year, some stablecoin pegged to fiat currency will be start to for issue and distribute. Yes.
Yeah. That's very interesting because that's also something that we are studying here in Hong Kong. You know how USDC was allowed to be distributed in Japan. I think that's a passport way that you created in Japan, which is a very new model. I think it's only in Japan, right? That's the first one.
Maybe, yeah, only in Japan. Yeah, only in Japan. And stablecoin law is classified not as a crypto law. Yeah, it is separated crypto and stablecoin. Yeah, and the stablecoin law is governed by a Payment Act. Yeah, and as I said, now the cryptocurrency will be changed from Payment Act to Financial Instrument and Exchange Act. Yeah, but stablecoin is a Payment Act. Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to David. I know, David, you've been not just familiar with the Singapore market, also Hong Kong, China. You have very involved in the whole development of the Web3 industries in Hong Kong. So we mentioned about what new announcements approach in the US about the the Web3 and the VA digital asset related regulations. For the tariff, I know the Prime Minister of Singapore, Lawrence, he actually made a good video yesterday. A lot of people watch it, so he said he's not going to fight back or things or give impend new tariff against U.S. side. And I think that's a very calm and very needed video from Singapore about the intention about the tariff situation. But what about all these new changes in the U.S. about the Web3 and the crypto legislation? Has actually Singapore side has any feedback on the scene, the sea change in the U.S. or
Okay, if I can recall, Paul Atkins and Hester Peirce actually made a visit to Hong Kong and Singapore in 2019 to look at how the crypto scene in Asia was doing. So there extensive discussion with Hong Kong community and also Singapore. And you can see that whatever they were discussing there at that time of safe harbor, sandbox, and you look at all her writings in back to 2019, everything that she has announced in the last two months are based on what she has been talking about with Paul Atkins since 2019. So this is a team that in the world, to me, not only are familiar with the Web2 financial architecture and infrastructure and regulation, and how regulation can change another entire landscape of finance, but they are also the team that really know about Web3 because they have been lying low for 6 years. And now they get a chance to do what they want to do. And I feel that the whole world is focusing on the US, especially if we just talk about the stable coins, and your presentation actually summarized quite a lot of them. But I think the most important thing that we are seeing now is that all these tariffs and so on, as a lot of hedge fund managers, they are looking at it as just a way to negotiate for the new financial landscape that we're going to see in the next 1 to 2 years. And that includes China in the conversation. And that's only through the trade. So this is a very short time period, and I think the market is reacting correctly. We need to have a deflation after so many years of QE from 2008. And Satoshi Nakamoto is exactly right that, and all his wishes are, or all their wishes are now being seen. So it is a good thing to see market coming down 2,000 points. It will cause pain, but a cold turkey from the economics viewpoint is the only way to reshuffle the cards and to ensure that we have a financial system ready for crypto 3.0. We're at 2.0. So we have stable coins. We have all the sandbox that have collaboration. We are building government open permissionless blockchain, which is the highway for different cars to come on. But 3.0 is important because the major problem in the financial sector, as all regulators know, is about investment and lending for SMEs. What can Crypto 3.0 do for financial inclusion? What can we put on all the financial instruments into that so that US can take the lead and the rest? So US is all in and Asia will be all out to support the kind of initiative, so to ensure that whatever hasn't been able to solve by World Bank, IMF, IFC, and central banks will be solved by what Satoshi Nakamoto has always been talking about in that white paper. And this is why we are all here about Web3. Why we are here, it is not about punting, it is not about Singapore launching perpetual futures, but those are important. Because you don't launch the perpetual futures, there's no trading volume in the underlying instrument. How can we use this instrument to raise funds for the SMEs who account for 80% of employment in the world? So we have to refocus. What is Hester Peirce, Paul Atkins, and all the regulators in Hong Kong, Singapore, Dubai, and the rest of the world thinking? It is not only MAGA. It is not only Make America Great Again. It's MTWGA. It is about making the world great again.
Wow, that's a very big perspective, making the world great with the technology. So I think technology always change people's, how we live, how we actually, do business whatsoever. So that touch on a little bit on what I want to share next is the future. What do we expect either from your country or from the technology? What innovation that we're looking forward to? Because from my work, I share about my perspective of the next 1-2 years that I want to advocate. Right, is Hong Kong doing clear product classifications? Finish the legislation that we actually tabled, the consultations that we've done, the VOTC, custodian, product issuance, token issuance in Hong Kong, how we define is this securities or this is not security, which is for professional investors, which is for retail investors. So these roadmap, I think, is going to take us, as legislator or the government regulatory department, the next 1-2 years work. So what about from your perspective, from things that you're working on? What do you expect the next 1-2 year and what you foresee will happen, David?
Okay, the first thing I want to say, which a lot of people don't see, is that AI is going to cause a lot of damage. AI is going to have a lot of scams. AI is going to produce a lot of false receipts to make accounting really bad. AI is going to ensure that all the, especially the generative AI and AI agent, without crypto, without blockchain, without Web3, is going to be very damaging for the economy. And the compliance cost for AI is going to be tremendous. You think that Web3 compliance cost is going to be high, but AI compliance cost is going to be multifold as compared to Web3. So this is where the opportunity for Web3 to come in and say that this is the time that we need to make trust important again. And the only way to create trust is through blockchain. The only way to create trust is through crypto. The only way to have instant payments to payments, the only way to have instant payments versus delivery is through crypto. And for crypto to thrive, we need to have Web3, all the Bitcoin, all the Solana, all the Ether, all the Avalanche that we're seeing. And also the government created global layer 1, government Bitcoin, maybe in future China Ethereum, that we have to come together to ensure that anyone can transfer any money, any asset in any amount, at any time, in any place, in any fraction to anyone. Only then that we can solve the real problem in the financial problem in this world, and also to counter the damage done by AI. So this is my wish.
Okay, so AI and Web3, I think that's actually a big topic this year. A lot of panels going to talk about this. One good thing with AI is helping us to translate. It's not perfect yet, but it's saving a lot of money. So, Oda-san, what do you
Yes, in 2017, more than 50%, more than 0.5% of Bitcoin trading was made in Japanese yen.
Half.
More than half.
Half in yen.
Of total Bitcoin trading volume was made.
Total volume Asia
Yeah.
or globally?
Yeah, no, not
Global.
global.
Half
Was-
in the
yeah,
end.
Yeah.
Which is, that's
2017.
2017. So
yeah.
half the trading
Yeah,
in yen.
but now just only 1%.
1%. Okay.
Only now 1%.
Yeah.
And I want to change the market share of Japan to 20%.
Oh,
20%.
So the aim is 20%.
20%.
Okay.
Yeah, by changing the law and the tax reform and the leverage ratio and the Bitcoin ETF. And also, I think what is the most important thing in this market field is anti-money laundering and the
Yeah, the AML.
security
Yeah.
is very important. And in this year, we built up Crypto Isaac in Japan. Crypto Isaac.
Crypto
or
Isaac,
Crypto
yeah.
Isaac.
Isaac,
Yeah,
yeah.
Isaac.
Yeah.
And we want to share and make a collaboration with Hong Kong, Singapore, Japan, and the USA for security. Yeah,
Okay.
security is the most important thing in this market. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So improve the share of Japan trade crypto asset from 1% to 20%.
Yeah.
That's a very big
Yeah.
big
Big
target.
yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin?
For the Trump administration to realize their MAGA, it's going to take a successful evolution of our relationships and the interconnectivity with the whole world, right? Crypto doesn't live in a vacuum, and the U.S. doesn't live in a vacuum. So for all the talk and the histrionics, et cetera, I think what we're going through, as you said, is a restructuring that's going to enable an interconnectivity that's going to be facilitated by this wonderful evolution of the blockchain ledger. You're going to see, I believe, a real explosion in applications, which I think Asia, Hong Kong, et cetera, leads the U.S. But I think there's going to be greater and greater alignment because it's in everyone's interest. So on the regulation front, the fact that the U.S. is finally stepping up and perhaps reassuming its historical lead in regulation, you know, the opportunities for Hong Kong to align themselves, but to also differentiate themselves, as well as Singapore, as well as Japan, et cetera, is there. And the question will be in these markets, what is it that you decide you want to lead in? Because the U.S. is leading, generally speaking, but you all are going to be better than us in the U.S. in many things and should be and historically have been. So I think the opportunity is there, differentiation. And Marketing 101 is segment, target, position. And I think there's tremendous opportunity in this part of the world. And certainly Hong Kong has an opportunity, along with Singapore, to differentiate from the U.S., align themselves in the extent they have to and need to, but differentiate in ways that I think the creativity in this part of the world, the application evolution is going to be forthcoming, the DeFi as an example. So I see so much opportunity around the world outside of the U.S. And now that simply, hopefully, the U.S. is going to be supportive of this evolution. And so I see just a very bright future that I did not see 6 months ago, that we have not experienced ever in this ecosystem. And the opportunity, as Professor Lee you alluded to, you know, the U.S., we want to see inclusion. We want to see the average person around the world avail themselves of financial inclusion opportunity that we in the U.S. have been spoiled by. And that I think that that's going to come. And I think it's now going to come sooner because, thank goodness, the U.S. is now playing its part relative to this landscape. So I couldn't be more excited and more bullish today in all the years I've been working in this ecosystem. It's so exciting.
Thank you, Kevin. And thanks for the compliment to Hong Kong and what we can do. We will try our best. But application side, definitely rely on people, you know, in the room and the tech innovators inside the venue. So we need all these people to innovate, to make new products for the industry. And we're about, you know, the time's up, and you know, there's a lot of interesting thoughts shared from the perspective from the free speaker representing different different part of the world. Thanks a lot. There's a lot of things we want to, you know, of course, talk and, you know, actually update on, especially the U.S. thing. But I know Jason's going to be, you know, sharing his thoughts on the U.S. landscape, so we'll leave that part to him. And so everyone, please join me for a round of applause for our speakers. Thank you. Thank you for joining. Thank you.
Thank you so much. 掌声再次感谢我们的演讲嘉宾的精彩分享。请就座 Once again, a big round of applause to thank all our panelists and our moderator for sharing their expertise and experiences with us. We enjoyed it a lot, and I'm sure everyone here has some great takeaways and useful insights on the topic, current state and challenge of global Web3 regulation. So today we're very privileged to have many experts and entrepreneurs joining us today to share with us their experiences. So we do hope that everyone here can make the most of it. If you have any questions, do feel free to reach out to them. 那在我们进行下一个演讲之前，有一个温馨提示，我们有一个礼品的兑换的活动。那在会看里面，你们可以看到在赞助商 logo 页有主办方 Title Sponsor 钻石所有 Co-Organizer 白金黄金 Networking Lounge Coffee Bar 赞助商 logo 下方就有个盖章处。那活动期间，只要集齐我们指定区域内的所有印章，就可以前往我们咨询台兑换礼品了。So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next keynote speech. 接下来，我们有请 Bitcoin Policy Institute 联合创始人 David Sell 先生带来的分享。Next, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. David Sell, co-founder Bitcoin Policy Institute, to the stage to share with us a keynote speech. A big round of applause to welcome him. 掌声有请。
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you so much to the organizers of the Hong Kong Web3 Festival for inviting me to come here all the way from Washington, D.C. To speak with you all. So my name is David Zell, and I'm the co-founder and co-president of the Bitcoin Policy Institute. We're a Washington, D.C. based organization and the largest cryptocurrency think tank in the United States. So what do? We primarily write research about the relationship between Bitcoin and the US government's interests. We work very closely and regularly with members of Congress and the White House. And our core focus the past few months has been the strategic Bitcoin reserve. So today I'm going to talk about a few things. First, I'm going to sort of walk you through the evolving landscape of Bitcoin policy in America, sort of how we got from a very hostile and negative approach from the government toward our industry to where we are now, walk you through the recent regulatory developments, especially the SBR, and talk about some implications for the future. So, Trump 1.0. For those of you that have been around crypto for a while, you may remember that Trump was not always in love with digital assets. His administration didn't do a lot, one way or the other in the first go-around with respect to crypto. Notably, at the very end of his first term, you may recall that Secretary Mnuchin pushed for a very last-minute provision that would essentially kill hosted wallets. And that proposal was shot down at the 11th hour. So, there were very limited crypto-friendly policies and a focus on compliance and enforcement. So the big question that I want to help answer today is, how did we get from this? In 2019, Donald Trump tweeted, "I am not a fan of Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, which are not money, and whose value is highly volatile and based on thin air. Unregulated crypto assets can facilitate unlawful behavior, including drug trade and other illegal activity." That was in 2019. Just a few months ago, we had this: the establishment of the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve and the United States Digital Asset Stockpile. So, why did America and the Trump administration specifically decide to pivot on Bitcoin? I think there are three main trends that kind of formed the tailwinds for this shift. The first is increased adoption and legitimacy. During the past few years, we've seen, as many of you know, a drastic uptick in interest in cryptocurrency from Wall Street, in particular BlackRock. So I think one key trend is that as the price went up, as the value increased, and as more legitimate and traditional firms in America started adopting Bitcoin, offering Bitcoin products and services to their clients, it became more mainstream, credible, and less, crazy in the eyes of the average American. All the while, the Biden administration was quite hostile toward cryptocurrency. Their position kind of got worse and worse as the presidency went on, whether it was Operation Choke Point 2.0, which was the informal phrase for a series of extrajudicial enforcement actions against American banks who chose to partner with and provide services for crypto companies, whether it was attacking unhosted wallets or decrying Bitcoin for its energy usage. While Bitcoin was growing in price and legitimacy, the last administration in the US was trying to crack down. The third key trend that I think fomented the shift we're seeing now is the emergence of crypto as a political force in America. Coinbase registered millions of people to vote. Hundreds of thousands of Americans decided that they would make their one voting issue cryptocurrency. And of course, this industry spent money in a pretty unprecedented way. In the last presidential election, the digital asset industry spent more money in that election than any industry had ever spent in American history. And so these three trends, Bitcoin's increased price and legitimacy, the emergence of this new class of voter and donor, against the backdrop of a hostile administration, led Trump to backtrack from that 2019 tweet at the Bitcoin conference in Nashville, where, among other things, he promised to establish a strategic Bitcoin reserve. And the markets were pretty happy about this. Obviously, the markets are not happy now, but you might remember, and it's worth noting that you can see on the left there, that's the price chart of Bitcoin after Trump won the election, and on the right, the price chart of MicroStrategy the day of the election. So both Bitcoin and sort of beta plays on Bitcoin grew immensely as people were speculating on administrative actions, but also were just pricing in a more crypto-friendly regulatory environment in general. So yeah, Trump won, and he doubled down on Bitcoin very hard. Many, if not most, of the key leaders in his administration own Bitcoin or are public supporters of cryptocurrency. So the Vice President, J.D. Vance, the Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, Scott Bessent, Waltz, Hegseth, RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, just to name a few. He appointed a notable investor and technologist, David Sachs, to be the White House AI and crypto czar. And he signed a pro-digital asset executive order within several days of assuming office for the second time. But then a surprise came: the establishment of the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. This is such a notable change, and I think it's worth reading directly from the executive order. In the introduction, it says, as a result of its scarcity and security, Bitcoin is often referred to as digital gold. Because there is no fixed supply of BTC, there is a strategic advantage to being among the first nations to create a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Later on, it says, quote, the Secretary of the Treasury and the Secretary of Commerce shall develop strategies for acquiring additional government BTC, provided that those strategies are budget neutral and do not impose incremental costs on US taxpayers. So, actually, I want to back up a quick second. This executive order is the law of the land in the United States. It can't really be understated the extent to which this is a massive, massive phase shift. And just to break it down, the executive order did a few things. It created this strategic reserve, which is essentially just a fancy name for the coins that we already have. It created a digital asset stockpile, which is just a fancy name for the other cryptocurrencies that the US already holds. But the piece of this that I think is most notable is that the Treasury and Commerce departments are explicitly directed to acquire more Bitcoin. So that brings us to today. A few things are brewing. The first is that executive order also mandated an official accounting of the US government's Bitcoin holdings. They've been reported to be around 200,000 coins, but many of those belong to Bitfinex. And it's believed, although rumored, that the Biden administration may have sold a significant number of coins. So that's actually supposed to come on Monday morning US time. So in a few hours, we should get a clearer picture of just how many Bitcoins the US government holds. These budget-neutral strategies to acquire more Bitcoin are being drafted and analyzed and debated. And in Congress, the Bitcoin Act, Senator Lummis's bill, which, if passed, would require the US government to buy 1 million Bitcoins, is gaining surprising momentum in Congress. When it was originally introduced, it had no co-sponsors. It was just one senator. Now that bill, after being reintroduced, has 6 Senate co-sponsors and a companion bill in the House. So one question that I think has been on a lot of people's minds is, to what extent is this just bluster and hype? And to what extent are this executive order and these actions indicative of a serious intent to accumulate Bitcoin? I think it really is the latter. Bo Hines, who is the executive director of the President's Council on Digital Assets, said at a recorded panel not too long ago, he was asked, how many Bitcoins does the US government want? And he laughed and shrugged his shoulders and said, that's like asking how many dollars I want or how much gold I want. My administration wants to acquire as much Bitcoin as we physically can, so long as it does not impose burdens on the taxpayer. So what are the implications for the rest of the world and for Asia specifically? I think the biggest is that Bitcoin is now officially endorsed by the United States as a strategic, neutral reserve asset. The framing of digital gold, both by key administration officials and codified in the executive order, is quite significant. We went from Bitcoin being called highly volatile and based on thin air to being called digital gold formally. And I think that this pro-Bitcoin policy is likely to intensify. Many onlookers were skeptical and thought that once Donald Trump was elected president, he would just kind of leave the crypto thing behind. That he just sort of wanted to placate voters and win an election, and then he would sort of work on other things. And I think that at the time, when he just took office, that was not an unreasonable assessment. But the fact that his administration has continued to double down on Bitcoin signals that this was more than bluster, more than a campaign promise, because he's not running for office again. So he has no incentive to pass an executive order and to direct his cabinet to pursue Bitcoin purchases, unless that's genuinely what he wanted to do. The next important implication is that Bitcoin's political risk, at least in the United States, has effectively gone to zero. For a long time, as investors were weighing whether to buy Bitcoin and crypto and how much to buy, the constant overhang was that governments may ban it, that if it got too large, the United States would simply not let this exist. That risk is over, and I'm not sure that the market has fully priced that in. And so across the world, we see global investors, family offices, policymakers are sort of fundamentally reassessing Bitcoin. They may have dismissed it or raised an eyebrow early on, and now it's just too big to ignore. And the developments in the United States coming out of the White House, I think, are a key signal for players all over the world that the next decade that we experience, which, as previous speakers mentioned, the sort of economic reordering that is taking place, I think it's becoming increasingly clear that cryptocurrencies, and Bitcoin in particular, have a strong role to play in that reordering. So where are we looking forward? I think it's clear and very obvious that when that executive order was released, it quickly landed on the desk of every major country's president, their central bank leaders, their finance ministers. I highly doubt that this was ignored globally. And it's triggering very serious debate and discussion all over the world around what Bitcoin means for each country and for their economic strategy. And my strong suspicion is that we will see more countries following. The United States has long been a leader in technology policy, and my guess is that once the US government starts buying Bitcoin, that we're going to see a ripple effect across the world. And we're also seeing a ripple effect of the Bitcoin strategies that are being employed by American companies, notably MicroStrategy, was a vehicle for many investors to try to gain sort of leverage on Bitcoin, so to speak. And we're seeing companies emulate a similar strategy all over the world, whether it's Metaplanet in Japan, which has surpassed a $1 billion USD valuation, or more recently, the announcement of a company just like Metaplanet and MicroStrategy here in Hong Kong, HK Asia Holdings, otherwise known as Moon Inc., recently became the first company in China to formally adopt a Bitcoin treasury. So thank you all for, again, inviting me. I've had a wonderful time here in Hong Kong and at this conference. And I look forward to getting to know more of you as this trip continues. So thanks for letting me share my insights. I appreciate it.
Thank you, David. 掌声感谢. Fabulous presentation. Thank you so much for sharing your insights on the topic U.S. Bitcoin policy. 接下来，我们有请北京大学教授陈仲教授来到我们台上带来分享。Next, we will have a keynote speech from Chen Zhong, professor at Peking University. A big round of applause, please, to welcome him. 掌声有请。
女士们、先生们，大家中午好！非常高兴应这个会议主办方的邀请，来参加这个 Web3 的嘉年华。那我想跟大家分享的题目呢，是 Web 3.0的区块链的技术创新和制度创新的融合。那么我是来自于北京大学，那么北京大学也是在科技部的重大专项当中，作为一个重要的团队不仅参与了这个自主研发的区块链基础平台的研制，也有很多在区块链基础理论、关键技术、治理技术、平台和示范应用方面的一些实践。特别是我们看到在做这个学术的研究的时候，那它不仅仅是限于国内的这个联盟链的这种研究，那更多的呢是关注到全球包括今年我们在这个 ISTA 当中的唯一的一个最佳论文奖，也是关注了在这个 Smart Contract， 就是这个智能合约当中的这个密码学的这个缺陷的发现等等这些方面。但是今天呢，我想分享的呢，我们会注意到这个2024年制度经济学的学者获得了诺贝尔经济学奖，他们的学术研究通过历史的数据，这个展示了制度的设计和技术之间的关系，而且某种意义上讲，这个制度的设计的话呢，更加的这个重要。因此，我们也是会看到这个观察到区块链的应用是典型的技术和制度创新紧密结合的产物，制度设计恐怕尤为重要。那么区块链的技术创新呢，其实我们会看到它是诸多的创新当中的一个非常有里程碑的一项工作，也是在支撑 Web 3.0的这个发展。那么区块链就像前面的嘉宾所分享这个当中，我们看到呢，它这个解决了关注的重点 是信任和价值这2个方面。那么它同时呢也有这个比较强有力的一些理论的研究的支撑，包括新的这个数字经济学和货币的国家化等等。那么元宇宙 Metaverse 我们也会注意到，它并不是一项单一的技术，但是呢它有一个相应的这样的一个边界，使得呢我们整个的互联网 Web 3.0向未来的发展，这个还在这个路上。根据 Gartner 的这个报告来看的话呢，大约到2030年啊，我们才能看到一个成熟的这个元宇宙的这样的一个模式出现。但是呢，在这个当中，我们会看到 Web 3的这个技术以及呢这个价值的这种交易和交换，在里边扮演的重要的这个角色，并且呢，我们会看到从它的这个发展的过程当中啊，在数字货币、这个区块链啊以及 Web 3啊，起到一个核心重要的一个支撑的作用。那我们也看到了今天的这个 AIGC， 实际上它也是在诸多的技术这个积累之下，比方说互联网的大连接所产生的大数据的积累，使得深度神经网络的这个算法的成熟和算力的支撑，对这些数据驱动的这样的一种方式的处理，使得它能够进行大规模的知识的生成，形成一个大智能。所以我们整体上去看这个计算的时代，计算机的发明，使得我们过去用算法和编程由软件工程师设计好的这个数据结构，使得我们能够做大量的信息处理，支撑了我们今天的信息互联网。而今天的大语言模型所形成的，实际上是在所有人工智能发展过程当中，深度神经网络的机器学习算法和它的数据驱动的方式，那么形成了一个从信息处理再进一步上升到知识处理。如果我们说这个数据是毫无价值的，那信息在特定的时空领域对特定的人是有价值的，那么知识呢是有一个普遍的价值的。因此我们会看到今天的数据互联，或者我们所声称的信息互联网，向未来的价值互联的变迁，那么AIGC 也会扮演一个非常重要的角色。只不过我们会看到这个些技术的发展仍然在过程之中，它的制度性的设计和经济模式的这个形成的过程还有待于大家的一个贡献。那么从区块链来看的话呢，我们从技术的角度会看到它有这个价值仅有价值的互联叫这个 value only 的这种应用，比方说我们的比特币系统。那比方说在以太坊的平台上，能够把价值和业务结合起来，形成了一个大的互联。那么在大陆或者内地，更多鼓励的联盟链的这个应用，是一种仅有业务互联的这样一个方式，或者叫无币的区块链。那么这些方面的这个进展，实际上底层还有相应的这个技术的支撑。那公有链和联盟链现在也在进行一些趋同，比方说这个以太坊的 POW 转向的 POS， 但是它们还有一个最根本的一个区别，就是是否依赖于一种经济激励的机制那么实际上我们会看到，在中国这个政府早就这个注意到区块链技术的发展，以及希望用区块链的技术来支撑这个产业的发展从2016年的“13+5”的规划，到这个2019年这个总书记组织中央政治局的集体学习，把区块链技术作为核心技术自主创新的重要突破口的这样的一个讲话的指示精神上升到这个国家的战略。那么以及呢，我们会看到在“14+5”的规划里边，把区块链作为数字经济这个数字产业组成的一个重要部分。以及呢，我们看从2000年起的这个中国的科技部在“14+5”重点专项里边，把区块链作为一个重要的这个方向这也是在国家一级这个推动这个技术研究发展的一个重要的这个计划。 那到目前为止，我们看到在5大板块里边已经部署了66个科研的这个任务。那么另外在这个区块链的这个国家级的综合示范和试点一共有这个179个项目这个落地。那么这里的话呢，实际上我们可以看到这个对于技术的这个发展在这个中国的这个在内地应该说这个有一个完整的布局。那这里边的话呢，也提供了为未来的这个制度设计呢的一种重要的支撑。那么我们看到，实际上在国际上看，这个制度的设计重点是在价值互联这个方面的这个创新我们看到国际清算银行把这个价值的表达总结出了一个 money flower， 那么它这个完整的覆盖了包括法定货币央行发行数字货币、央行背书发行的数字货币，以及稳定币和加密资产的这样的一个广谱的这样的一个体系。那么实际上我们看到区块链所带来的最核心的一个技术特征就是它的可编程性，而这种可编程性使得未来的数字经济的发展，它有赖于会把这个制度的设计很好的从这个规则和这个实体的这个经济的这个运行有效的把它结合起来那么这些方面我们也会看到虽然这个内地和国际的这个在这个制度设计上面有明显的区别，但是呢，香港呢扮演了一个非常重要的这个角色，来进行这个虚拟资产的数字资产的这个更广泛的一种探索。那么，单从技术上讲，这比特币是一个技术的一个载体。那么，它之所以能够有今天的这个价值和价格，那么还是制度设计会把它和传统的这个金融领域连接起来，甚至会把它塑造成一个数字黄金的一种战略的这个储备。我们看到，在美国的很多的这个从2017年的举措包括这个它的这个期货交易、商品期货的交易，包括 ETF 的期货交易，以及到现货的这个交易等等。那么实际上这个构筑了一个数字资产和现实世界的一个桥梁。当然，从治理的角度，我们也看到这个不断的关注和不同的机构有着不同的这个态度。因为时间的关系，我们就不展开了那么我们可以看到，这个近10年来，这个美元计价的全球的大类资产的表现。那么在10年当中仅有2年，这个比特币呢是作为第1名Top 1的这个缺席剩下的这块的话呢，确实给我们一个非常重要的一个启示。那么这个刚才几位嘉宾也都谈到了包括美国 SEC 批准11只现货 ETF。包括在香港，我们也同样的建立，以及呢，2023年美国通过的这个区块链监管确定性的法案，从立法的角度明确了区块链和区块链的开发者的服务无需取得任何的这个 license， 以及我们会看到这个国际清算银行已经更新了巴塞尔framework 这个框架，并且呢，从今年的1月1号已经开始实施。那么我们还看到这个美国的财务会计准则委员会 FASB 把这个公允价值这个加密货币的公允价值作为一个会计的准则，修改了会计准则，使得这个我们的上市公司有了一个这个依据那么也是说我们真正的入表从这个里面表现出来。那么国际货币基金组织今年已经在3月份这个宣布了这个 BPM7， 就是第7版的这个国际收支的手册，并且呢预计在2029、2030年来推动BPM7和最新的国民账户体系的广泛的使用。这个比特币的战略储备刚才这个前位演讲也都涉及到了。那么实际上我们看到，包括这个 stable coin 那么实际上我们看到，在整体上未来的这个经济的运作的体系当中那么 这个新的这种价值表达，它的占比必将会在过去整体的这个份额当中会有一个新的表现。那么好，这个香港呢，其实我们可以看到，在制度创新，特别是在结合技术的制度创新里边，具有独特的这个位置。我们刚才看到了这个几位嘉宾都分享了这个在香港推进的进展，在这儿呢，我想还补充一下哈，就是在这个 Web 3.0标准化的这个方面的进展的话呢，其实是把这个技术和制度的设计有效结合的一个底层的支持。比方说，我们可以看到这个对 Web 3.0的这个数字原生生态体系的认知，它在香港，我们明确地表达了它包含Web 3加密经济体系作为它的一个核心。那么另外的话呢，我们也会把这个联盟链、公有链，在这个 token 化的这个整个的版图里边，去面向不同的问题，给出了它的技术和协议多维度发展的一个路线图。那么这样的话，我们在金融和服务以及呢和实体这个经济结合的方面，怎么样去利用这个数字资产，这个有资产的支持和无资产的支持，以及包括央行发行的这个数字货币之间能构成一个完整的技术和制度结合的一个版图。那最后呢，我想说的话呢，作为区块链作为一项技术，我们可以看到它在中美的博弈当中依然列在这个关键和新兴技术的清单当中。2020年它实际上是作为1级目录，但是到2022年呢，我们发现它放在了金融科技的下面。那么每2年的这个更新，到了2024年，我们会发现区块链的技术是放在数据隐私、数据安全和网络安全下面的这个2级目录的第1个。那说明这一项技术依然是在未来会发挥重要作用的一个技术方面。那么我们看到北京和上海这个关于这个元宇宙互联网3.0的行动计划，以及这个在我们的这个工信部所出台的这些这个3年的行动计划当中，实际上呢，它的内涵都涉及到了我们对未来 Web 3.0的期待。那么 Web 3.0呢，也是作为这个两会这个代表的议案提出来并且呢，我们看到这个中国在制定这个 Web 3.0指导意见这样的一个政策文件的这个过程当中那么所以呢，最后呢，我想说，这个我们健全促进实体经济和数字经济深度融合的这样一种制度的设计，来推动高质量发展，是我们未来的希望。特别是结合香港这个在制度创新方面的这个它的一个独特的地位。所以我们会看到，在技术创新方面这个在内陆已经有很好的一个布局。我们把它定义成一个开放环境下新型区块链的基础平台。那么它能够去融合这个联盟链和公有链的技术。那概括起来，它能够起到的作用就是体系结构可演进，内置监管与合规，链内链间可支付，锚定法币双循环。我们也希望这样的一个技术的创新和香港的在价值互联、数字信任方面制度创新的有机的结合，能够去支持我们整个在国际上把内地、香港和全球联系起来，形成一个跨域的协同。我们也期待呢，这个在新的这个世界的这个大的变革的格局方面，我们能够在这方面的话呢，能够取得一些这个推动和成功。好，我的分享呢就到这里，谢谢大家。
谢谢，掌声感谢陈仲先生的宝贵分享。接下来，我们有请香港特别行政区政府财经事务及库务局副局长陈浩濂先生上台演讲。掌声有请。Next, let's welcome Mr. Joseph H.L. Chan, JP Undersecretary for Financial Services and the Treasury Financial Services and the Treasury Bureau, the Government of the HKSAR. Welcome.
各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们，大家早上好！我非常高兴参与今天的2025香港 Web3 嘉年华。今天呢，我们齐聚于此，共同见证和庆祝香港第3代互联网 Web3 还有金融科技的蓬勃发展，一起探索未来的无限机遇。今天早时呢，财政司司长以英语发言，所以现在这个环节呢，我选择用中文的发言。首先，我要衷心的感谢万象区块链实验室和 HashKey Group 筹办这次盛会，为我们业界搭建的这个关键的交流的平台。同时呢，我也感谢所有与会的嘉宾，大家的参与和贡献，对于共同构建一个虚拟资产的未来至关重要的。香港拥有1国2制的制度优势，在背靠祖国、联通世界的独特的背景之下呢，香港已经发展成为亚洲领先的国际金融中心。在资本市场方面，香港继续成为亚洲区内最大的亚洲国际债券发行中心。在跨境财富管理方面呢，按资产规模来计算呢，香港的排名是世界第2位，亚洲第1位。香港也是亚洲最大的对冲基金中心。在风险管理方面呢，我们的保险密度也是全球第2高，亚洲第1高的。作为国际金融中心，香港始终是走在科技创新的前沿。截止去年的9月呢，香港已经拥有超过1100家的金融科技企业，年增长呢达到超过15%，涵盖数字银行、虚拟保险、虚拟资产交易平台等等的多元的领域。当中呢，也包括8家的持牌的数字银行、4家的持牌的虚拟保险公司，还有10家的持牌的虚拟资产交易平台，为全球的用户提供创新和便捷的金融服务。当然，近年来区块链、大币化、人工智能等继续的融合，也为我们金融科技开辟了新的天地。为加速 Web3 的发展呢，香港特区政府采取了全方位的措施。今天早上，财政司司长在监管制度方面呢，也做出了简述。在产业的扶持和人才培育的方面呢，特区政府已经拨款了5000万港元呢，支持数码港推动 Web3 生态圈的建设。当中呢，已经汇聚了多家 Web3 的企业在香港。也寄望以产业导向人才培育的工作。数码港也推出了多项人才培育的计划，包括透过数码港 Web 3.0实系计划2024呢，安排大学生到科创企业从事第3代互联网 Web 3应用相关的实习的工作。在包括 Web 3之内的整体的金融科技人才措施呢，这是在2018年以来呢，首份人才清单已经纳入了金融科技专业在里面，让香港继续吸引呢环球顶尖的金融科技，包括 Web 3的人才到香港。另外，金融科技从业员培训资助先导计划已经为成功取得金融科技专业资格的从业员提供学费的资助。到现在已经有超过560个从业员报读相关的课程。还有呢，湾区券商学生金融科技双向实习计划呢，资助香港和内地的2地的学生在金融科技，包括 Web 3企业呢短期的实习的工作，既以呢加强人才交流和壮大我们金融科技和 Web 3的人才库。实习计划到现在，这个实习计划呢，可以合共提供呢超过150个的实习的名额。推出至今呢，已经成功配对了超过80个学生到金融科技和 Web 3的企业实习。此外呢，投资者及理财教育委员会连同香港科技大学和数码港举办的比赛，教育青少年有关 Web 3和金融科技对金融服务和投资领域的重要性。香港一直以来扮演着一个传统和创新的桥梁的角色。作为排名世界第3、亚洲第1位的国际金融中心， 我们不肯弃之不渝地培育一个充满活力、安全和具前进性的区块链和金融科技的生态圈，也致力于推动行业的创新和可持续发展。我们期待与全球的伙伴携手，共同开创 Web3 和金融科技的新时代。展望将来了，香港的目标不单只是要成为亚洲 Web3 的枢纽，更是全球创新网络的重要的节点。我们将继续完善我们监管的框架，鼓励继续的应用落地，并通过国际化的平台，很像今天的嘉年华，促进跨界别交流和合作。在此我再次感谢万象区块链实验室、HashKey Group 还有所有合作伙伴支持 Web3 的发展，也感谢在座每一位的参与。就让我们携手共同合作，以科技推动未来，一起为 Web3 的可持续发展努力。谢谢大家。
谢谢，感谢陈浩廉先生的精彩致辞，请就坐。Thank you, Joseph, for insightful sharing. Please be seated. 接下来，我们有请我们早上最后一位的嘉宾 ，Keybridge Advisors 董事总经理 Jason Brett 上台演讲。Moving on to our last keynote speech of the morning session, may I have the honor to invite Mr. Jason Brett, Managing Director of Keybridge Advisors. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome him. 掌声有请。Over to you now, Jason.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the HashKey Group for having me here today. It's an honor to speak with you all. I think that there are a lot of opportunities in Web3 between Hong Kong and the United States, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about more of a high-level overview of what's happening in the United States, so you can kind of get an idea of what some of the initiatives are that are going to be, maybe for the next 12 to 18 months, but could change if there's a new administration, and what we've seen with some of the changes in the regulators, and what might be more permanent changes. So my talk today is going to focus on how the US is becoming the crypto capital of the world. And I say that because that's sort of what's been used by the President of the United States to describe this ecosystem, is that he wants the United States to become the crypto capital of the world. And as been described before, this is really a 180-degree change from where before we had an administration in the White House that was pushing back on this technology, thinking there was a lot of ill that came from it and problems, and people in the United States weren't able to develop the software, sometimes under threat of persecution, and sometimes people, like companies, having their bank accounts closed, simply trying to work in this space, or bank charters being revoked or not given at all based on the idea that they were even considering working in crypto. So that's how serious things were. And what we have with this new administration, I'll explain to you a little bit why that's changed, is this very friendly, open embrace of the United States to the crypto community. So you saw this earlier from my colleague, David Zell, and you heard Kevin Goldstein talk about it a little bit as well on the panel about sort of this shift that we've seen. There's so many shifts, but I think this one is the most telling. I won't read the first side to you because you already heard that earlier about what Trump thought of Bitcoin in 2019. What's important about that is 2019 was very different with the way people thought about Bitcoin in the United States. It wasn't as well known as it is now, and at the time, Facebook, now Meta, had just introduced this idea of their own stablecoin, a global stablecoin or WorldCoin. And in a sense, stablecoins were almost more threatening in the United States to the idea of what could happen to the US dollar and the banking system than even Bitcoin was. But in this tweet, he not only talked about the problems with Bitcoin, he also talked about concerns about Libra introducing a stablecoin. So on the other side, you have, of course, Trump reelected primarily by a lot of the efforts from the crypto community, and talking, of course, about how it was foolish for the United States to sell Bitcoin. So this represents one element of the way he changed his view on Bitcoin. But there's reasons for that, and I'm going to go over that in a minute. Basically, the first of three things is, first of all, there's executive momentum, regulatory clarity, and then you're going to see what I call sort of legislative firepower. That should be the real indicators to you of what might change the United States. First of all, the idea of being the crypto capital of the world. The U.S. leadership is trying to take leadership in the digital financial technology. This is an executive order. So it's not done through a law in Congress, but it's an executive order from Trump where he's saying we need to, very interestingly, talk about 5 concepts. The first concept was that we're not going to persecute anyone working on blockchain technology. That means that the developers, people trying to validate or mine, other different aspects of the work that you would do, that you wouldn't face persecution. That's what was led with this executive order. Then it talks about strengthening the global sovereignty of the US dollar and creating lawful stablecoins that would work to help promote the US dollar. The third was creating open and fair access to banking. I talked a little bit about how a lot of the crypto companies were being debanked in the United States. The fourth idea, after you have the stable coins, then you have the debanking, goes through what the heart of the matter is regarding the regulation of cryptocurrencies. You heard about AZ16 and Duncan and others talking about the 5 different types of cryptocurrencies. You know, the SEC is trying to work through that now at the regulatory side. But this fourth of the 5 ideas was, how do we figure out how this fits in what we would call sort of the market structure concept? And then finally, the fifth notion was that we weren't going to do a CBDC, or central bank digital currency. This particular executive order talks about the dangers of a CBDC, primarily because a CBDC could be seen as sort of a liability on the balance sheet of the Federal Reserve, and or as a retail function. And that's very unusual in the United States, the idea that the Federal Reserve would be interacting with the people. It more interacts with the banks. So there's a clear delineation about not doing CBDCs, and yes, the stable coins. The second one is the strategic Bitcoin reserve, or the digital Fort Knox. Again, you heard about that a little bit before. I think what's important about that is there's this notion of like what exactly this does. To be clear, the United States already has all these Bitcoin. It's really a matter of putting it in one account and having it be accounted for. And then there is some ideas about maybe buying more Bitcoin and also the stockpile to keep track of all the other cryptocurrencies. But the idea is that sort of saying that like Bitcoin and crypto are both special, right? And keeping it in the US as sort of a reserve, which is similar to what the United States did back in 1930s, when they decided they needed gold to stay in the United States. They didn't want to see gold being pushed overseas. So there's actually an order back then where people actually had to turn in their gold to banks. Now, I'm not saying this is designed for people to turn in their Bitcoin to the United States, but it's of the same premise that it's seen as a very special asset, so we need to do things to keep it in the United States. And then finally, so that's your sort of digital Fort Knox, so to speak, where the idea of Bitcoin is gold. Finally, the one that probably you haven't heard much about at all, but is very important to note, is blockchain payments, or America's bank account. This is modernizing payments to and from America's bank account. So what this is saying is that it's going to, in the United States, we're going to stop issuing paper checks from our Treasury to pay for anything that might be like Social Security or welfare payments or anything along those lines, getting your tax refund. It's going 100% electronic, and it's going 100% electronic by September 30th, according to this executive order. What this leaves the door open to is the idea of using blockchain, right, the technology, because it does say in this executive order that you can actually use digital wallets as part of transmitting the funds of the United States government to its citizens and back. It, of course, goes over the idea of using a bank account, debit credit cards, but it notably says, this is the third option, is digital wallets or other electronic forms of payment. So this particular executive order really addresses the story of payments, right? Maybe we'll have stable coins one day. Maybe I'll have a US stable coin that I'll pay some of my taxes with. So that's, again, the executive momentum. And I call it momentum because we've seen this all shift before, where we have a new president and this could all go away in a few years. So it is something to watch as far as the direction of this particular administration in the United States right now in 2025. There's been a regulatory reset. So this is important because with any election in the United States, there are new regulators that are put in place. And so whether it's the SEC, the CFTC, the banking regulators like the FTC, I'm formerly an FDIC banking regulator during the global financial crisis, have already started to do things to make it more friendly for crypto. You've heard a little bit about that before, but what I think is important is for the last 4 years, we've seen this enforcement first approach. We've seen lawsuits filed against the industry, and we've seen banks really stop crypto adoption. It had kind of been formed in 2020 by Brian Brooks, who was the former acting comptroller of the OCC, who designed all of this. But then for 4 years, it was basically blocked, any adoption of crypto into the banking system. And what is most interesting about this trend for the regulatory reset is that we don't even have the leaders in place yet. Like Paul Atkins for the SEC, he hasn't even become the chair under the Trump administration. The CFTC, we haven't seen Brian Quintes officially become the chair of the CFTC. Now, both are likely going to be, nominated and secured in Congress and the Senate, right? But to see regulators acting so quickly, like you heard about the SEC trying to figure out how to regulate tokens, the CFTC looking at ideas about using stablecoins for collateral on trades. These are all really items that normally you would wait for a chair to come in to start executing all these things. So there's a real push, particularly in the SEC and the CFTC, from the presidency, from the administration, which is also a very unprecedented concept in the United States. This should explain to you just how fast crypto is moving in the United States, because typically the president defers really to what the SEC does, or the CFTC does, or let's say the Federal Reserve. In other words, it's supposed to be an independent agency. So the fact that they're acting in this way, and that even the SEC and the CFTC are included in the first executive order I mentioned before about modernizing American digital finance, that it's almost being directed by the administration is very unusual, if not, perhaps not even supposed to be the way you do things. It's supposed to be these agencies decide things on their own, but they're clearly taking their cues from this particular administration, and that's what's accelerating the SEC. They just announced that stablecoins would be covered stablecoin. In other words, not going to be a securities, which really leaves the door open for stablecoins. So again, you're seeing the regulatory clarity approach now, trying to figure out how this whole ecosystem can work for Web3 in the United States. You're seeing lawsuits now dropped against the industry, and now the banks are accelerating crypto adoption. The FDIC and the OCC actually changed their way of needing this letter of approval before a bank actually engages in crypto. Now you can just do it, which really makes the most sense, specifically as a former FDIC regulator, because it's about safety and soundness in the banking system. So really you should be able to choose what sort of permissible banking activity you want to do without checking with the regulator. The reason the regulator's there is to actually watch over what you're doing and making sure you're doing it in a safe and sound manner, and then tell you if you're not. They're not supposed to tell you which activities you can and cannot do. And then finally, I'll just wrap up with the legislative, what I call firepower, or the two-pillar approach. And this is what I would say is really your two North Stars to what's happening in the United States. The first is the building around the idea of a regulatory licensing and reserves for dollar-backed stablecoins. We have the Genius Act that's in the Senate, and we have the Stable Act that's in the House. These are the names of these two stablecoin bills that are both moving. The Senate's already out of committee. Neither the House or the Senate has voted on it. One of the big obstacles is going to be in the Senate, because you need at least 60 votes in our Senate, and that means you would need at least 8 Democrats or 8 people from the other party that have had some objections to stablecoins. So what that's going to mean is you're going to see probably stablecoin legislation where the big fight is going to be really around whether companies like Meta or X by Elon Musk are allowed to be a stablecoin provider. It's going to allow non-banks to provide stablecoins under a federal banking concept, a charter, so to speak, and a regime that could be either at the federal or state level. So these are all normal, but the idea is going to be, and the big fight's going to be really at the end of the day, is a principle in the United States, which is really to keep banking separate from commerce, right? In other words, there should be banking activities, and there should be activities that you might be buying and sell things on Facebook Marketplace or whatever that might look like. Those two should be separate, which is a very distinct concept in the United States. It isn't really held throughout the rest of the world. So you're likely going to see some fighting about that, but at the end of the day, my prediction to you is we're probably going to see stablecoin legislation that passes and is sent to Trump, and Trump's likely going to sign this legislation by August, which is before all of the policymakers, members of Congress, and senators leave D.C. And that's really important because I'll tell you right now, the stablecoin market, people are saying it's around like a little over 200 billion or so. My prediction would be by the end of 2025, I think stablecoins will probably go to $1 trillion in market cap if this bill passes, because it's going to give a runway and acceptance throughout the United States and the world in business, and that's what really the stablecoin legislation is going to do. It's going to tell businesses, hey, it's okay to operate with stablecoins. And so there's going to be a critical, quick mass adoption, I think you'll see over the next 12 to 18 months that stablecoin bill passes, and I do think you are going to see that pass. The second pillar, just to wrap up, is this idea, again, of the token issuance on blockchains and getting regulatory clarity. Like I said, we already saw the regulators themselves try to do things. The question is, are we going to see a law, a market structure law, come into place that would be permanent? And the big thing to remember about both stablecoins and market structure bills is that both, if they come into law, mean they can't be reversed later. It's not like something where it's an executive order or it's a regulator doing something specifically. So if you see the market structure come to fruition, that's going to give a full green light to companies like Coinbase and other exchanges, and maybe new exchanges in the United States that can operate with clarity on the tokens and see more of a token issuance and more of a crypto capital markets that grows. So with that, my time is up. If you have any questions or comments, that's my contact information there, and happy to talk to anybody after. And again, thank you so much to Hong Kong and the Web3 Festival for having me.
Excellent presentation. Let's give it up for Jason. Thank you, Jason, for giving us an overview of the crypto world in US. Thank you very much. So this wraps up today's morning session. And once again, let's show some appreciation to all our speakers this morning for sharing their great insights and perspectives with us. We enjoyed it a lot, and I'm sure there are many, many great takeaways from the sessions. 各位来宾，我们上半场的主题论坛已经到此结束，现在是用餐时间。我们下半场的主题论坛将会在2点钟准时开始。Ladies and gentlemen, the morning session of our forum has come to an end, and we'll now have a lunch break. The afternoon session will begin at 2 p.m. promptly. 请允许我再次代表主办方感谢冠名赞助商 Ton Foundation、GMGN、OKX Web3 以及钻石赞助商 Platon、ZA Bank、博时国际战略合作伙伴香港数码港、香港投资推广署和香港贸易发展局支持机构香港旅游发展局的大力支持，再次感谢我们的赞助商。 Please allow me to again extend our sincere gratitude to Hong Kong Web3 Festival title sponsors, Tom Foundation, GMGN, OKX Web3, and Diamond sponsors, Platon, ZA Bank, Bozera Funds, and also a big thank you to Cyberport, InvestHK, HKTDC for supporting this event as strategic partners. Hong Kong Tourism Board as supporting institution. 我们下午2点钟再见，感谢各位，我们下午再见。 各位尊敬的来宾，各位业界同仁，大家下午好！欢迎大家莅临由万象区块链实验室与 Hashkey Group 联合举办 W3Me 承办的 Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2025。我是今天的大会司仪 Jasmine， 你们好。Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2025, co-hosted by Wanxiang Blockchain Labs and Hashkey Group, and co-organized by W3Me. I'm Jasmine. It's my pleasure to be the MC for today's event. Welcome everyone here. 首先，请允许我代表主办方感谢冠名赞助商 Ton Foundation、GMGN、OKX Web3 以及钻石赞助商 Platon、ZA Bank、博时国际。战略合作伙伴香港数码港、香港投资推广署和香港贸易发展局，支持机构香港旅游发展局的大力支持，感谢大家。First of all, please allow me to extend our sincere gratitude towards Hong Kong Web3 Festival's title sponsors, Tom Foundation, GMGN, OKX Web3, and our diamond sponsors, Platon, ZA Bank, Bosera Funds. Also, a big thank you to Cyberport, Invest HK, and HKTDC for supporting this event as strategic partners, Hong Kong Tourism Board as supporting institution. 接下来，让我们将发言权交给我们今天杰出的讲者，他们是 Web3 产业中的重要领导者、投资者和观察者。Without further ado, let's give the floor to our distinguished speakers today. They are important leaders, investors, and observers of the public blockchain infrastructure's track of the Web3 industry. 接下来，我们有请 Hashkey 交易所事业群联席 CEO 吴海洋先生上台演讲，主题是2025 Keywords, Bitcoin, Stablecoins, STO, and Derivatives. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome Mr. Wu Haiyang, Co-Chief Executive Officer, Hashkey Exchange BG, to deliver a keynote speech, Real-World Access, RWA, and Web3 Innovations and Challenges. 掌声有请 A big round of applause to welcome him.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. My name is Hai Yang. In Chinese character, Hai means the sea and Yang means the sun. I'm leading the exchange of Hashkey Group, and today I will walk through with you some of the top trends in 2025. Hashkey Exchange has been in operation for over 18 months so far. Along the way, we observed many interesting things. And let's see what's going on now. If you search all the keywords, all the key major events around the world this year so far, you will probably come up with a slide like this. In the States, the Trump administration has signed the executive order to establish a Bitcoin strategic reserve and aims to launch 2 more stablecoin bills by August. In Europe, most of the licensed exchanges are trying to upgrade their VASPA registrations into MiCA license and seek MiFID for derivatives. And in Hong Kong, SFC launched the Aspire roadmap just in February, and also approved the money market funds and staking this morning. I won't go into details each line by line, but I would like you to notice, out of so much information, you could come up with 4 keywords: the Bitcoins, stablecoins, security token, and derivatives. Bitcoin first. This round of market is driven by institutional adoption. On the left-hand side chart, you could see the comparison between the Bitcoin ETF and the gold ETF, the cumulative inflows after their launch. It took almost 1 year for Bitcoin to achieve $90 billion, but for gold, it took almost 8 years, 9 years. It's much longer. On the right-hand side is another chart showing the top 10 public companies with crypto assets. By last year end, I think, if I remember correctly, there are 74 public companies with over 55 billion US dollar equivalent value of crypto, mainly Bitcoins, on their balance sheets. They are growing really fast. And on the strategic Bitcoin reserve, the US President, on March the 6th, Donald Trump signed the executive order to establish the strategic reserve. The reserve will be capitalized with Bitcoins forfeited from criminal proceedings. And it's budget neutral. Although it's a little bit below market expectation, if you compare it with the gold reserves on the right-hand side chart, the top 10 countries with gold reserves, only 2 out of them have crypto assets owned by the governments, US and China, 200,000 respectively. Germany sold its reserve last year. And just imagine, what if the governments allocate 1 to 2% of their total reserves into Bitcoins? That will be huge potential, very different from the previous ones. They could do it either through the central bank, the Department of Treasury, or even the sovereign wealth funds. The Bitcoin's value is so small right now compared to the total reserves. There's a huge potential for the Bitcoin to grow. The stablecoins. Stablecoins are overtaking Visa and MasterCard. Definitely for sure, and the trend is unstoppable. I'm not making up the 2 slides myself. These 2 are actually from the Visa website, the Chang on-chain analytics. You can see the upper slide, the total supply of a USDT and a USDC. It already surpassed 210 billion US dollars in Q1, just last quarter. And the USDT-USDC transaction volume in the lower chart, you can see it's already past 700 billion. It's adjusted, which means it excludes the distortions from high-frequency trading and bots. It's getting close to the monthly volume of Visa. It shows the strong indication of increasing adoption of stablecoins in the international trade. And we will see this number to be doubled this year. Banks are coming in as well. The large banks will boost the stability as the stablecoins, ubiquity. And with more clarity on the regulatory around the world, the frameworks, more and more banks are coming into this field to explore the stablecoins, either through the partnership with the existing issuers, or even try to launch the stablecoins by themselves. You can see some of the big names here, like the Bank of America, BNY, Bank of New York Mellon, with Circle, Standard Chartered in Hong Kong, the Brazil's largest bank, Itaú, and also the Sumitomo Mitsui Bank, the second largest in Japan. They are exploring the stablecoins. So going forward, you can imagine the swap between the stablecoins and the fiat currencies is just as easy as doing foreign exchange. Then the security tokens. People talk about STOs, RWs a lot recently. However, fundamentally, you can now sell those unpopular products in the traditional finance world to the crypto investors just by simply tokenizing them. The ultimate way or the right approach is to meet their needs. If you scan across different jurisdictions, you can see that most financial institutions, either BlackRock or Fidelity in the United States, or Franklin Templeton in Europe, UBS in Singapore, they all started from offering fixed income products, money market, to their clients first. Why? It's for the cash management needs, especially in market downturns like these days so far. So, just 10 days ago, HashKey and Bosera launched the first money market ETF in Asia. What's next? I think most of the license exchanges in Asia or globally will have an advantage of compliance to issue more security products, differentiated from those offerings from those unlicensed exchanges. It's important. Of course, you have to offer higher yields so you can compete. And eventually, those platforms will transform into one-stop service, offering both trading and wealth management functions. Okay, the derivatives. There is a huge gap between the derivative products in the traditional financial markets, the futures market, and the crypto markets. If you look at a CME product, the Bitcoin futures contract, the leverage ratio is only 2 to 5 times. It's quoted in US dollar. The trading hours is only 5 working days. But if you look at the perpetual contracts on an unlicensed exchange, it's totally different. The leverage ratio could go up to 100x. The trading hours is 24/7. And the pricing unit is quoted in stable coins. There's something missing here to unlock the needs of the compliant traders. We believe that the market will eventually develop a new kind of perpetual style futures contract to meet their needs. It's a single contract design to consolidate the market liquidity. It won't have rollover issues. It's cross-margin. And it's 24/7. It could offer clients uninterrupted experience or access to management their risk and also to seize opportunities. I think some of the major license exchanges are exploring that. You can see from the slide, Coinbase, definitely they are looking for it. I mean, we'll probably launch it this year. And for Singapore exchange, they're working on it as well. Crypto are global assets. In order to succeed in this field, we have to be global as well. So that's why HashKey is building up this global network. The quarter in Hong Kong, we have the type 1, 4, 7, and 9 licenses to offer trading, the exchange, to offer asset management, the capital, and also our advisory service on the tokenization. We also have the licenses in Tokyo to offer the OTC trading business there. We hold licenses in Singapore as well on the MAS, the CMS, Capital Market Service, and the Digital Payment Token. We can offer the OTC trading there and also the venture arm. Last year, we gained our license in Bermuda for the launch of our global site, the offshore business on derivatives. And for Dubai, we gained the license this year already. And we are launching the site very soon, I think. And this year, we're also upgrading our VASP registration into MiCA as well. And hopefully, in the second half of this year, second half, we'll see it. Last but not the least, I would like to announce the Earn channel of the Hong Kong Exchange. We will launch it April the 10th, this week. Beyond crypto trading, we will offer the wealth management function to our clients. The first product will be the Bosera Hong Kong Money Market Fund, just as I said. And users can easily access it through the web page and later on their apps. You can subscribe and redeem with one click. It's very easy. And please stay tuned, because going forward, we will release more and more wealth function products, wealth management products like fixed income, higher yields, or even like staking, just like the SSC said in the morning. Thank you very much.
谢谢，感谢海洋的精彩演讲。Thank you, 海洋 for your wonderful presentation. We loved it. And thank you for sharing your great insights on Bitcoin, stablecoin, STO, and derivatives. We're very privileged to have many industry leaders, speakers, and entrepreneurs to be here today to share their insights with us. So if you have any questions, do feel free to ask them. 在我们进行下一个论坛之前，有一个提示。本次活动采用绿色的线上同传服务，参与者可以扫描各会场专属同传二维码即可获取同传服务。Ladies and gentlemen, before we dive into our next panel discussion, a friendly reminder for everyone. Simultaneous interpretation is available at the main stage and selected substage sessions. Do scan the codes and listen to translated presentations and speeches via your mobile devices. 我们建议大家活动期间自带手机耳机，需要同传耳机的用户可以通过以下方式免费获取：一，在活动会场内拍摄活动相关的照片，或者是下载在线相册内的活动照片；二，发布推特或者是微信朋友圈，并定位2025香港 Web3 嘉年华。三，凭发布内容前往我们各会场咨询台兑换耳机，耳机数量有限，限到限得，领完为止。So a friendly reminder for everyone, please remember to bring your own headphones to the event if you don't have a pair available. You can get one for free by following these steps. First, take a photo inside the event site or download one from the online album. Secondly, tweet the photo using the Web3 Festival hashtag. And lastly, show your post to our staff at the information counter located on your left-hand side. Headphones are given out on a first-come, first-served basis. Thank you for your cooperation. 接下来是今天下午第一场的原作讨论环节，主题是 Real-World Assets in Web3 Innovations and Challenges. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we move on our first panel discussion. And the topic for this afternoon, this discussion is Real-World Assets in Web3 Innovations and Challenges. 现在我们有请原作讨论环节的主持人还有嘉宾来到我们台上。Let's welcome our moderator, Chagri Poyaras, Chief Risk Officer, Hashkey Group. A big round of applause to welcome our moderator. And also our panelists, Elizabeth Wong, Director and Head of FinTech Unit, Intermediaries, Securities and Future Commission, Hong Kong. George Cho, Chief FinTech Officer, Hong Kong Monetary Authority. Sam Yu, Chairman, Hong Kong Investment Funds Association. Steve Yun, Board Member, Ton Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists and our moderator with a big round of applause. 掌声欢迎我们的演讲嘉宾。So now I'll pass the floor to our moderator. All right, over to you, Chagri.
Welcome everyone. So this will be one of the easiest panels here, I guess, because it's quite self-explanatory. You have the regulators, and you have the association, and you also have the business. So our panel is the real-world assets in Web3, innovations and challenges. So we will explore in this session the transformative potential real-world assets in Web3 ecosystem. Our expert panelists will dive into the cases, and we will also explore the regulatory roadmap associated with the real assets and on the blockchain. As I said, the panel is quite self-explanatory. We have two regulators. We have Elizabeth and George here, and also we have Sam and Steve. So that without further ado, I will start the questions, and we will hopefully have some interactive dialogue here. And the very first question will start with Sam and Steve, and feel free to jump in, whichever one's first. how do tokenized real-world assets compare to traditional assets in terms of liquidity and market access?
Thank you very much for the questions. I think we just heard from Mr. Root on the opening the keynote speech. We do see a lot of good opportunities coming out from the market, especially when comparing to like traditional long-only fund industry. For the last like only 2 years, less than 2 years, we have seen a number of fund houses launching different type of tokenized funds in the market. I'm so glad also we have 2 or even more now licensed platforms in Hong Kong, VATP. And also thank you for the regulators, working with the industry, working with the different stakeholders to come up with rules and regulations. Because to us, it's better to know what we can do, what we cannot do before we proceed. I think, as a CIO, you know what I'm talking about. So in terms of the challenges and opportunities, we do see there's a big development in this area. We have been in industry for the fund management for a long time. Liquidity is definitely one of the key issues in order to expand the market. We need to provide the liquidity to our investors so they feel comfortable. Like for example, I think it's no secret, you see how the market reacts in this couple of days. In Hong Kong, we dropped almost like more than 10% just today. So you can see, if we don't have liquidity, how panicked the investor will be. So that's why, in order to expand, we need to do more on the liquidity side. So from our perspective, it's good to see the liquidity. We have, I think also they had a keynote speech by Heng Yan talking about 24/7. We want to see more players coming in place. They can develop the market better so that we know different stakeholders like service provider, custodian, TA side. Okay, the technology can catch up so that the liquidity can be maintained at a certain level. And on top of that, I think on the assets, definitely more platforms, easy for people to do. So the secondary trading has to be in place. Okay, so that investors will feel more comfortable. And also because nowadays the investors' mentality is so different now. Sometimes when they go home, they want to do their own personal trading. So if 24/7 is the value for the tokenized funds or crypto, also make it easier for them to invest into. And then maybe I stop here first. And also the other thing is how easy we can provide the tokenization wrapper to start with for our traditional funds, for example. Also at the keynote speech, Heng Yan talked about the 3 to 4 different fund houses already launched their money market fund or different fund in different jurisdictions. So I can see that if there's more clarity coming out for the industry, we know what type of assets, what type of wrapper we can utilize the tokenized products to tap on the existing user fund, for example. Then definitely you will create a higher liquidity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Sam. And Steve, do you have anything to add on the same?
So similarly, tokenizing real-world assets in a blockchain business point of view gives access to new capital. So crypto has about 2.5 trillion market cap as of this morning. And largely, this is new wealth that's generated. So this is a powerful access, a reserve of liquidity that RWAs can access by tokenizing their assets. A second is higher yield. So because actually Dr. Xiaofang was explaining about flash loans yesterday, because of the technical advantage of blockchains, the cycle of lending and borrowing can be as short as 1 second in crypto. So higher efficiency generally means higher yield. And of course, we look forward to having guardrails and protection for users, especially from regulators. But in crypto point of view, these are two main access that tokenizing RWAs will provide.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Steve. And I want to go on in further on this, so we want to deep dive further. In recent years, obviously we want to do this with the regulators since we will use this as an opportunity. So this question goes to the regulators, and before that, in recent years there has been increasing interest in tokenization in the market. So in particular, intermediaries want to make sure the use of new technologies in providing solutions to their clients. So how do you describe the current regulatory landscape on this in Hong Kong? And what are the regulators' current priorities and planned regulatory approach regarding tokenization, obviously respecting the fact that you cannot disclose everything, but as much as you can disclose it. And I would like to start with whichever.
Okay, maybe I go first. Before answering your question, I just want to say that as you can see from our appearance today, it's not difficult to tell that who is the true innovator, right?
That is true.
So I'm still a regulator, you know, with tie and suit.
But
so
also regulators also has to be innovative in a way because it is a difficult industry, crypto industry. So I totally respect the fact that you guys are also very innovative too.
Thank you very much. So yeah, I think there's no doubt, and everyone should be well aware about the beauty of tokenization technology, such as 24/7 immutability, programmability, and the atomic settlement, etc. You name it. So, but with all these benefits behind, I think the technology also comes along with some risks and challenges. I think as a central banking institutions, our critical role to play is to provide an anchor of safety and stability, and we need to take a very good balance between innovations and regulations, as well as security, privacy, etc. So on one hand, we don't want to stifle the development of the innovations. If we, sometimes I understand that the industry would like us to provide some clarity in terms of our expectation, guideline, rules, etc. But if we, provide too rigid guideline or regulations, then it will to a certain extent stifle the development of the innovations. But of course, we need also to take a good balance, such as in particular, we are very focused on putting a very high importance to the consumer protections and investor protections. So over the years, we adopt a risk-based technology neutral approach. So on one hand, we look at the intrinsic characteristics of the financial transactions or activity itself. On the other hand, we would like to let the industry to choose the most appropriate technology that they would think is appropriate. Quoting one of the principles we always mention is same activity, same risk, same regulations. So it's not our intention to provide any undue exemptions or requirements imposed to the market, but on the other hand, we would also like to the end users, such as the consumers or investor, make sure they will not bear any unnecessary risks or the protections that they need to safeguard. So. Two key challenges that I would like to share with you is one is the tokenizations. Although we see the benefits and characteristics of it, but the pathway of its adoption is still remain unclear to us, meaning that the adoption has still been inconsistent. To say that. So, I mean, none of us have a crystal ball in hand, but therefore we would like to work with the industry to adopt more like a use case driven approach, just to make sure while we will not blindly just to adopt the technology, but on the other hand, make sure that there will be a sustainable use cases, and then it is commercially viable. Also, when we start adopting it and implement it, it can be grow at scale as well. So this is one very key challenges. And then the other one is we see that the technology used for its implementation is still very significantly. So the market I can see from the market the implementation approach is still quite fragmented. So I think it is one of the key factor that we would like to address is the interoperability. So I will talk about the project ensemble later on. I will elaborate a little bit more. So standardization is a key successful factor of the project. So I think it is very important to, first of all, to grow the market together. Let's bake the pie, make it big enough instead of starting to corner the market at the very beginning. So I'll stop there first. Thank you.
Anything to add, Elizabeth? Or no?
Right. So maybe I could talk a little bit about our tokenization journey. So what we've noticed, and I think what George has just mentioned, is the great potential that blockchain and all this new technology can bring to the financial markets. So what we observed was that if we know that there are so many potential benefits, why isn't the industry doing more experiments? Why isn't the industry adopting it more? So I think it goes back to what Sam mentioned, was that they wanted regulatory certainty. So they wanted to know whether they could do it, what could be done, and what could not be done. So in order to further unlock the potential of this new technology, and also to encourage traditional finance to really try and experiment and really adopt new technology, what we did was that we issued circulars to provide guidance to the industry. So essentially what we said was that you are actually allowed to do it. We've never said you're not allowed to do it. What you need to do is you need to observe the traditional securities laws if the product that you're tokenizing, the asset that you're tokenizing is a security. Otherwise, what you need to focus on is to address the new risks that arise from the use of the new technology. So that would be, for example, ownership risks and other technology risks. What happens if the blockchain is down, for example? So we issued this guidance, and what we've done, as George has also mentioned, is that we've maintained it to be really agnostic to the technology that you use. So this might answer Sam's question as to, is there a standard? We haven't set a standard, but we do hope to see that some standard will evolve through the experiments that traditional finance is undertaking. We haven't said that you have to use a particular blockchain, you can't use a particular blockchain, precisely because each blockchain has their benefits, has their cons. It is for the industry to really do the due diligence, to really choose what kind of technology they want to use, what kind of blockchain they want to use, and how they can support the whole ecosystem. So this is the guidance that we've been dishing out, and we hope that through giving more guidance, more certainty, more experiments will actually come out, and also real-life use cases, which, as George mentioned, is a challenge. We want to see, commercialization, real-life use cases really emerge and really form the backbone of our financial markets.
Excellent. I think on that moment, I will continue with a second question, because that highlights the unique interaction between regulators here in Hong Kong, and I have to compliment here both of you, because in most jurisdictions that I am aware of, there's not much of an interactive dialogue between the regulators. Everybody has their own mandate. There's not much of a synchronization. But here in Hong Kong, my initial experience is there is a lot of interaction, and that actually brings the success and makes it unique. So on that note, in 2024, HKMA launched Project Assemble, a groundbreaking initiative that brought together a diverse range of industry stakeholders, with the SFC co-leading tokenization initiatives for the asset management industry, and with the HKMA, including HashKey Group as a core member. Obviously, HashKey was always on the center of any new development. On that, I think I will continue with the same order with the regulator. Since we have you here, we'll make the best time out of it. So I will start with George. Could you share your motivations behind the HKMA's decision to initiate this project, and what significant milestones you have achieved since its launch?
Thank you, Chagri. Thank you for your compliment. It's always our pleasure to work with the industry together to co-develop and co-design the ecosystem. So to answer your question, first of all, is our motivation. So I think it is quite clear to us that given the rapid development of the tokenization technology in recent years, so we want to seize the opportunity that the digital assets bring along, as particularly the tokenizations of real-world assets and financial assets, etc. That's why DHKMA commenced the project ensemble last year in March. Mainly, our aim is to explore an innovative market infrastructure with the industry to facilitate a seamless interbank settlement using tokenized money with wholesale CBDC, central bank digital currency. So secondly, we would like to explore the domestic as well as cross-border use cases with the industry. As I mentioned earlier, I think identifying an impactful, useful, meaningful use cases is very important. We are not just doing the experiment for experiment. And then the last one would be to bring together some leading experts and industry pioneers together. Let's grow the market, bake the pie together before we start thinking about competition. So some major milestones that I can share with you, apart from we launched the project in March last year, and then we formed an architecture community with the industry, composing of members across a spectrum, including regulators. SFC has been one of our very key and important partner, and then we have some international organizations such as BISIH, some representative from the universities. They give us a lot of good input from the academic point of view. Also, of course, we have some local and international banks, tech giants. Also, Hashkey is one of a very important partner. So. And then we work together, and then we collect all the inputs, particularly the requirements from the market about how should we start doing the experiment, how should we design and build our sandbox. And then after a couple of months, in August last year, we completed the building of the sandbox, and then start working very closely together with our 30 around 30 architecture community members, as well as industry pioneers, with some over 20 tokenization use cases. So these use cases cover 4 major themes, including fixed and income investment funds, liquidity management, green and sustainable finance, and trade and supply chain finance. Of course, the list can go longer and longer, but I think we still need to confine our scope, trying to identify some more common, impactful use cases. Then we will start doing some experiment on the sandbox. So apart from the local collaborations, we have also announced some cross-border collaboration last year with some overseas central banks, including Banque de France and the Central Bank of Brazil, as well as the Bank of Thailand. So we have started to work on some PVP experiments, connecting the financial infrastructure in 2 different jurisdictions. So just in parallel, of course, I think our focus will still be put on the domestic exploration first, but at the same time, we won't wait until everything is completed. We will in parallel start working with some cross-border jurisdictions, trying to identify some cross-border useful use cases in parallel. So riding on this milestone achieved by the project ensemble, I think we will continue to shape the industry standards, achieving the interoperability. I always have trouble, to pronounce this word, interoperability, as well as ensuring seamless integration with various forms of digital money, digital assets, as well as other financial infrastructure. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth, anything to add on this?
Right. So for the SFC, the motivation to participate in Project Ensemble was that we already provided regulatory certainty, clarity. So we could see that there was already a leg that was emerging, the tokenized assets leg. But to truly unlock the potential of blockchain, we need the other leg, the settlement leg, before we can actually, really reap the benefits that we're trying to reap. So that's why we were very motivated to participate in Project Ensemble, just to see how this could actually work. How could we actually, from start to finish, complete, a transaction in a tokenized asset with tokenized settlement, like tokenized money, tokenized deposits, for example. So this is a very important step that we think is would unlock the real potential that we really want to see, and it would also form, the building blocks for the infrastructure going forward as to how we deal with, orders, transactions, and settlement all the way through the life cycle of a product.
Absolutely. So I didn't forget the businesses and associations here. So my next question, this will be our last, and we will end with hopefully a question for everyone at the end. That will be the interactive part of this panel. But before that, this goes both to Sam and Steve. And feel free to jump in, whichever one of you wants to start first. And the question goes around asset tokenization is opening new possibilities. I think everybody agrees to that. How can companies capitalize on this trend to create innovative business models and solutions within the financial ecosystem?
So I think first of all, I think the companies should tokenize everything they can within the law.
Yeah, I second
real
that.
estate, commodities, money market funds. George mentioned CBDC, but also it's tokenization of fiat currencies. So I think there is a huge amount of opportunity and excitement in the blockchain space and DeFi, and tokenization will give access to that. So that's the first thing. Second thing, from layer 1 blockchain foundation point of view, we should all be very patient and build every component of DeFi ecosystem in the most secure and efficient way as possible. Since RWAs are coming, we should be enterprise level to welcome this liquidity. Third, there's a new concept called PayFi. It's basically allowing idle money that is in a wallet, waiting to be used as a payment, and providing savings accounts, but based on blockchain. So this portion it's a new terminology that came out of the crypto industry, and it's being evolved. So how do we allow people to keep cryptocurrencies in the wallet, but not keep it idle, but give them yield in a understandable and manageable risk? So blockchain companies should focus on payments and how to link DeFi into payments so that in this one app, people don't have only the ability to send and receive the asset, but also savings account, how to generate yield using the idle money.
Thank you. First of all, perhaps I want to echo like what George and Lee said first. Also, your comment, Checker. I think in Hong Kong, definitely the industry work very closely with regulators. I need to thank them for their understanding, cooperation, and openness when they prepare or send out any even circular draft. We talk to the industry whether it makes sense or not. When comparing to a number of the other regulators, some don't even talk to the industry. They probably stay in the room, lock the door, and think what they think will work. And it turned out to be a nightmare to the industry. So in Hong Kong, it's totally different ballgame. Okay, from my past like 20 plus years working experience with the SFC, definitely, they always consult the industry, whether it works or not. Now, so when it comes to this main topic, tokenization, and also the new business, I will call it, okay, is even more important because there's no previous example or experience we all can live with, and they don't even understand, we don't understand, we are all exploring together. So now going back to your question, I think, I agree with Steve. If possible, we should tokenize whatever we can. The main reason for that is always address regulators or even investors' demand, cost. Selling mutual funds, selling our what we call the user fund or Hong Kong domicile fund in the market, a lot of times, even the service provider, we want to minimize the cost, but there's so many parties involved, and different companies, different works require. But if we can tokenize any product like mutual fund or even the other funds, now also we read the article from Larry Fink from BlackRock, even talking about private assets. Private equities, infra, or real estate thing can also be tokenized. Think about those products. So if we can use the tokenization concept or process, apply to different type of asset classes, we can also democratize, the products to a lower level. Not only the PI, not only the institutions, but also retail investor can get involved into. And once we have more participants, no doubt the liquidity will be there. And also we talked about this at the very beginning, liquidity and market access. So hopefully we can see the product range wider And also the other thing we need to pay attention to is how we can bring the off-chain more to on-chain. At the moment, I think under the SFC requirement, we need to do both. So one day, hopefully soon, we can only do it on-chain so that you will minimize the cost and also make it easier for different service provider to work together. Because FA, TA, transfer agent, fund accounting, or those kind of things, if we can make the whole ecosystem on-chain, no doubt we can minimize the cost a lot. At the end of the day, it will be the investor, their benefit. More access 24/7 is no doubt is one of the big demand we should implement for the tokenization. And also that's one key reason why we want to tokenize funds, because we need to provide market access to our investors. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So now, without further ado, this is the last question of this panel, and it is going to be an interactive dialogue. We want to spend more time on it, more engagement on this. And I will be, in front of two regulators. Both Steve and Sam will be on the stage now, because we will be asking more about their wishes. So what I mean by that is, how do you think the tokenization market will look like in 3 to 5 years from now on? And how should the regulators continue to foster the growth of the tokenization as the industry develops new tokenization solutions? So what is your wish list from the regulators? That's going to be a tough question. Go ahead, Steve.
So we need RWAs. Crypto has a huge demand for these assets. But at the same time, we also, of course, want to be safe. So if there is regulatory oversight, framework, and even enforcement to ensure that RWAs are fully backed and are redeemable, this is probably the best wish we can have. And we have a bulletproof asset that is on-chain. That will be powerful. And second, George also mentioned programmability. So whatever restrictions that need to be put into the smart contracts can be. So I think as you communicate with the industry, you can also explain the features that's needed for you to feel comfortable about compliance. And we can build this new ecosystem together.
Yeah, I totally agree with Steve. Definitely, we do need to see more engagement, involvement with regulators. In 3 to 5 years' time, I can see the volume of tokenized funds and the overall tokenization concept will become very popular to the market. And there's a very good beginning in Hong Kong. I think in APAC, even the world, right? We are the leader in tokenization. So we should set a very good example to the rest of the world how we should handle RWA. And from the regulator point of view, no doubt, their job is to protect the investors. So we need to respect and fully cooperate. And in order to do that, we need to be more open and transparent to the regulators what we want to achieve. Look at the hash key has been here 18 months. All you have, perhaps, your company perhaps have meeting with them every week, okay, to communicate what should be done, what can be done, and explain to them. So it requires both sides. Industry and regulator both understand both sides, so that at the end of the day, the investor can benefit. And then also I mentioned the previous question from the industry, even for the other mutual fund operators. We want to see tokenization comes in place because we want to compete, for example, not among ourselves, but different product like ETF. How a mutual fund can also stay along to compete with ETF is to provide the same service but lower cost. Tokenization is definitely one of the key approaches, one key approach to assist, to support us to achieve the goal. So if we can apply tokenization across the board for all different type of asset classes, we can provide that kind of access to the investor to choose with the regulators, different type of requirements in. I'm sure they want to help us grow the industry. They don't want to kill us, otherwise we won't be here today. So that's why it's our job to provide, I won't say education, but more sharing, more information, so that they feel comfortable. I'm sure they want to let us do what we want within the framework. And as soon as the framework is for the investor protection, they should be okay.
I mean, I have to echo those comments. I think I agree, and we as the industry have to assist the regulators too, because it's not always asking them a yes or no question, because most of the time it is not a yes or no question. It is more complicated than that. So we as the industry have to explain what we are planning to do in as transparent as possible, and walk them through on the products that we are developing, on the new initiatives that we are taking, and engage the regulators even before we start designing those, so that the regulators' job can be easier a little bit. So, do you want anything to add on that?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is, just want to echo everyone keep saying that our partnership is very important. Like we always say, the triple P, public-private partnership. I think both the private sector and public sector have to work very closely together to make this a success. So, yeah, you asked about what do we see in 3 to 5 years. This is a very tough question indeed, and apology that I don't have an exact answer for this. Technology keep evolving very rapidly. We don't have a crystal ball. I mean, the future or the successfulness of tokenization will very much hinge on a couple of factors, such as the market trend, the technological evolvement, commercial viability, and also regulatory changes, etc. So to me, the future is still a bit uncertain, although the technology is very promising. And I do see demand is there. Everyone is have a high expectation to this. So let's work together and see whether we can make it a success. What's important to me is I think everyone should have a very open mind, forward-looking, and exploratory mindset to drive the innovations. Also leveraging on collaborations across various sectors as well as across border. Take regulated digital money as an example. As a central banking institutions, we don't have any particular preference or inclination to any one of the digital money, such as CBDC, tokenized deposits, or stablecoin. That's why in Hong Kong we have multiple projects supporting various fronts. For CBDC or EHKD, we are running a pilot program to identify whether there will be any useful use case for issuing CBDC to retails and corporates. And then on stablecoin, we are undergoing a legislation regime. So very soon, I think Hong Kong will have the first batch of stablecoin issuer licensee. And also tokenized deposits for banks. They are working very closely with us under the project ensemble. So I think all this demonstrate a very good example that we are very open-minded, and they all can coexist, and it's not necessary to exclude any one of them. We are happy to see all of them will grow in the future. So while as a central banker, we may not be a good innovator, but I promise you we'll be a very good facilitator as well as explorer. So we will see and work very closely with the market participants and see what we can go do it together in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's, I think, as the industry, that's the most we could ask for. So, Elizabeth, please, closing remarks on this comes from you.
Right. So we will definitely continue with our partnership with the industry. As Sam mentioned, we always do consult the industry before we actually, publish any initiatives. For example, the staking circular this morning that we published, it was actually a few months before that we already started on this journey. So going forward, what do I see in relation to 3 to 5 years? I actually think, I'm thinking a little bit out of the box, I don't think we will actually be focusing on tokenization. Why do I say that? It's because I think we will be using new technology. It will become infrastructure. Is it definitely tokenization? Is it definitely blockchain? I can't be sure, but it's definitely new technology, and we would be agnostic as long as it can, reap the benefits that we want to see. It actually brings value to investors. It brings value to the industry, and I think it will be infrastructure that is so good that we don't even need to talk about it. We don't have to tell people, this is a tokenized fund, you should buy a tokenized fund. That's not the way it should be done. It's really the other way around. We look at the pain points. We look at what we want to solve that is currently, a sticking point in the industry. Is blockchain, is any other technology the answer, and then we implement it. And that's what I think we are moving towards that direction. I think with Project Ensemble, we're looking at commercialization, real-life use cases. This is all the right way to do it, rather than just saying that you have to use this technology. This is the only way. You have to sell tokenized funds. That's not the way we should be doing it. But rather, we really need to look carefully at the technology. What technology do we want to use? How can we build it into our infrastructure and make it into the new infrastructure? I think when we talk about tokenization, there has been a lot of focus on atomic settlement. Maybe before we deal with atomic settlement, we deal with the middle office issues first. So in funds, for example, we know that there's so many different parties involved. Would technology, at least reduce the amount of work the different parties need to do? Would it help them communicate better and make the whole operational flow faster, more efficient? We could also look at, collateral management and reconciliations. Can it be done quicker with this technology so that we move to faster settlement, not because it's atomic, but because all the other processes leading up to settlement is dealt with more efficiently. So I think this is what we're moving towards, and we will definitely be seeing it as new infrastructure in the next 3 to 5 years.
Definitely, Elizabeth. Thank you for that. And I think you have something to add, Steve. Please go ahead.
I noticed we have a few minutes, so I wanted to ask one particular question to the panelists. I'm just curious how you see the KYC and requirements in the secondary market would work for RWAs. So if we look at stablecoins, I think many regulators are taking the approach where they KYC on and off ramp, but they let the secondary market just be flexible in the DeFi ecosystem as of today. But should the industry be expecting something similar, or whether you have a different view on that?
So that's a hard question. Please go ahead.
I think from the SFC's perspective, as and when there are more entities that are regulated, and what we're seeing is that there are more entities that need to be regulated in all jurisdictions that we're looking at, and the same could be said about Hong Kong. So we're looking at an OTC regime for virtual assets. We're looking for a custody regime for virtual assets. So I think as we go along this path, there will be a lot more intermediaries that are actually involved. They're regulated, and once they're regulated, we have the KYC requirements that we would impose on them, anti-money laundering, all that would go part and parcel of the whole ecosystem. Of course, there would still be probably P2P transfers, but we can also envisage that more and more assets might be custodied with a regulated custodian, for example. So if they're already custodied with a regulated custodian, again, you would have the ongoing KYC, ongoing customer due diligence that would follow with a regulated entity. So I think this is where we're moving towards. We're seeing that globally, this is also the path that each regulator is taking.
Definitely, definitely. And just to add to that very briefly is also the products, the third-party products, the controls, the third-party controls, the KYC verification, all those tools needs to evolve too, or the industry leaders has to build their own internal tools to also assist, to mitigate the risk. So as the newest comer to Hong Kong, I have to say one more time that I will repeat myself, but I moderated these type of events across the world for different organizations. I never seen in my life 2 regulators on the same stage. And that is unique. That what makes Hong Kong unique, and I think that makes me also excited for the future. I want to thank for all the panelists here. Thank you for every one of you. And there are some closing remarks from George.
If I may, I will just use 5 seconds to conclude our session.
Sure.
I just want to quote our slogan of our project ensemble: "Let's tokenizing together today and tomorrow."
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, everyone, and we've been perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for such a wonderful discussion, our panelists. Please be seated. 掌声再次感谢我们的演讲嘉宾，精彩的演讲，请就坐。Our panelists just gave us an overview of the topic, real-world access in Web3, and I'm sure we will gain some takeaways and get a better understanding on innovations and regulations and balancing between the two. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next panel discussion. 接下来是围炉谈话的环节。我们的主题是跨越鸿沟 ，Web3 如何从极客文化走向大众共鸣。So next, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a fireside chat, crossing the chasm, how Web3 moves from niche tech to mainstream resonance. 接下来我们有请我们的谈话主持 ，Let's welcome our moderator. 万象区块链执行董事、万象区块链实验室负责人杜宇先生，杜宇 ，Executive Director of Wanxiang Blockchain, General Manager of Wanxiang Blockchain Labs， 以及我们的嘉宾 ，also our panelists， 币安联合创始人何一 Co-founder Binance。A big round of applause to welcome our panelists on stage.
好，大家好，欢迎大家来到我们这个圆桌对话这个环节。我们也是非常荣幸能够请到了我们币安的联合创始人一姐。那我们开始之前，一姐你先跟大家打个招呼吧，自我介绍就不用，大家都认识你非常久了。谢谢，您请。
大家好，首先谢谢杜总，然后我是大家熟悉的币安首席客服，然后一直以来我觉得币安在路上都是由我们不管是从社区的用户也好，还是我们的同行，包括像杜总啊，包括肖峰总，共同支持，所以我们币安才有今天，所以也非常荣幸有这样的机会，和大家用中文来做一个现场的沟通。非常抱歉人没有来到现场，但是已经感受到了香港炙热的情绪，谢谢大家。
好，谢谢一姐。那今天呢，我们的话题其实也很有意思啊，叫跨越鸿沟 ，Web3 如何从极客文化走向大众的共鸣。那这个话题呢，其实，让我就想到，一姐已经进这个行业10几年了，13年进入这个行业，我是今年刚好10年。那在一路上呢，其实我们发现会有很多新的名词，有早期的时候讲区块链，然后这几年呢开始讲 Web3。其实早2、3年呢，大家也经常说，哎，明明你们在讲区块链，怎么又冒出个新词叫 Web3 出来了？那今天的问题，第一个问题呢，我就想问问一姐。就您如何看待 Web3 这个概念？包括您这一路10几年走过来，区块链也好 ，Web3 也好，它的概念在您的这个历程当中有发生过哪些的变化？您的理解是怎么样一步一步加深的？因为这个问题，我们在提这个问题的时候呢，其实看到您之前有一个采访是说，您希望币安要成为 Web3 的 Google。那我们知道 Google 其实有很多的服务，从搜索到邮箱。再到这个视频服务等等，有很多很多。那您觉得币安在 Web3 里面提供的核心的服务是什么？是我们今天大家可能更加熟知的金融的服务呢，还是更广阔的一些的应用场景？一姐。
好，谢谢。我觉得其实我自己本身不是一个特别喜欢被定义的心态，或者说是这样的一个性格。那我觉得当我们在给一件事情去定义的时候，往往要把它放到一个更长的历史鸿沟去看。那比如说我们看人类整个发展历程，其实经历了3个阶段。第一个阶段其实是农耕时代。那农耕时代呢，大家主要的生产资料就是土地，然后呢，你通过土地去种地，然后获得粮食。在这样的阶段呢，其实你会发现你的社会结构，你的这种比如说都是这种大家族，对吧？然后全部住在一起，然后会有族长，会有宗族，不管东方还是西方，你会发现都是这样。那到了第2个阶段，其实是工业革命阶段。那其实在工业时代，你会发现说，因为需要有工厂，需要有流水线，所以你会发现有越来越多的人他获得了教育的这个权利。为什么？因为你需要培训足够多的人去流水线做工人。那包括我们今天去培训一些所谓的顶级商学院的 MBA， 其实它的本质也是在教你如何去管理工人。那我们当今天再去看，走到现在，我们经常讲今天是一个信息时代。那信息时代，什么是最重要的资源？什么是最重要的有效的真正的生产资料？其实我觉得到今天可能大家还是非常的疑惑。那所以当我们在讲所谓的 Web 1.0、Web 2.0、Web 3.0的时候，其实是试图在信息时代再去做一个2次切割。也就是说，Web 1是什么？是这个新闻资讯，对吧？ 那当我们在讲 Web 1.0是新闻资讯的时候，那你怎么确定，比如说以前电视机、收音机的时代就不是呢？我觉得其实当大部分时候我们在去做一个定义的时候，那个定义都不是那么的准确。那我们在讲 Web 2.0，可能是讲说移动互联网或者互联网可以让大家连接在一起。Web 3.0是我们可能可以用区块链去做一些变革。但其实我个人在去看待这些定义，我们每过几年就会有很多新的名词出来，比如说什么元宇宙啊，比如说RWA 啊等等。你会发现说这些事情它其实在过去的10年，它其实一次又一次的被提起过，但是只是它换了一个新的面貌。那与其我觉得我们去纠结 Web 3.0到底是什么，不如说，我们可以通过科技带来的变革，为这个世界做一些什么。那就回到了 Binance 本身，我们的这个 slogan 早期到现在没有变过，叫 Exchange the World。所以其实我们是在搭建一个网络，搭建一个平台，能够让不同的人通过这个平台去，不管是交易也好，还是支付也好，还是转账也好，还是通过这个平台想要获得他想要的信息，甚至你今天可以在我们 Binance 的平台上去拉一个群，跟你的朋友聊天等等。所以我认为说，大部分时候呢，任何一个企业或者说一个这个 entrepreneur， 你在做你的公司的时候，与其去思考说，我怎么在这个 Web 3.0或者说Web 2.0做一个什么样的生意，那我觉得更重要的是你创造了一个什么样的产品，为用户提供了什么样的价值，那有没有人愿意为这件事情付费？他们是真的需要，还是说我们在试着用这个科技这件事情去满足自己的虚荣心？在这儿其实我经常会讲到一个案例，就是当年 Steve Jobs 在一个演讲现场就被人 Q 说，你看你们的 Google 对吧，跟 ABCD 比，你们的技术都很烂，那你凭什么觉得说你是一个伟大的公司？那我觉得 Steve Jobs 其实提供了一个到今天仍然行之有效的一个逻辑，是说你的产品是为用户服务的，就是说科技是为你的用户服务的。如果这个技术它没有真正去 service 你的这个为你的用户服务，那这个技术它可能是无效的。所以你如果问币安想做什么，我们想用区块链技术，不仅仅是去做一个交易平台，那大家会看到说，在我们的生态里面也会有，比如说 BNB 欠账的一些基建，那它其实承担了更像亚马逊云或者说阿里云这样的一个角色，去帮助更多的新的创业者去寻找，或者说去不断的创造一些新的可能性。谢谢。
好，谢谢一姐。其实我们，尤其我自己也是技术出身，那技术背景出身，会有很多创业者有个毛病，就是总觉得自己的东西是最好的，创造了很多让自己很嗨，但是没有用户用的东西。所以 Web3 不管它的定义是什么，最终其实是要为大家所用，为社会所用。那其实，再回到我们这个问题，走向大众共鸣，那我们就用数据说话。这个我去找了找2024年底的一个数据，到目前为止呢，全球拥有加密货币的人，就不管你是有自己的钱包，还是在交易所的开户，通过各种形式拥有 crypto 人大概在6.59亿，然后其中呢，只有2亿人是有自己的钱包的。那这个钱包是指，或者说是2亿人是真正的 Web3 的用户。那其实相对于所有的互联网产品来说是非常非常少的。而币安目前在全球有差不多2.7亿的注册用户。这一姐您也多次提到说希望能够吸引下一个10亿用户进入 Web3 的这个愿景。那您觉得 Web3 从这个很极客、很小众的路线上面走向大众，目前有哪些阻碍？然后币安和整个币安的生态系统又是如何去解决这些障碍，然后以实现我们跨越从这个所谓的极客到大众的这个鸿沟呢？
实际上我们去看很多，就您刚才提到技术这件事情啊，就是你会发现人类历史上有很多的技术，它其实被应用的过程当中可能没有被大众化，然后就被封尘了，被搁置了。可能若干年以后，然后呢又有一个新的契机，让激活了这个技术，然后最后这个技术广为人知，并且变得流行。其实包括今天的电动车，那电动车这件事情其实是一个非常老的技术，但是只是因为各种各样的不管是环境也好，还是能源也好，这个契机到了，然后它就爆发了。那其实这个 P2P 点对点的技术也是这样的，它其实也是一个非常老的技术，对吧？那但是最重要的是，我觉得当我们自己在看今天的时候，我觉得其实还是因为这个时代给了 区块链，或者说给了 P2P 点对点这样的技术，有了区块链技术。那有了区块链技术以后，我们第一次就是可以让全世界不同的人在一个非有组织的结构的基础上，能够更好的去协作。而且并且达到互相信任这个机制。所以在我们去聊说，当我们要去跟用户去做推广，需要去教育用户这件事情的时候，其实我是不太认同的。我觉得用户不需要被教育，因为我自己是学教育出身，然后我又很讨厌别人说教我，所以我就觉得说，最重要的是你做的这件事情对他们有用，就是 real value。比如说，你看那个互联网技术也是一样的，就是我们小时候那个时候，我记得我10岁出头的时候，就是偷偷上网，那个时候还没有身份证。然后呢，就要去那种黑网吧。然后呢，这个时候如果你的父母知道呢，他就会说：“哎，你是坏小孩，对吧？”然后我们小时候还会有那个网瘾少年会被关起来。所以你看，最后到今天，那80岁的老太，她在拿着拼多多这个砍一刀的时候，她是被教育出来的吗？她不是，她是被应用出来的。然后当60岁的老龙用那个拼多多卖苹果的时候，他是被教育出来的吗？他不是被教育出来的，他是这个东西真的能够帮助他的生活。所以其实我觉得说，与其我们去纠结怎么去教育用户，那不如更重要的是怎么样做出用户真正需要的产品。那这儿有一个例子，就是我们去年在那个迪拜做 BBW 的时候，就是有一个肯尼亚的小哥，然后呢，他其实就是在迪拜上班。然后呢，他会每个月把他的薪水通过我们的平台再转给他的家人，实际上就是真的是非常快捷，成本也非常低。因为今天有很多这个 crypto 行业的用户啊，我就不用去解释它了，所以大家也理解说，实际上大家在使用这个产品去能够帮助他的生活的时候，你不需要去给他解释底层的技术是怎么生成的，他只需要能够很好的去用它就好了。那我觉得在这个里面很重要的一点是，现在很多人会把比如说钱包和交易所这样的这个业务，天然的认为说它是完全独立的2件事情。但是我认为本质来讲，你怎么知道交易所的用户本身在用交易所的时候不是当钱包用呢？我就是呀，我平时不交易，就我的交易所账号就是我的钱包，对吧？那为什么你觉得钱包的用户他就一定跟交易没有关系呢？我觉得它都是这个时代发展的过程当中，对吧？然后呢，有一小撮这个比较极客的用户觉得说，我希望我能够100%控制我的私钥，然后呢，这个东西呢，就是你最好交易所完全没有办法影响它，这样子会让我自己有安全感。就说它是一个理想主义场景下的极客的追求，但是可能对很多普通用户来说，他可能没有安全意识。那他也不知道怎么更好的去保管他的钱包，那这个时候可能对他来讲，中心化的交易所就是钱包。而且当今天我们在看到有越来越多的钱包在做交易的时候，对吧？那它可能是一个不需要 KYC、不需要反洗钱的一个交易，那它可以去 target， 比如说上几百万个币。那交易所可能它因为你有各种各样的合规的要求，你有上币的审核流程，所以你只有几百个币。那你会发现说，其实本质来讲，他们都在做一件事情，就是服务用户。那钱包其实是在去服务用户买那些 CEX 没有，就是交易所没有办法买的那些币，而且不需要 KYC， 对吧？所以本质来讲，它是同一个生意，也就实现会比谁高贵。但是呢，我觉得大家都是在做一个 to C 的服务。你之所以会有用户，是因为你解决了用户的某一个痛点。
对，所以最终其实不是回过头来说不是技术，而是你解决了什么样用户的痛点。你这个用户解决的痛点越多，你的用户量自然就上来了。对，所以其实但是呢，这里面其实涉及到我们在日常当中会碰到另外一个问题，其实就是大家对于公众对于这个行业的印象是怎么样的？其实您看最近这几年，不管是从美国开始，到欧洲，到中东，再到香港，其实这些主流的国家都在纷纷把 Web3 把 Crypto 纳入监管，给这个行业慢慢的塑造一个非常好的形象。但同样，这个行业当中也有很多的这些负面的新闻，所以反而会影响很多公众。他惧怕进入这个行业，所以在这样的这个背景之下呢，您觉得必然也作为这个行业的一个领导者，那我们如何建立更加积极正面的这个行业的形象，然后我们更好的去引导公众，我们不用教育，我们要引导公众和监管更好的理解和接受这一个全新的领域。
首先我想说， 就是当今天币价只要有波动的时候呢，就是媒体一定会说，你看比特币这个再一次站上了悬崖，对吧？就比特币被死亡已经我就超过100次都不止了。但我认为说这个世界其实你要理解，就是说。不管是在工业革命时代，还是在互联网泡沫时代，就这种上千倍的泡沫，它都是出现过的。但是并不等于这些投资泡沫最后没有真正诞生出来，推动这个世界发展的一些好的公司或者好的产品。那在这样的基础上，你去理解。当工业革命出现的时候，如果你们这个小时候看过电影啊，就是那个叫什么黄飞鸿，对吧？然后就是比如说那个修铁路的时候，工业革命那个先要修铁路嘛，因为修了铁路你才可以运那个能源，你的这个生产资料，你的这个组织才能够 organize 才能够高效。那你会发现那个叫什么，就是这个大家就拿着这个长矛大刀去跟那个。洋人打，就为什么要阻止他们修铁路，对吧？就是你们这个年轻人可能没有看过，就是那同样的，就是在这个互联网时代来的时候一样，就像我小时候说那个我去上网，然后老师一定觉得你这个是坏小孩儿，然后就是你只能偷偷上，你作为一个拿奖学金的这个学生，你只能偷偷去上网，还不能让老师知道你去上网了。所以就说，每一个新生事物诞生的时候，天然的都会别人对它带有一定程度的恐惧，因为这就是人性，人性就是喜欢井井有条，就是喜欢稳定。这就是为什么小时候我们那个背书的时候特别喜欢那个概念第1条、第2条、第3条，对吧？因为它会帮助你认识这个世界，你认识这个世界，你就会觉得安全了。但是另外一点是，如果我们回到区块链这个行业来看，你会发现说。很大的一个原因是因为当初 Satoshi 就中本聪在写白皮书的时候，他其实是像一个斗士一样，一个革命者，他是反传统金融的，所以这件事情就会决定说，很多早期开始参与这个行业的人呢，他其实是理想主义者，是极客。然后呢，再进一步在这个群组慢慢的变大的过程当中，就是一些传统的监管部门对于整个行业的认知就是你们还是一帮无政府主义者，一帮理想主义，对吧？你天天叫嚣着推翻政府，我觉得这个其实是一个误解啊。就我觉得就是今天还是有非常非常多的理想主义者，但是我觉得说最重要的是，你在你的理想主义，在你的这个技术之间能不能找到一个 sweet point， 就找到一个甜蜜点，然后能够让这件事情真的发生，然后呢普惠每一个就是这个老百姓，每个公众个体。所以我觉得说，在这件事情上，其实我们已经看到，不管是这个越来越多的监管也好，还是越来越多的这种传统金融也好，其实他也发现了说，这个技术其实是确实对人类社会有帮助的，它让它更高效、更简洁，然后更优雅的一些解决方案。所以我们看到这一切都在发生。但是呢，我觉得就是这里有一个叫什么，就是有一个所谓的延迟，就是这个信息延迟的一个周期。这是在历史上也是一次一次发生的，就是当前面都是负面信息的时候呢，就是公众对这件事情的认知还会停留在，就是这是一件坏事，或者说这是一个，这是一个什么庞氏骗局，对吧？就是，比如说互联网泡沫的时候，大家都说，哎，那个庞氏骗局泡沫破裂了，但是最终互联网还是改变了我们的生活。那区块链骗局破灭的时候，然后区块链还是真正的。构建了一个更高效的金融系统，我觉得这个是我们在这个过程当中，一次一次的去看到它在发生、发展和变化的。
对，所以这也其实是需要我们这些行业的从业者能够发出更多积极正面的声音，因为负面的声音永远会在那边，但是我们需要的是让更多更积极、更正面，对于社会、对于公众更加有价值的声音出现。我觉得这是会促进大家对于整个行业有更好的接受度。那其实您刚刚说到这个技术对于大家对于新技术的恐惧，那我要叠加另外一个新的技术，就是 AI。那从过去这几年开始，不管从ChatGPT 也好，还是到春节期间 DeepSeek 也好，每个行业你现在不得不去讨论 AI 的这个问题。您之前在采访中也专门提到过，也看好 AI 这个赛道。那您觉得这 AI 对 Web3 会有什么样的影响？AI 是不是可以帮助大众更好的去接受 Web3？ 以及还有一个特别有意思的问题，就是在 Crypto 里面大家都会说 Crypto Native， 其实在 AI 这个领域当中也有这个问题，也有这个词叫 AI Native。那您觉得把这两个词合在一起，AI Native 加 Crypto Native， 您觉得合到一起之后会看到什么样的机遇呢？
我其实在 大概2年以前谈到，就那时候 ChatGPT 刚火吧，然后就是谈到过一次。我觉得说，虽然有一些概念我很不喜欢被定义啊，但是还是可以帮助大家更好的去理解这个世界。我其实一直讲说 AI 是一个生产力的革命。那确实是会极大程度的去降低你的劳动力的投入。那同时呢，我一直在讲区块链其实是一个劳动关系的变革，就是这个劳动关系的变革是怎么样让使用的，就是你的用户和你的平台能够产生一个正向循环。那在这个例子上面，其实很多人会有质疑，说你凭什么说区块链是一个叫什么，就是 positive circle， 对吧？就是你凭什么说它是一个劳动关系的改变？其实我觉得币安就是一个很好的例子，因为大家知道，就是币安当年其实融资的时候估值还是蛮低的，就融了1500万美金。然后在今天，我们其实是给了这些 token 的 holder 是无数的有效的这个，就是这个倍数还可以吧的回报率，对吧？那其实你会发现说，这个我们经过自己的试验，这件事情它是工作的。那如果当一个有效的生产力和生产关系能够进行一个好的结合的时候，那其实你可以想象它给这个世界带来的变革是巨大的。那到那个时候，其实还有2个核心的问题没有解决。第一个就是你的生产力解决了，你的劳动关系劳动力解决了，劳动关系解决了，那你更大的问题是你的生产资料何来？就是你解决了什么问题？我觉得这个其实是我们今天在很多创业者去创业的过程当中没有想清楚的问题，就是你的核心的生产资料是什么？那如果纯粹用 AI 的逻辑来讲，我觉得可能就是叫什么，就是数据。我说的数据我说的是一个更广阔的数据的概念啊，不仅仅是指个人 data， 它可能是一个更广义的数据的概念。那当这些数据进入你的生产力组合，进入你的劳动关系的变革的过程，你会进入另外一个问题，就是你解决什么问题，谁需要它？你为谁解决了问题？谁是那个付费的用户？这个时候你才能产生所谓的劳动成果，就是说你的这个有钱了嘛，你才能够分给你的这个叫什么 token holder， 对吧？你才能够普惠你的社区。但如果你自己都不赚钱，你说有一些创业项目，其实我觉得做的也蛮好的，就是产品技术初心都不错，但是呢就是不赚钱，对吧？不赚钱，然后用户就天天骂说，哎，你看那个创始人诈骗了，币价跳水了。这个时候就会让自己陷入一个比较尴尬和艰难的处境，其实是也有可能只是那个创业的那个方向没有找到一个有付费用户的一个方向，所以我就是说我是一个特别无聊的这个传统的生意人的逻辑，就是做极致的产品，做用户需要的东西，要有一个有效的商业模型，能够支撑你能够长期的有收入，然后能够回馈你的社区。我觉得我这种观点可能不是 crypto 行业最主流的观点，但是是我觉得是一个说出来经常会被挨骂的观点，说我是一个完全不懂 Web3 的人。那但是我还是呼吁大家说，当你有这个精力、有这个资源的时候，去做一些真正能够帮助普通人生活变得更好、有人愿意付钱的这个项目，它其实是有长期的生命力的，不是短期的 pump 和 dump， 这是第一点。那第二点是，我觉得当你有了这一切，就是所谓的你有一个好的创业方向，有好的创业的底层逻辑，也盈利也赚钱了以后，我觉得更重要的是你有没有那个心力，是真正愿意帮助普通人，还愿不愿意回馈给你的社区，这个其实是蛮大的一个挑战。因为我们知道传统 IPO 是你只要公司上市了，你退出是正常的，对吧？但在币圈你会发现，你发的每一个币都会变成你的一个责任，你肩上沉甸甸的一个责任。这也是为什么我今天还在这儿干活的原因啊！我从来没有想过我是一个就是这么。就我以前觉得我要是赚1个亿美金，我可能就这个退休了。但是最后你发现说，当所有人、你的用户、你的这个持币用户都在看着你的时候，你就需要不断的去让你的这个组织变得更高效，能够长期的基业长青，这样才对得起你的用户。那是最后一个是，如果说作为 AI 也好，作为这个 crypto 行业 native 也好，我觉得去创业，其实失败不是最可怕的。我觉得。所有真正那些能成功的人，其实是极致的意志力的一个展现。就是所有人都告诉你这件事情做不成，所有人都告诉你这件事情是叫什么，就是赚不到钱的。所有人都告诉你在自寻死路，但是你有那个执念，你有那个信仰，你相信这件事情， 然后呢，当然是你有这个能力的情况下，你也清楚你的底层逻辑清楚的情况下去把它实现。我觉得创业本来就九死一生嘛，你不能指望说有100个公司50个公司创业成功，这不是事实。那可能是1000个公司10000个公司里面只有1个公司能成功。那在这个过程里面，其实不仅仅是一个智力的比拼，也不仅仅是一个才华的比拼。我觉得其实是意志力和open mindset 持续成长的能力的一个比拼。
是。
所以我觉得说，不管你是 crypto native 还是这个 AI native，你都可以从头去学，因为这些东西真的太新了。尤其是那个 DeepSeek 开源以后，你会发现它把所有人又拉到了一个新的起点，重新再去赛跑。所以任何时候都不晚，但是最重要的是扛下去嘛。
是，您其实对于创业者已经给了很多的这个建议啊。然后最后其实因为时间也快到了，我很快有一个特别的一点，其实我们也一起恭喜一下币安最近刚刚拿到了阿布扎比主权基金 MGX 最近20亿美金的投资。那为什么提这一点呢？这是华人创业者这些年以来拿到的规模最大的投资之一。对，所以其实区块链行业或者叫 Web3 行业一路走过来，过去10年大家都在做基础设施的建设，现在其实大家都说没有应用，而恰恰我们华人的应用开发者其实是在全球来说最有竞争力的，包括看各种各样的 AI 的产品也好，互联网产品也好，华人做应用一定是最有优势的。所以最后您能不能简短的1、2句给我们这些华人创业者有什么样好的建议？
首先我觉得，我习惯性的会把这个所有的问题放到一个框架里去看，它在那个组织的哪一个模块里面。其实你看中国在过去的就是过去的10年到20年，提供了非常强的基础教育，所以有大批的年轻人，他确实是有非常好的教育的底子在那儿。然后呢，我们有如此多有这个叫什么才华卓越的年轻人，然后在这样的基础上，我们华人又是这个叫什么，最努力、最就是不计较的一群，真正的所谓的就是因为这是我们基因里的东西啊，就勤劳、勇敢、善良，对吧？然后呢，我觉得说，不管放在什么样的框架底下，我都相信说，我们华人创业者是能够闯出来自己的一片天的。所以我也希望说，我们的这个创业者们不用因为这种世界的风云变幻就觉得说没有机会了，也不用觉得说看到有这种世界的地缘战争地缘政治的这种割裂就觉得这个一个时代结束了。我觉得是要做一个乐观的悲观主义者。就是在所有的悲观的土壤当中开出最乐观的花，向阳而生。我觉得你就能够坚持下去，你能够有自己的心力，有自己的毅力，带着你的意志力去达到你想要达到的那个目标。
好的。
但是如果有一天你达到了那个目标，就是如果你有一天非常成功了，就是一定要以时乾坤大，犹怜草木青，还是要记得你的社区帮助你走到今天啊，你还是要普惠一下社区。
好的，谢谢一姐。那我们今天时间也差不多，这个跟一姐的讨论时间永远过得很快，所以也期待我们下一次能够在现场和一姐能够有更深入、更长时间的讨论。好，我们谢谢一姐，各位，谢谢。
谢谢，感谢杜总还有一姐的精彩讨论。请就坐。Thank you so much, our panelists, for sharing your insightful perspectives with us. Please be seated. 各位来宾，在进行我们下一个讨论环节之前，我们有一个温馨提示：我们的嘉年华有一个礼品兑换的活动，在会看赞助商 logo 页里面，你们可以看到主办方、title sponsor、钻石、所有 co-organizer、白金、黄金、networking lounge、coffee bar、1级、2级、3级赞助商的 logo 下方均有一个盖章处。活动期间，只要集齐指定区域内所有的印章，就可以到我们的资讯台领取礼品。So, ladies and gentlemen, we're giving out gifts during our Web3 festival, and all you need to do is collect stamps. You can pick up a T-shirt, blanket, co-branded hardware wallet at the information desk once a day by collecting all stamps on any one of the 4-page frames, which you can find on the sponsor logo page from page 8 to page 11. 好，接下来是今天下午的第2场原作讨论环节，主题是稳定币的未来、监管与大规模采用。Next, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have our second panel discussion for this afternoon, and the topic is the future of stablecoins, regulations and adoptions. 现在我们有请原作讨论的主持人还有嘉宾来到我们台上面。Let's welcome our moderator, Amanda Cassette, founder and CEO of Serotonin. Big round of applause, please. And our panelists, Rita Liu, CEO, RD Technologies. Yam Ki Chen, Vice President of Asia Pacific Circle. Dominic James Mathe, Head Digital Asset and FinTech Hong Kong of Standard Chartered. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists and moderator on stage. And now I'll pass the floor to our moderator. Over to you now.
Thank you so much for having us, Web3 Festival. Excited to be here moderating our panel on stablecoins, one of the most exciting topics this year. I'm going to go around and ask our panelists to each introduce themselves. I will start. I'm Amanda Cassett, founder and CEO of Serotonin. We bring the world's breakthrough technologies to market.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Rita, CEO of RD Technologies. We're one of the 3 companies that are in the sandbox for stablecoin regulation in Hong Kong under Hong Kong MA. And we also run our own stablecoin payment platform here in Hong Kong. Nice to meet you.
Good afternoon. My name is Yam Ki. Nice to meet you all. My title is Vice President for Asia for Circle. We're the issuer of USDC, which is the largest regulated stablecoin in the world.
Great. Hello. My name is Dominic. I'm from Standard Chartered Bank. I'm the head of digital assets and fintech for Standard Chartered in Hong Kong. And I've also been managing our stablecoin project. We're in the same sandbox as RD. Thanks.
So I'll start out the conversation. Do you think that stablecoin payments are poised to overtake traditional payment systems like SWIFT and ACH? Is that something that we can expect soon? Do you want to start, Rita?
Sure. My answer is absolutely. It's just a matter of time. I just came from the other stage where I gave a keynote. So how we see this is there are 3 generations of payments. The evolution of cross-border payment. Payment 1.0, which is based on purely correspondence banking and SWIFT. And payment 2.0 is fintech solutions where these fintech companies have their own liquidity pools, and so they use the liquidity pools, the money pools, the licenses everywhere to facilitate faster settlement across borders. But the problem with that is it's capital intensive, it's walled gardens, the liquidity is not democratized. So payment 3.0 is based on tokenized money, based on stablecoin. That's actually the original goal, right, of Satoshi, which is a peer-to-peer global payment system, right? So stablecoin is actually realizing that original vision. So the beauty of that is the information flow and money flow, fund flow comes together. So that's why it's superior than traditional rails. So we believe it's actively happening, this new payment 3.0 based on stablecoin, and we believe it's a matter of time. It will take over. Now I will stop here, but I think there is a difference between cross-border payment and local payment, because you also mentioned ACH. That's more probably referring to local payment. That's something different. But I'll stop here.
What do you think, Yam?
So I really like Rita's framing, and you can tell you're in a payments and finance panel when people talk about liquidity. And the beautiful thing about this is that there is finance and there is technology, and this is where it comes together. So along those lines, maybe I'll bring the technology lens to it. The technology lens to this different versions of payments iteration. In the first one, the technology is around these old rails with a really poorly designed UX. You have to go and send an email to your bank. Actually, before then, you have to probably call them up or fill out some forms. And in the
send a fax.
Send a fax. 2 signatures perhaps.
Wait, call the notary.
Or call a notary. That's right. And you're going way back. And in the first version of fintech, it was really the same rail with a better UX. So they got rid of that horrible experience, but the underneath movement of funds, forget about liquidity. I mean, that's more of the payment side, but in the experience, the technology side, it was awful, right? You would be able to still use a Venmo or a Cash App or something else, but it would take a while for money to move, or you have to download 5 different types of apps to do payments depending on which closed network you're talking to. And this iteration of fintech really breaks away the underlying rail that moves money around. And because of the use of blockchains, it's really open to all. And the cost of merchant acquisitions essentially becomes zero. The cost of user acquisitions becomes zero. And I think it'll be really interesting to see what builds on top of that. From our experience at Circle, we've been around for a number of years. Since the inception of USDC, we've seen $25 trillion of on-chain transactions. And that includes everything from the digital asset trading to movement of funds that people use it for cross-border payments. So it is definitely coming and it's definitely growing.
And that 25 trillion, that's more than Visa and MasterCard combined, which is really fascinating. But someone's got to steelman the opposing position. Before I ask you the same question, Dominic, can't ACH and SWIFT just change their settings or update their technology in order to make the payments go faster? Can't they just adjust the prices that they charge? Is this just a matter of UX? Is it just a matter of innovator's dilemma? Or is there something core to the technology of stablecoins that makes them inherently better?
That's to me? Okay.
The bank.
The bank guy. Okay. Well, look, it's a good question, and not one I thought about, but let me think about it now. So, look, I think one of the big differences here when you talk about, there's definitely things that that current payment giants can do to continue to pick up market share. There's, it's still a very networked and rich ecosystem. So, I think there are advantages that play for that model. But I think one of the big differences is actually in the panel we just had talking about tokenization RWA. So no matter how you use fiat, it does not solve for your settlement or your purchase or payment of tokenized assets. Going and selling a bunch of tokenized bonds and settling them with fiat actually doesn't solve your problem. So I think the more we do see tokenization of RWA, the more we see the need for tokenized money to make that payment, to go across that same rail. So that is something different. That is something new. That is something that incumbents will have to solve for by either new technology, new business models, things like stablecoins. That's not just a small pivot in an existing business model. And that's probably something that I think is quite exciting here in Hong Kong. Obviously, we've seen the interest around tokenized RWA. I think it's a huge use case for tokenized local currency as well as US dollar.
So if I can jump in, thank you, Dominic. So I think there are a few sort of layers of answer right to that question. First of all, there's definitely technical or technology superiority when it comes to tokenized money sort of money movement because it's a public ledger, right? So if you look at correspondence banking, what is it? It's basically private ledger settlement, right? So bank to bank, you need to open nostril vostro account with each other, and you need to have all these relationships in place. That's why banks in emerging markets get less and less correspondence banking relationship because the bigger banks are de-risking, right? So they don't have those relationships. Then when you don't have the relationships, you cannot settle with each other. But on public ledger, you can settle whenever as long as you have a blockchain address. So it's definitely superior. It has a technological superiority over traditional rails. And now, when it comes to ACH, something like domestic rails, I do think, over the past years or decades, fintechs have been trying to make it better, right? And also in the traditional world, like for example, I spent lots of time in Europe. Open banking really changed the landscape of how fintechs, where other companies can access banking data and the information and funds. So things are moving in the traditional world as well. But whenever something revolutionary happens, right, the incumbents move slowlier than the new entrants, right? So that's also another way of looking at this. Just to my few cents.
I think what you're alluding to, Rita, is a bit of what was discussed by He early on. It's a bit of a governance problem, and there's this tension between those who have the power and control, and those who are trying to challenge those who have power and control. And in the case of the local payment rails, the regulators domestically have a lot of say. And we've seen enormous amount of innovation at the local level, especially in Asia, be it within China, be it here in Hong Kong, be it in Singapore, India with UPI, etc. But the challenge became the integration across these different jurisdictions, right? Where you talked about cross-border payments being the real area where stablecoin become useful, and that's what we see as well, where essentially you've got these different local rails that can pay out real time. But take the case of Singapore. Singapore negotiates with India for UPI to pay now. Singapore negotiates with Thailand for pay now with prompt pay. But that doesn't mean that UPI can integrate with prompt pay. And you have to do these MOUs, you've got to do the commercial agreements, you got to go then get the integration done. And it's a end-to-the-end problem. And when you're trying to solve that in a lot of different places, it becomes really hard. SWIFT is still in existence because people have come to that standard. However, changing that standard requires all these players to come back together and agree on a new economic model. And I think they're struggling to do that.
So there's an element of innovator's dilemma here, the old school system just not moving fast enough, even though they technically could. And there's also a technology breakthrough, which is this shared ledger that's immutable, that everyone can have access, that lets us operate in a zero trust environment if we had to, if we wanted to.
Ledger and compute, right? And that I think is people miss the part about blockchains, especially Ethereum right? If Bitcoin was blockchain 1.0, Ethereum was 2.0. It's that compute that brought in a whole lot of innovation.
Programmability.
Programmability, yeah.
Great. So moving on, we have a notable stablecoin issuer on our panel, but there are also other stablecoins out there. I'm curious what each of you would define as the characteristics of a trustworthy stablecoin. Does it have to be 100% backed or over-collateralized? Are there any decentralized or novel mechanisms for building a stablecoin that are capturing your interest? Maybe Dominic, we'll start with you.
Yeah, sure. Look, I don't think necessarily it requires over-collateralization or it needs to be that formulaic. I think there's kind of different ways to get there. I think the key being, there's some kind of key thematics or tenets, though, that are required, and I think transparency obviously is one. I think that a tightly managed reserve from a credit risk, counterparty credit risk, from a market risk perspective, all key attributes. And I think, if you kind of follow that thinking, there's different ways to apply that. We're very focused, obviously, on fiat. That's what's happening here in Hong Kong. I'm not an expert in some of the algorithmic backed stablecoins and some of the work that's being done there. I think it's very interesting. You mentioned interesting. I think a lot of stuff that's happening is innovative and interesting. I don't know, or I don't feel that right now, I haven't seen anything that I would say that's the equivalent of tokenized money. And that's, I think, what we're trying to solve for here. Right now, the track records are still a little bit out. We still see problems with fiat-backed stablecoins, right? There's still risk there. So I don't know if any of those are ready, some of the more alternative structures, but I think they are interesting. I think there's a lot of smart people spending a lot of time on some of these different structures. We'll continue to monitor and watch, but as for right now, the main focus is on fiat. I think that, to kind of get that cash equivalent, this seems like the simplest solution. And I don't know, seems like many years now of looking at different problems, usually the simple problem that works seems to win. And so far, I've seen a lot of complex solutions that don't seem to be quite fit the need as much. So as long as it stays within that, I think fiat probably has a bit of an edge. Of course, I'm sure in a year or two from now, I'll be saying, why did I say that? But that is my view right now, yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious. You prefer the decentralized stablecoins, right?
I would say that we thought about this problem quite a bit, and we've built a company around it. And what we've seen, or what we've discerned to be the safest in the way we've structured it, is a 101 back, and it's a little more than 101. So it is a little bit over-collateralized. And we do that in a way that any other financial institution is structured, that there's a capital risk framework in place. When we look around the world in terms of what regulations are in place, what's permitted here in Hong Kong, but also in Japan, in Europe, what's emerging in the United States, in Dubai, elsewhere, they tend to focus on fiat reference stablecoins, and there are also very clear guidance around what the reserve holdings look like in terms of high quality liquid assets, short-term duration, ideally same denomination as what your issue stablecoin is, so there's no currency risk built into the reserves. And then there are trust but verify. So the requirements around attestations at least at a monthly level, if not more frequently, and then an annual audit. I think that sets a pretty high bar around the transparency and necessary protections around a tokenized cash is how we think about it.
Yeah, so I am someone you would call a stablecoin maximalist. So I love all kinds of innovations in the space. So I think it's just the community's effort to find the best the best solution for money on chain, right? So but I think it depends on the different use cases. So here in Hong Kong, we're really like at RD, we're really talking about how to move the traditional payment volume, the traditional players into the space. I use this number a lot. So Hong Kong's B2B payment volume last year was more than 1.2 trillion US dollar, right? So to move, and most of that is traditional cross-border payment, cross-border trade-related payment. To move those volume into our space, you need a more, understandable, more like approachable, accessible, trustworthy option, right? So that's why in Hong Kong the regulation is very focused on fiat referenced stablecoin, so FRS. So it's fiat-backed stablecoin, and because it's easier to understand, and it's very very much with the regulators' blessing, it's very much easily acceptable for traditional players, and that's what we're seeing happening, right? All these traditional payment companies, merchants, exporters, importers, actively moving into the space because it's something they can understand. It's something they can clearly see the value of. So I think I would say, FRS, fiat reference stablecoin is our focus as well. But, other stuff, algo, or, oil-backed, gold-backed, I think it's all interesting innovation. Yeah.
So each of you mentioned some of the risks associated with different kinds of stablecoins. We've recently seen some of these actually come into play. First, digital USD depegged recently, following some insolvency allegations. So curious what kinds of lessons you glean from what happened there, and how you see that affecting regulators and showcasing the risks that are present in the space. I don't know which of you prefers to start. You want to start, Dominic?
Seems to be looking down here, so I guess...
You're always in the hot seat.
I guess I'll start. I mean, look, I don't know anything about it beyond, I read about it as well, like all of us. I don't have any other insights beyond what I've read. But when I did see it, I think one thing that was quite interesting in going through the sandbox process currently, it is a transparency issue, right? I mean, usually when kind of market noise creates market shocks, it's because people have concerns and somebody comes out and calls out a concern that resonates with investors, right? And I think, the key is to ensure that you have that level of transparency. You are reporting, often you have audited reserves so that, that noise doesn't kind of hit that tipping point. Or if there is some type of allegation, the view is then let's judge the credibility of the players. These guys seem to have done all these right things. And I don't know, that was what probably resonated the most with me when I first read about this, is just the importance of that transparency, and kind of, that being probably the key thing to at least staving off these type of similar issues.
I would say three things. Number one is definitely transparency around reserves. So that's been said. The second piece is the need for regulation. I think it's a reminder that there are exposures by retail, by others in this space that deserves a proper view. And I hope that the regulators in Hong Kong and the policymakers do not feel deterred, but instead feel that this is actually the right moment to keep moving forward in its regulation. And then the third and the last piece is we have to understand the difference between redemption on the primary market and pricing on the secondary market. And this is something that I think because we're in the crypto space, people tend to confuse the two. And the redemption is the ability of the issuer to be able to pay back at par, which is what the law requires, what the pricing is, or pay back what the token is worth. The second piece is around the secondary pricing. And the secondary pricing is a bid-ask. It's a supply-demand. And there's a lot of different things that determines that, which the issuer may not control.
Yeah, absolutely. That one is key. And I would add on top, actually, there's a difference between allegation versus actual depegging, right? So that's two things as well. So I think, so just to echo, I think why we need regulation, because, this industry is obligation or responsibility is bigger and bigger, right? We're looking at $200 billion sort of market cap, so it's becoming more and more important in financial systems. So regulation adds one more layer of credibility and trustworthiness. So that's why we need regulation. And I think so the native liquidity is actually super key. I think in the primary liquidity is super key in terms of during time of uncertainty or during allegation and all that. So this is also a test, I think, on stablecoin issuers.
So we've all mentioned regulation now. We've recently seen the Stable Act and the Genius Act in the US. Really remarkable that they always have bills that follow such nice acronyms. What a coincidence. We've also seen some very forward-thinking steps on the stablecoins front in Hong Kong. For each of you, what are the big regulatory milestones that you're looking at that people in the audience should set an alert for that are going to be catalysts for stablecoins growing even further? What are you watching out for, Rita?
Yeah, so in Hong Kong, as you know, last year in July, the Hong Kong MA announced a stablecoin sandbox, and there were 3 companies that were admitted into the sandbox. So RD is one of them, and we're actively working with the regulator on, preparing for hopefully a trial before licensing. So that's one milestone. So sandbox trial, and second milestone, of course, is the legislation, which is actively happening in process, and everyone is hoping for faster, regulation. But let's see. We have big hope for this year. So I think in Hong Kong, we are also at RD, we are very much looking forward to this stablecoin to do what we are mostly focused on, which is the 1.2 trillion B2B payment flow in Hong Kong. With the stablecoin, it will really unlock a lot of those opportunities of moving traffic volume into stablecoin and achieve faster and cheaper cross-border payment.
I would say that there's progress all across the world. Just 2 weeks ago, we were able to launch USDC in Japan. We're the first and only stablecoin that's available in Japan at the moment. Here in Hong Kong, there's the law that's moving through LegCo, and there's a legislative process. Singapore is expected to also roll out or put on before its parliament its bill sometime this year, likely after their election. Europe already has a bill has a law under MiCA, which we're in compliance with. The UK has been debating. They're trying to figure out what to do. There's a broader politics questions there. And then the US, quite a bit of progress. Both the House Financial Services Committee as well as the Senate Banking Committee have each individually, separately passed their version of the bill. There's a reconciliation process. I think the takeaway here really is that the laws are coming. This is not an if question, but a when. And then the next sort of iteration is harmonization, or at least some sort of recognition, if not reciprocity, across these different jurisdictions. And that's going to be key if we want to see how this interoperates globally.
Yeah, so I think to build on top of that, I think stablecoin regulations will become just more and more localized. That's just generally the trend we see, and that does have implications on how stablecoins from different jurisdictions will operate or will be offered in the specific jurisdiction, and that's a quite interesting area to watch as well.
Okay. Well, I think we've answered most of the regulations that are coming up. I guess, for us, outside of the main regulations that we've all discussed and kind of the need for a global framework to, really power the kind of cross-border use cases, which are key for stablecoins. There's like a number of other kind of more, I guess, ancillary regulations that we're kind of waiting around to see how those unfold. Like Basel capital treatment for cryptocurrency, super important. If you want institutional use cases by different AIs, there's some tax treatment that's still being sorted out around tokenized assets generally, which will have an impact on use cases. There's some of these kind of ancillary pieces. I think even, Hashkey would know better if somebody was here, but even the SFC's coin acceptance framework, there's some stuff being solidified there to enable stable coins. So I think you kind of need all these little building blocks to fall in place. And I think as those do, that's when you start to see that scale. So outside of the main regulations, those are a few offhand that I think will help drive adoption.
So Yan mentioned the Japan stablecoin that's been launched. Of course, that's a USD pegged stablecoin. So I wanted to ask the panel this question, and obviously Rita, you're working on a Hong Kong dollar pegged stablecoin. So I'm curious, do you see blockchains and stablecoins really becoming a transport layer for the US dollar? For me, coming from early crypto, working on Ethereum project, we always thought that people would start paying for their coffee or pizza back in the day in a floating cryptocurrency. It's turned out that arguably the most product market fit use case for crypto has been these stablecoins, overwhelmingly USD pegged stablecoins, overwhelmingly centralized ones that basically use the blockchain as a transport layer, but don't actually use all of its features, let's say. Do you think that the blockchain is mostly going to transport this US dollar and lead to more US dollar dominance? Or do you think we're going to end up in a world where lots of different currencies have their own stablecoins?
I'll start. That's an interesting question, and like everyone has their own sort of imagination of the end game for stablecoin, right? Like I was just recently talking to someone, and we were talking about what's the end game, and I think I don't think it's what you described. I think it's ultimately we are moving money on chain. So that we have this on-chain world where things can become more efficient and effective, also through the other stuff in digital asset, right? But I think when it comes to stablecoin, it's an evolving situation. Like we talked about why US dollar denominated stablecoin has been very much adopted, especially in emerging markets, because in those markets. For a long time, it has been hard for the local consumers and businesses to access dollar, right? And so that's like a way for them to access dollar. But I think as stablecoin regulation and use cases become more and more localized, I think there will definitely be other currency pegged stablecoin becoming more and more popular, and also maybe other branded stablecoins as well. That's one thing I think will happen too. So in Hong Kong, actually, the stablecoin regulation is a currency agnostic. So Hong Kong stablecoin doesn't equal Hong Kong dollar stablecoin. So all the stablecoin issuers in the sandbox are starting with the Hong Kong dollar one because it's the right thing to do, right? But I was just talking about this on the other stage. I think a CNH pegged stablecoin is super interesting. Under Hong Kong's regulation, it will become a very meaningful tool. As China's export in the past years has becoming more and more focused on emerging markets, and lots of more and more of those trades are priced in RMB. And for the exporters and importers, if they can receive CNH stablecoin back, which is much more efficient and cheaper than traditional rails, and avoid that extra conversion of FX, they would definitely choose that tool, right? And also, Hong Kong is a very important, one of the biggest CNH settlement center, and the deposit of CNH here just reached the new high. So I think this could be very interesting, and for the use cases we'll talk about, from global payment, cross-border payment related to trade. From there, and this could expand to people holding more CNY denominated assets as well here in Hong Kong. So I think it will be very meaningful, and this is something that we'll be closely watching what would unfold as well.
What about you two? Do you think US dollar dominance in stablecoins is on the rise or will fall?
So, I mean, I don't know. I guess the way I look at it is, I mean, right now, FX markets, trade markets are all predominantly priced in US dollars. That's the way the traditional markets work currently. Stablecoin markets are a little lopsided, right? I mean, they are pretty much 99.9% US dollar. So I think what you probably end up having is you probably having a stablecoin market that starts to reflect a little bit more what the global markets currently look like. I think that we're obviously supporting local currency thesis for our business model. So I mean, we're a little bit axed, but we believe that there are use cases, strong use cases for these individual local currency stable coins. And actually, by having US dollar stable coins, bigger rail, and a bunch of high quality, trusted, regulated local currency stable coins, you can actually build a very interesting kind of market dynamic.
I guess just to ask you, what is the use case? Why is it better for a small market cap local currency to tokenize as a stablecoin as opposed to just using a USD pegged stablecoin? Like, what's the reason?
Yeah, sure. So, well, first of all, people do have Hong Kong dollars, right? So people use Hong Kong dollars. The license is not just about, we spent a lot of time today talking about institutional, but the reality is that the license allows for retail use cases as well. And this is, I believe, to be a retail tool also. It's not just about, mass, large blocks of money being moved. In fact, some of the other types of tokenized money can do that just as well. I think that some of the decentralized, smaller retail use cases are very interesting. It gives tools to people that can make a difference for SMEs, for people using these stablecoins for payments, for tokenizing, paying for tokenized RWA, which we've already talked about. So, since people do have local currency dollars, I think there are plenty of inter-country use cases that can support moderate-sized stablecoins. Maybe not everybody gets to be huge, but you can still have a very healthy business model, we think. And we also believe that not every currency probably requires a stablecoin. Let's be frank. But top traded currencies, I mean, Hong Kong's only somewhere in the top 10, depending on year. There's some international use cases that we think make a lot of sense for a Hong Kong dollar stablecoin to back up to another international stablecoin.
So when it comes to Hong Kong dollar, right? So Hong Kong dollar is pegged to US dollar anyway, so it's a stablecoin of a stablecoin. So and also in Hong Kong, so the deposit has always been half Hong Kong dollar and US dollar. So there, for local use cases, we do see a need for the local consumers and businesses to hold maybe the stablecoin that's denominated in the local currency. The same goes with UAE, right? So their currency is also pegged to US dollar, and they already have a local currency pegged to stablecoin regulation, and there are already people who are issuing it. So I think there's definitely local use cases that. Yeah.
I'll also bring back the point we made earlier around programmability. Stablecoins, just at a technology level, it's a better form of money. There are things that you can do with stablecoin, with logic, with conditionality that you cannot do with the best form of non-blockchain based digital money today. So I think that would be one reason. The other is that we do think that There will
Wait,
be
sorry, one reason why there will be more non-USD ones,
there will
or
be
why
more,
there will be
exactly. There's a case for all currencies to be in a better digital form, which is a stablecoin version. It doesn't have to be dollar denominated. And then the other piece is that we do expect many more different stablecoins to be available, and it should be in different currency. I think this is where I would kind of go back to what Rita mentioned at the beginning of the conversation. There is what is created, and then there is where the liquidity is, and that's the other piece you got to solve for. Where who are the main payers and takers of a currency? And at the moment, U.S. dollar for the time being remains the world's reserve currency. When we look at trade settlements in Asia, 75% of trade receipts in Asia is denominated in the dollar, and that includes trade from China. So when you remove that, it's probably much higher when you walk into any sort of import-exporter offices around the world here. But I do think that there is a need for local stables, and there will be a market for that.
Is Circle's perspective that it wants to just dominate that USD stablecoin market and the US use case? Maybe you can, you're running Asia for Circle, so maybe you can speak to that strategy a bit. I know Circle's in the spotlight right now with the IPO just announced.
So as you mentioned, we filed an S1 with the SEC, and with that, we're in the SEC mandated quiet period. So I won't comment on that. But what I'm trying to do is really build the business around the world, but specifically here in Asia for Circle. And there is a need for cross-border payments, as we have discussed at this panel. There is so much money that moves in and out of these capital hubs, trading hubs, where there are normal trade that's happening, and people want to be able to settle their trades faster, quicker, cheaper. And I think stablecoin has a role to play there.
Yeah, I think so. So I think in terms of global trade, the number is changing, but that's why I say this is evolving situation, and I think as we don't have so much time left, I think issuers are important. We're one of the issuers in the sandbox as well. But I think when it comes to going back to Yamke's point about liquidity, right? Ultimately, this game is also about distribution, right? We're seeing it's sort of like the industry is all shaping a new Visa, MasterCard, if you will, for the industry, where you have different issuers, different acceptance partners trying to distribute and find the use cases for different stablecoins. So I think distribution is key, and I think that's also actively changing in the market. And that's why, just a little bit of advertising, RD is running our own stablecoin payment platform in Hong Kong. So, and we're very focused on the distribution side as well.
Fabulous. So I'll direct one last question, starting with Dominic. We're at Web3 Festival. Web3 is more than just stablecoins. Do you think that looking back on stablecoins, maybe and crypto, maybe in a decade, that we'll feel that stablecoins was the ultimate crypto use case, or do you think there will be others? Will we look back and think that all of this crypto and blockchain stuff was really just a run up to stablecoins?
That's a good question. I think I would say that right now, I definitely see stablecoins as integral to the next stage of the digital asset evolution. And I say that now, but the reality is I think it's been quite core to a lot of the journey. I mean, if you look back to crypto trading, 8 years ago, 9 years ago, whatever, I mean, you really saw stablecoins were a bit of that flywheel that increased trading in crypto. Now stablecoins are being kind of aimed at payments, and that's kind of what everybody's talking about. I think, as I said before, I think that in the next year or two, to really get RWA flowing and that to be a real opportunity, you're going to see stablecoins pointed at that. And I think that will continue on. I think stablecoins will stay an enabler, or other types of tokenized cash as they develop will be an enabler of the entire kind of journey. So will they be the big use case? Maybe not, but will they be an enabler? Probably for a long time, I would say yes.
So aside from being a finance person, I'm a technologist, and I will draw reference to the early web adoption, where in each of these cycles, there are certain things that has to happen and there is a quote-unquote killer use case for that period of time, and then there are more that will build. And in the Web 1, that was probably email and websites. And then in Web 2, we got to search engines and apps, etc. So I would say that stablecoin is one of those really critical components, but it's not going to be the only one.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a winding road to the future. I'm hopeful. I think, like ultimately we'll get to that space, maybe, crypto is actually changing, reconstructing ownership, trust, and all that. So I think we'll get there. It's just a winding road. Where you solve the pain points the most will get adopted first, right? So when it comes to cross-border payment, it has been painful for everyone for too many years, and so that's probably being adopted in the format of stablecoin as a first step. But like there are many other things that have been like sort of primed for disruptions, such as capital market. Yesterday, Lily was talking about internet capital market, and that's also something like a people would want to see, crypto can change for better, right? So it's a winding road, and I'm hopeful that with every step of the way, the innovation will make things better for the specific use cases, and we'll get to the ultimate vision.
So stablecoins may or may not be crypto's killer use case. This may or may not have been the most important panel at Web3 Festival. Thank you so much to our panelists for joining me and our hosts for having us. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our panelists and our moderator. 掌声再感谢我们的演讲嘉宾. Thank you so much. It's lovely to have a lineup of experts here with different backgrounds. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise and experience with us. 在进行我们下一个演讲论坛之前，我们首先有一个问信提示：本次活动采用绿色的线上同传服务，与会者可以扫描各会场专属同传二维码即可获取同传服务。A friendly reminder, simultaneous interpretation is available at the main stage and select substage sessions. Scan the codes and listen to translated presentations and speeches via your mobile devices. 接下来我们有请 Tom Foundation 亚太区负责人 John 先生上台演讲，主题是 Tom 走到哪了？一些东方的经验。Next, let's welcome John from Ton Foundation, Head of APAC. And the topic is, Where are we now in Ton's history from Oriental experience? 现在我们用掌声邀请 John 来到我们台上面。A big round of applause to welcome Ton. John, 有请。
大家好，大家今天的钱包还好吗？今天全球的资产都价格有一点暴跌啊。然后烫今天我们的价格确实也有一点跌，所以今天我想给大家演讲一个比较更加宏观的历史抽象的角度来讲一讲我们这个生态现在发展到哪了。对，我在开始演讲之前想做一个简单的调查，有多少人对烫的生态有一点了解的，请举一下手。还是有相当多的朋友们其实可能是第一天了解到烫哈。对，那我大概简单介绍一下烫。Tom 的创始人是 Telegram Messenger，Telegram 这个聊天软件的创始人，在2017年创立的。然后到了2020年的时候，这条区块链就被推到了社区持续的开发，所以我们也是 Telegram 聊天软件的全球10亿用户的独家区块链合作伙伴，所以有一点点像可能中国的用户比较了解的微信和微信支付的关系，Sorry。Clicker， 不好意思。对，上一次我们去年365天之前，刚好也在 Web3 Festival 举办了我们自己在亚太地区第一次峰会。大家可以看到，从去年4月份，然后之后到这个7、8月份的走势，我们的Tom的各项数据其实都非常的好不管是价格还是这个 TVL 交易量。但是呢，8月份之后到了9月份之后，我们的各项数据都有一点滑坡所以在我们的社区里面， 尤其在华人的社区里面，很多人会开始对我们的生态有一点唱衰啊，说烫是不是就这样就凉凉了，就是走一轮就结束了，对吧？但事实上呢，如果你仔细去看我们的数据，这是一张全球活跃钱包地址数的数据，各条公链。Town 在过去的365天里面，依然是全球前3的活跃地址数的 Layer 1的公链。第一肯定是 Solana， 大家都知道这个周期可能它的 meme coin trading 是确实是最火的。第二是这个 Base， 是 Coinbase back 的一条区块链。第3其实就是 Town 了。即使是最近可能在华语区比较火的 BNB 这条 Layer 1，实际上它在过去365天里的活跃地址数也没有超过我们。所以今天我们在香港，尤其在座的各位其实更多是华人。那我先想讲一些跟华人更相关的一些历史经验，然后反过来看我们这生态发展到哪里了。这张表大家可以看到，我做了一个很有趣的对比。我把 Layer 1和一个经济体和微信当年的生态全部做了一个横向的对比。其中的一些数据有做一些简单的解释。像对于人均 GDP 对一条公链来讲，我是用了交易量除以我们的用户数，得到了一个所谓的人均 GDP。人均的储蓄，我是用这个生态里头 DeFi 项目的 TVL， 所谓的这个 Total Locked Value， 去做了平均了一下人数。你可以看到，实际上一个公链生态发展，或者说我们这个生态的发展，其实更像是一个经济体，它从一个贫穷的过程走向一个富裕的过程。我自己是经济学科班出身所以我想先给大家回顾一下我自己在大学里头学过的一个知识。这个知识点是一个国家它的经济体，它的富裕程度是由 GDP 决定，对吧？那 GDP 其实3个因素：内部的消费、投资跟进出口。那其中最重要的是投资。因为只有更多的投资，才能够投资于一些经济体的基础设施，比方说高铁、公路、酒店，这个机场。你有这些基础设施以后，你才能再进一步的发展这个经济。那投资来自于哪里呢？无非就2个渠道，要么是从外面来的，要么从内生的，对吧？那外部投资就是从外国的 FDI， 内生投资其实就是居民的储蓄所以你会发现在一个经济体从一个贫穷走向富裕的过程当中，它往往是从它的内生的储蓄率一开始是很低的，因为大家都没有什么钱，对吧？就有一点点像 Telegram 今天这个生态大家如果了解 Telegram 的生态，10亿的用户，大部分其实分布在第3世界所以相对来讲都不是那么富裕的经济体但是随着经济的发展，它的居民储蓄率会越来越高它就会变成它的这个投资里面的内生的储蓄率就会慢慢的超过外部的这个直接投资。所以一个穷链怎么变成一个富链也是一样的对Town来讲，其实因为我们是跟别的 Layer 1很多是不一样，就很多的 Layer 1它是一开始创业的时候融了大量的资本它生下来它可能就非常的富裕，但我们其实更走的是一种农村包围城市的路线所以那对我们来讲，这个公链生态的 GDP 它无非就是创造2个场景，一个是更多的代币的消费场景，一个是质押的锁仓的数量。那从锁仓数量来讲呢，就是你如何让资本从别的地方流到你的这个公链生态里头从富裕的地方流过来。那今天富裕的地方是什么呢？其实最富裕的地方是法币的世界，对于 crypto 来讲。第二是很多的 VC， 对吧？他们也是非常大的这个投资人包括今天的中心化的交易所，他们也非常的富有然后包括今天所有的这种比较富裕的公链，比方说比特币的生态、以太坊的生态、Solana 的生态。所以你要想的最后一个公链，你是要把别的富裕的地方的钱吸引过来，然后让散户、让这些居民质押在一个地方锁起来，就有点像支付宝里头的余额宝这句话对于这个中国人来讲可能就更熟悉了，对吧？就是这个跟 crypto 有什么关系呢？这句话实际上是当年1978年的那个伟人他在开始把一个穷国变成富国的过程中说的很关键一句话，就是2手都要抓，2手都要硬。那对于公链生态也是一样。我们去年大家可以看到那个曲线涨起来之后，其实我们迅速的吸引了大量的资金进来，但是因为我们可能没有特别好的做好这些惩罚一些坏人，所以有些坏的项目方，有些坏的这个 launchpad， 它卷走了大量的用户资金所以反过来我们在反思这件事情，我们不仅要搞经济建设，同时要把一些不好的事情给打掉 所以我们在年初的时候跟 Telegram 达成了一个新的协议，Telegram 今天所有的小程序它不能再用接入别的区块链的钱包，必须要接入Tongue的区块链的钱包。所以这个从经济学来讲也是个非常经典理论，就是在一个经济体它是有个不可能三角的。那对 crypto 来讲，其实就是说你不能保证你的这条链的资金跟别的公链或者别的生态流动的同时，你还能保证它的价格，同时你还要保证你自己的通货膨胀率。去年大家知道我们夏天最火热的时候，有4个大的项目上了世界第1的币安交易所，对吧？然后上完以后，他们的价格都不是特别好看然后后续也没有好的更多的代币去上了。但是我们内部的判断是，这其实只是我们Tongue黄金时代的一个前夜。原因是什么呢？我又做了一个历史上的对比如果大家还记得2015年春节那一年中国发生一件最大的事情，就是微信空投了几千万甚至上亿的红包在春节联欢晚会上，对吧？所以从那以后，很多人的微信支付里头第一次有了余额因为大家如果知道微信的时候也只有10亿的用户，所以很多人也是在微信支付头并没有钱的，他也不会去绑银行卡，他觉得非常繁琐，对。但是当春晚的红包空投完之后，实际上才有了微信后来整个微信支付繁荣的生态。那今天对于Tongue的生态也是一样，我们去年上过的这些大的交易所的代币，其实是给我们贫穷的用户加引号的贫穷这个空投了大量的资金。那下一步其实你可以看到一个数据，就是大约50%的资金并没有提到交易所里头被提现，它还有50%资金其实留在了Tongue这条区块链上。这其实就是未来我们这个生态创业者他最应该抓住的，已经沉淀在上面的资金，你如何利用好它。就像当年如何利用好微信春晚红包发完之后的微信支付里头那些余额那微信它是怎么做的呢？你的钱在微信支付的那个余额无非就3个去处，第一个是零售或者游戏，第二个是一键理财第三个是好友转账。那其实大家都很熟悉了，我也不用说了，对吧？包括一键理财里头的零钱通，最后怎么变成微粒贷包括这个互助保险，其实都是当年发生过的事情。那映射到我们这生态是怎么样的呢？其实也是一样的，只不过可能会有略微的区别我举个例子，比方说线下支付微信其实是用了商家码的方式去铺到每一个线下的商家里面，但我们其实最近也官宣了合作了 Red.Pay 这样的 Visa Crypto 卡的公司你现在可以把你在Tongue上的 USDT 存到他们的这个应用小程序里面，然后你可以在线下任何的地方去刷这张 Visa 卡，消耗你在Tongue上的资金，对吧？还有一个概念就是 Social Trading 其实我刚才那页 PPT 里头叫 Social E-commerce， 叫社交电商，其实最早是没有社交电商这个词的所以就是因为有了微信生态，所以有了社交电商。那其实我们的生态也是一样，只不过我们生态不是一个电商交易为主，可能今天更多的是一个 crypto 的交易 ，crypto 的 trading， 所以把它总结一个词叫 social trading 然后左边很有意思，就是这是我在厦门这个出差的时候去了他们的华侨的博物馆这封看起来像信的东西其实叫侨批华侨的侨，批注的批，批其实就在闽南语里头叫信的意思。其实在几百年前 ，Messenger 就和这个 remittance 这个汇款跨境汇款结合在一起了。所以今天 Telegram 跟Tongue做的事情，只不过是把很多年前已经发生过100年前、200年前发生过的事情，再用更现代的方式再做一遍包括邮政储蓄银行，最早只有邮局，只不过在东部沿海打工人比较多了，他每个月要给西部的这个家人汇款，所以他最后就把邮局也变成了银行。所以对Tongue来讲是一样的。对，然后我最后重点想说的就是 social trading， 这是我个人看来我们这个生态未来创业最有机会的一个赛道就是我觉得就是可以从拼多多的例子来得到一些灵感。那拼多多在2015年的时候面对的是一个什么样的环境呢？它当时有10亿的微信用户，但是60%的人其实从来没有用过电商。那个时候我就是在全中国最大的2家电商之一做投资，所以我是看着拼多多怎么从一个非常被所有人都看不上的物种，然后长成庞然大物的。然后春晚红包刚才说过了，每个人有了10块钱的余额。同时呢，在这个需求端还有就是你会发现中国因为太大了，所以4、5线城市的商品其实是比1、2线城市贵的。那供给端来讲，因为电商嘛，你都是要讲物流支付这些基础设施的。那阿里巴巴经过10几年的这个 努力，其实已经把中国的电商基础设施做得非常好了啊。还有一个原因就是中国的产能过剩，所以商品可以非常的便宜。所以拼多多做了以下的一些创新，从供给端，它去找到了一个非常关键的点，就是水果这个 SKU。啊，水果有什么特点呢？第一，便宜，9块9包邮，所以刚好可以你那个空投来的春晚红包10块钱被花掉了。第二，你的7大姑8大爷每天都会叫你吃点水果，对吧？所以它有社交属性。第三，全世界所有人都认识水果，不需要教育。第四，他每天吃水果也没有关系，对吧？那还有从需求端来讲是这个很关键的一个点，他做了很多的小游戏啊，在微信群里头。那为什么是游戏呢？大家都知道世界上所有的交易都要基于信任，那信任是要最好的建立信任的方式是社交。那什么是最好的社交方式呢？可能是大家坐在一起玩一个游戏。所以从人类历史来看，并没有什么不同。世界上任何的交易都要基于信任。大家为什么今天用中心化交易所比较多？就是因为它24小时客服都会回复你，不管你遇到任何的问题。啊，所以对，这就是我当年碰到的这个故事。当时拼多多的创始人有2家公司，一家在上海，一家在杭州。上海这家叫寻梦信息科技技术有限公司，是做游戏的；杭州那家叫拼好货，这个网络科技网购有限公司，是做 C to B 水果电商的。所以非常巧合的，这个人身上集合了他既懂游戏社交，又懂交易电商。所以拼多多的崛起是个偶然，但是黄峥能够成为拼多多的创始人，不是一个偶然。其实 Telegram 今天生态里头已经出现了一些类似拼多多物种啊。大家知道，今天我们的门口的 title 赞助商 GMGN 就是华语区一个很有名的 trading bot， 对吧？但大家也可以看到GMGN 在我们 Telegram 生态里头，并不是这个交易量最大的、收入最大的这个 trading bot。我们还有世界上来自各种团队做 trading bot， 他们过去12个月的累计收入已经达到了7亿美金。同时，除了这种 meme coin trading bot 之外，我们还有这种在 Telegram 的公众号里头，你可以有很多 KOL， 他会去分享自己的 crypto 的交易策略。他的粉丝因为看他的内容，长期看就信任他，所以他就希望一键能够复制他的交易策略，对吧？包括现在我们的生态里头还出现了很多小程序的中心化交易所我们门口的一个赞助商其实就有这个 Tomo UXUI， 就是这样的例子。但他们还都没有找到链上的水果，因为90%的 Telegram 用户永远都不会炒币的，对吧？大家这个逻辑非常好理解。那链上的水果到底是什么呢？对于非币圈的用户，它一定符合我刚才说拼多多水果的几个特点：第一是非常简单，第二是便宜，第三是它有社交属性，第四是它非常高频有粘性。那所以我认为 meme coin 对应的只是今天 Telegram 里头比较少数的炒币的人，但是对于大众来讲，其实可能我自己的2个判断，一个是预测市场类似于2元期权这样的链上资产就像类似 Poly Market 这样。然后或者一些我们有很多的小游戏，这些小游戏有很多积分，它最后会被上链，其实就像一个期货一样。那同时在需求端来讲，其实 Telegram 里头为大家为普通人提供了 Telegram 星星、Telegram Star 这样的支付工具，它就像一个积分一样，更方便用户去入金。那最后这个预测市场可能会长成什么样呢？我认为会有点像抖音，它会利用到 AI 的技术。那大家都知道，Poly Market 上很多的这个赌题其实是这个全世界人民的新闻热点，对吧？川普会不会有第3个任期但是实际上这样的热点，全世界人民都知道，热点话题它不是每天都有的。所以对于中长尾的用户的需求，它必须是用 AI 的方式去生成解决。就有点像抖音，你刷短视频，我们都会看今天有一个什么大新闻，对吧？第1个视频，但第2个视频、第3个视频，你跟我看到的肯定不一样。有的人喜欢宠物，有人喜欢美女，有人喜欢足球，对吧？所以它会像抖音的算法推荐。很多人也会说，我说这个观点可能不一定正确，因为说拼多多不是电商，不是博弈，对吧？但是我在15年做调研的时候，我去调研了那些真实的第1线城市的用户，他们告诉我，玩拼多多就像玩一个博弈一样，因为很多人吐槽拼多多说半箱水果是烂的寄到家，但对于那些第1次用电商的用户来讲，他能够收到这个快递，同时里面还有9块9能买到半箱好水果，对他来讲已经是非常惊讶的一件事情了。当然还有更好的例子，这个例子不是很有名，但大家都可以去 check， 叫微拍堂也是一个准香港上市公司，它就是在微信里头做文玩的拍卖，是中国最大的文玩电商平台。 最后还有人说这个 Telegram 是跟微信不同的是 Telegram 不是一个纯熟人社交网络，我同意这个观点，但是大家会想，如果你再回头看当时微信电商的生态的历史，拼多多之前先火的生态电商其实是微商，或者说他们的集大成者云集，所以他们当时用的是一个多级裂变的分销的方式，为什么会这种方式在微信先出现？因为微信当时也是一个非熟人社交网络，所以建立信任最快的方式在陌生人之间，就是你做了一件事情，我马上返你现金，你就会相信我，然后你会不断的帮我去做。所以最后一页 PPT 就是逐鹿中原的时候到了，未来12个月我们生态里头可能会出现，对吧？像这2位大佬一样的世界级的企业家，最后打个广告，我们今天明天也在同样这个舞台会从早到晚开我们自己的生态大会，有20-30个嘉宾都是生态的，然后我们门口就在这个门的门口20个摊位都是生态的项目方的摊位，大家可以去跟他们交流，更多的了解我们这个生态。谢谢大家。
谢谢，感谢 John 的精彩演讲。Thank you, John, for the fabulous presentation. So feel free to reach out to John or visit the booth nearby if you have any questions. 接下来我们有请 Topo's VP Platon Sean Tan 先生上台演讲。Ladies and gentlemen, next let's welcome Sean Tan, Topo's VP Platon. A big round of applause, please. 掌声有请。
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So, tokenization 3.0, the evolution of tokenized payment network. So, what is tokenization 3.0? If you're familiar with the card payment business, you're probably aware of a tokenization was introduced by card schemes like, say, Visa and MasterCard many years back. A tokenization, in fact, improved the security of card payments and also later inspire or supports more innovative payment processings, such as every day you're using Google Pay and Apple Pay as well. Okay. But tokenization 3.0, in fact, will push the token utilization in payment processing to next height. So before I start all the stories about this whole evolutions, I want to share the full stack payment networks for Platon. This is what we have built, right, for whole payment processings. So if you're coming from Web3 industries, you probably very well know about all those elements down there, including the wallet plugins, the wallet service, white label wallets, cross-chain bridge, and also on-chain liquidation management. If you're coming from Web2 environments, you probably feel like all those elements in other part of stacks will make more sense to you. Or the cross-border remittance is to help remittance companies to reduce the cost with a token in providing cross-border remittance service. The token issuance service, in fact, is to help the traditional companies such as banks, fintech companies, as well as capital market service providers to mint tokens, to issue tokens on the blockchains. But their operation teams have no idea about the Web3 operations, has no clue how to do it. And then the merchant acquiring solution is more easy to understand. This is to enable merchant to accept token as a payment method. Last but not least, we also have a system to facilitate OTC operation as well. Okay, so in the middle, we have our blockchain cost and also cost chain services integrated for all the players, including our refined algorithm, GISCA, and also AML and KYC. And last but not least, our zero knowledge proof algorithm we have implemented later last year. It's actually very interesting. This new method, this new smart contract will help to inspire more innovative payment processings. Okay, I believe you have already heard all those concepts, all those elements in many other places, many other events. But have you ever think about this? Why blockchain becomes used in payments? Why blockchain we feel like it's born for payments? The whole story we started with the payments we're having in the markets. And we'll be thinking about this not from this year, where it's more popular for the PayFis. We're thinking about this 5 years before. Okay, so these are all the payments we have in the market so far. We're very familiar with all those, and we're using this for every day. So you see on the left, There are cash they've been using for 100 years who have been dealing with cash, who are doing payments and face-to-face, who will hand over the cash bills, right? In the middle is the charge cards, which were introduced more than 17 years ago. So people no longer need to make payments with a stack of the cash. You can simply make payments with cards. So the card business evolved further than now we have Visa and MasterCard. Those are more open card schemes, so we have more products like credit cards and debit cards and prepaid cards to make payments. So 20 years ago, we have now the e-wallets will come to the world, right? So I believe every one of us have more than one e-wallet in your mobile now. We enjoy more innovative payment processing and more convenience with the wallets as well. The crypto payments would actually come to work only 15 years ago. Well, you probably heard about these stories. So a gentleman bought 2 pizzas from Papa John's with 10K BTC. I hope I was a shop owner, so those 10K BTC will make me billionaire by end of last year, but not today. Okay, those are things we are very familiar with on day-to-day basis, but what usually we don't know, or what most of us we don't know, is the settlement and clearing process behind all those payment process. Right? So if we're talking about cards, we know no matter what schemes we're talking about, a big closed loop, a more open loop, the card schemes in fact are centralized, the settlement entity who will help to do settlements with all players. They will do settlements with acquirers, they will do settlements with issuer, whereas settlements for the merchant will take care of by the acquirer, and issuers will manage the card holders' repayments. Right? For wallets, you feel like this is a slightly easier. You don't see all those players in the ecosystems. So everyone in these wallets environments, you just need to have your wallet accounts, right? So payments just basically move your balance across your wallet accounts. And the settlements only happens when you have money movement with the banks. Okay? In terms of wallets, there's no dominant network to do a settlement across globally. But Alipay start to implement a network called Alipay Plus, which is already connected with few wallets in Southeast Asia. But this is again is a centralized entity to do all the settlements. So come to the cryptos, right? So cryptos, now we have wallets by centralized exchanges as custodian wallets. We can also move funds across through a non-custodian wallets. But what is the settlement required for crypto side? Do we need another centralized entity to do our settlements for crypto? Yeah, it may work, but we feel like it's not necessary to do that. Reason why we not necessary to have a centralized entity to do a settlement. You can see in Web2, all in all, whenever I talk about this settlement process, we always need an entity called centralized entity to do it. Reason being, all the transactions will be held in a centralized book. So without this centralized entity, you won't be able to do any clearance. And also the second reason is the money, the value was held in the bank accounts. So you need a centralized entity to do a clearance and also work with the banks to do a settlement. And this settlement process usually happens at night. So it is not so efficient. But if you look at the Web3, what happens when the Web3 payments was done, when the customer pay the merchants, the token will move from the customer's wallets to the merchant's wallets. So when payment was completed, in fact, the value will be landed in the merchant's wallets already. So the payments and settlements will happen at the same time. So you don't need to have another troublesome process to do a settlement and a clearing for blockchain transactions. But does that mean anyone in the world can pick up any chain and say, oh, I can provide a settlement process because I'm using blockchain technologies? Okay. The vision of Platon is to replace the centralized settlement systems introduced by Visa and MasterCard with a settlement system empowered by blockchain technology, so we can provide a more smooth, a more cost-efficient settlement process with all the parties. In fact, it's beyond merchant and the retail customer. And what we believe, it is not so easy to do a settlement process and do settlement systems with any other chains. Here's the reason why. Okay. So for the business application to pick up the downstream, the technical foundation, is not so easy. There are so many different business scenarios to consider business application to be implemented. But in order to have a very easy integration method, in order to have a low-cost integration method, you need to have all those elements processed in between. So to make sure the process for the business to integrate is so easy, and then the cost is so low. So from architecture perspective, we start with analyze of all those payment scenarios. We understand those scenarios. We come up with this middle layer where we know the payment method is required to materialize those scenarios. Then only when we will come to the technical part. Then we come up with all those components, either from signature, HE, and zero knowledge proof authentication. With all those components, we will enable the methods, and in the end, we will support all those scenarios. Okay, so it looks like from processing perspective, it's all there, right? You can support all those processing scenarios. But that is not enough from architecture perspective. Why? Because today, the payment business is very highly regulated business. So for all the players in the payment environments, you all need to fulfill a certain regulatory requirements. You all have your responsibility to fulfill your compliance processing. So let's say in today's markets, right, you have issuers. So to be an issuer, you need to be licensed in the Hong Kong, the SVF rules. You also need to be licensed under the PSA in Singapore, the Payment Service Act. You either be a e-money, you either be a e-account issuer, you either be a DPT issuer under PSA. If you are a merchant acquirer, you're driving a payment protocol, you also need to be licensed under Singapore. It's a merchant acquiring license. Unfortunately, in Hong Kong, I'm not aware if a certain license is required for a merchant acquirer. Again, the last, if you are asset manager, if you want to provide a certain trading and a swap protocol, you also need to be licensed under Singapore is CMS license, and for Hong Kong, it's a Type 9 license. So all those regulatory framework will require the player in the payments to fulfill their requirements, to fulfill their process under the compliance regimes. So when we build our smart contract, we are bearing in mind to make sure our protocols will be able to enable our partners in the payment side to fulfill their compliance regulatory requirements. So only then we come to the bottom, right? Then we know what kind of the network we need to build, what kind of blockchain we need to build. So we know we need to support the financial transaction. We need to make sure it's thorough enough, it will be good enough to support transactions. So first, we refine the BFT consensus. We come up with our own consensus called GISCA. You saw in my earlier charts. The GISCA consensus was in fact going through a strict formal verification by professional institutions, rather than rely on, let's say, testing, right? You go through thousands of testing, you see, oh, it works. A financial world cannot rely on your few thousand or even millions testings. So we have been learning for 4 years already, right? Over the 4 years' time, we have already produced more than 1 million and 100 million and 15 million blocks. We also support transactions more than 55 millions. Right? Today's our high performance is over 10 KTPS. But for implementation side, it's more easy. Whoever understands the EMV, who can make the transactions on our chains, who can also deploy the smart contract on our chain as well. Is that good enough? It sounds like good enough, but over the years when we discuss with a lot of customers, especially when we talk to the enterprise customers, we realize a public chain, a permissionless chain cannot fulfill their needs. So we understand from those enterprise clients, they need to have a control over their own data. They need to have a control over their own ecosystem. So they cannot simply say, oh, I will just jump on your permissionless public chain, I can enjoy everything there. So that's why we built our framework to support the app chain building. So within the app chain, the enterprise can choose not to use a permissionless protocol. They can also say, okay, there's permission required. I will control who have access to my chain, who have access to the data, right? So they can also enjoy our GISCA algorithm, but they have their own chain, have their own control on the data. So that's the whole architecture you require to do a payment system, a payment settlement system. So how to join our ecosystem? It's quite simple and easy. So for issuer acquirer, I already mentioned we do have a lot of solutions for them to just easily pick up. And for developers, it's EVM compatible. They can easily deploy their contract. For wallet providers, we also have a lot of components and frameworks they can follow. They don't need to build everything from scratch. So today, the Platon chain has already been recognized by our partners in Southeast Asian countries. And this year, we are further broadening our business into the Middle East, into Africa, and into South America. And the next year, we foresee the MiCA will be fully implemented in Europe, and then also the Trump administration will give more clarity. So what other crypto will be regulated in US? Then we probably will also explore our business in Europe and in America. Okay, that's all my sharing. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Big round of applause for Sean. Thank you so much, Sean, for sharing your expertise and experiences with us. And thank you for giving a thorough presentation on the topic tokenization 3.0. I'm sure you all have a better understanding on the topic, tokenized payment network. So today we're very lucky to have a lineup of experts, industry leaders, and entrepreneurs joining us today to share their insights and expertise with us. So if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to them. We also have different booths, various of booths at the exhibition. So do go and visit them. They've been showcasing their solution, and it's very interesting to get to know more about them. 在我们进行下一个论坛之前，我们有一个问性提示，我们建议大家活动期间自带手机耳机。如果需要同传耳机的用户，可以通过以下的方式免费获取：一，在活动会场的里面拍摄活动相关的照片，或者是发布推特或者是微信朋友圈；三，凭发布内容前往各会场的资讯台兑换耳机。接下来是今天第3场的原作讨论环节，主题是金融机构视角下的 RWA 创新与实践。Next, we'll have our third panel discussion for this afternoon, and the topic is RWA Innovation and Practice, a Financial Institution's Perspective. Now, without further ado, let's welcome our moderator and our panelists to the stage. 首先，我们有请我们的主持人 Hashkey Tokenization 首席执行官 Hashkey Group Anna Liu, CEO of Hashkey Tokenization Hashkey Group. 还有我们原作的嘉宾 ，also our panelists 博时国际产品主管李亚辉 Ethan Lee, Head of Products Vocera Asset Management International Corporation Limited. 岳敏投国际执行总裁许维 Marian Xu, Executive President, Gorgon International. Welcome our panelists and our moderator, and now I'll pass the floor to our moderator now. 掌声欢迎他们。
对，大家好，大家好。这个对我看这个星期一下午这个会场还是很多人的，感谢大家这个等到现在啊。我们这个我们这一场就用中文吧。对，这个欢迎来到我们这一场的这个 panel 啊，金融机构视角下的 RWA 创新与实践。那我是这个主持人 Anna。那今天我们也非常荣幸请到了这个2位在传统金融和这个创新实践中都非常具有代表性的这个嘉宾，岳明投的徐伟总。岳明投呢扎根大湾区，以产融结合视角深挖 RWA 价值，为行业提供了这个独特的洞察。那以及第2位我们这个博时国际的李亚辉总。那也是作为中资公募基金的领军者，博时近期也推出了这个全球首款代币化这个货币市场 ETF 的这样的产品，也是堪称行业的里程碑。那在接下来的这个30分钟内吧，我们将围绕谁在这个推动 RWA 如何跨越这个代币化落地鸿沟，然后展开这个探讨。那首先我们给2位一些时间，请2位依次这个做一个简短的自我介绍。对，徐总先。
好，感谢安娜，感谢 Hashkey 给我们这个机会啊，来参加这样的一个盛会，和大家分享我们对 Web3 对 RWA 的一些观点。简单介绍一下岳明投。岳明投呢是2017年成立的一家民营的这个资本平台，我们主要是扎根在大湾区。我们有11个发起股东啊，包括美的、立白、海天这样的这个广东本地的知名的这个民营企业。注册资本金是160亿。 那经过这个8年的这个发展呢，我们目前是作为这个控股股东和第一大股东的持有的这个6家境内的上市公司和2家这个香港的上市公司，一共合计的市值大概是2000多亿。那这个在香港呢，我们也这个非常积极的在 Web3 方面做一些拓展啊。应该说从21年开始就在对 Web3 领域有一些涉及。那今年，特别是从24年开始，今年会是我们在这方面这个着力发展的一年吧。希望能跟 HashKey 有更多的合作。对，
谢谢徐总。然后
好的，
杨辉
谢谢安娜。大家好，我是李亚辉，来自博士国际。那也简单介绍一下我们这样的机构。博士基金呢是国内前5家的公募基金的管理人，然后我们总体的管理规模超约1.6万亿的一个人民币。然后香港博士国际是我们香港的职业的一个平台，我们整体的规模是超过1000亿港币，在整体的中资里面一直是位列前列的。那么我们是在2024年的4月30号，在香港首批发行了我们的比特币和以太币的现货 ETF， 那么像是正式的进入了虚拟资产的这样一个行业。那么我们也是在今年，也是在刚刚，我们和 HashKey 一起合作，那么我们一起成功的将2只 ETF， 分别是美元ETF 和港元的货币 ETF 进行了代币化。那么这2只 ETF 即将在 HashKey 的理财频道上进行上线。那么今天也很高兴能有机会和大家一起来交流，谢谢。
对，谢谢亚辉总。那无论是博时在这个数字资产产品方面的持续突破，还是这个月明投对 RWA 这个底层逻辑的深耕啊，都让我们看到这个传统金融机构入局并非是试水啊。那第一个问题是给2位的，就是作为传统金融机构的代表。贵公司或者说就是您为什么如此关注代币化？那背后有什么战略思考？这个要不还是请徐总您先开始。
对，这个是个非常好的问题啊。我觉得从主观的和客观的2个方面来解释这个问题。从主观的角度来说，因为月明投过去一直是以这个并购、权益投资在资本市场的这些投资为主要的这个布局的这个方向的。那这个随着这个宏观经济形势发生了一些变化，让我们自己对投资的这个战略上的这个布局也发生一些变化。从这个以持有为标志的就从这个资本持有为标志的，要转向资本运营。那转向资本运营的过程当中呢，如果希望把风险、收益、流动性3者能够匹配得更好。对，我们会寻找不同的维度去寻找这样类型的资产，也包括了像RWA 这种类型。那我会把 RWA 理解成在风险跟收益跟我们原来的这个风控要求匹配的前提之下它提供了更好的流动性。目前看起来，这个方向对于我们来说是一个非常好的资产的一个补充，把它作为运营类资产的一个补充，这是从主观的这个角度。那从客观的角度呢，应该说，整个 Web3 的发展，特别是在香港我觉得，从这个23年底开始一直到现在，我觉得大家这1年半的时间，大家也看到香港其实 Web3 发展的这个速度非常之快。作为投资机构，当然是不能错过任何一次这个趋势性的这个机会的尤其是当这个数字货币已经成为了这个主流的资产的时候，不管是在美国还是在香港，都获得了政府某种意义上的承认，也发行了这个比特币 ETF、以太坊 ETF， 对吧？这些对于我们来说都是非常标志性的事件，所以不能错过这样的这个资产盛宴的前提之下，在这里面寻找我们的投资机会。那 RWA从去年下半年到现在这半年的时间，又是非常快速的一个发展对于我们来说，也是个顺理成章的一个关注吧。对。
好，谢谢。
好的，可能和徐总的视角会不太一样，徐总的视角更多的是 asset owner 的视角。那作为管理人的视角，我们更是从一个客群的关系去看待 RWA 的。那么其实我们非常的渴望很快速的去在这一块有所发展。其实是我们有2个洞察。第一个观点就是说，其实在过去随着虚拟资产行业从江湖走到庙堂，其实伴随这个过程中产生了非常多的我们的高净值的客户。 那么这一群高净值的客户，其实在链上并没有得到一个很好的服务。那么无论是从资产的那个多元性也好，还是从服务的质量上也好，都不够完善。那么我们其实是希望那个通过 RWA 能够把我们的一些优质的产品在链上进行布局，去进一步去丰富投资者在链上的投资组合。那么也据此能够去服务这样的一群客群。因为其实链上和链下的投资体验差距是很大的，我们不能够指望客户来熟悉线下的这个投资的体验，所以我们只能我们自己把产品那个送到链上。那么第二个呢，其实是我们发现就是新时代的投资者，特别是现在的00后，很多都是闭源生的这样的一些投资者。那么他对那个投资的数字化体验，他对投资的链上投资的要求是和传统客户是远远不同的。我们也希望能够通过 RWA 的产品和新一代的投资者去建立联系，去向他们提供服务。这就是我们为什么这么迫切的去进入 RWA 这个领域的一个原因。
对，谢谢吕总啊，确实就是充分考虑这个 Web2和 Web3 投资人的不同需求，然后这个精准定位啊，做出适合的这个产品，也非常符合就是博士一直以来在这个产品创新方面的一些这个进展。那但市场上还是有不少的这个应该说是观望者啊，就是或者是持续关注的一个状态。尤其是一级市场的投资者可能更关注RWA 的这个颠覆性在哪里？所以我可能下一个问题，这个请问徐总啊，就是许多一级机构仍在观望 RWA， 那您认为 RWA 对行业不可替代的这个影响有哪些？
对，这是很好问题。就是作为一级的机构，其实你知道，作为一级投资，它有一个很大的特点，就是愿意追求这个高风险下的高回报，对吧？然后牺牲一部分的这个流动性。那作为我们去看 RW 这个视角，其实我刚才解释过了，它比传统的一级的股权的这个投资流动性显然会更好一些。当然，这个就是这里有个假设前提对吧？因为它拆分成了不同的这个份额，拆分成了更小的这个份额，代币化之后，它理论上来说它的流动性会变好。但即便没有变好，它如果保持这个跟原来同样的这个风险跟收益的话，那对于这个传统的这个一级市场机构来说，它显然吸引力会上升的。那之所以现在还不是所有人都关注，或者是还没有进入到这个行业里头来，不像我们这么关注这个领域，我觉得一个很重要的一个原因呢，是因为大家对监管对政策对交易本身还有一定的疑虑我拆开来讲，比方说监管的态度，是吧？今天上午也很振奋人心的消息，是吧？就可以这个有新的这个利好的政策出来，我觉得这个是正面的。但是比方说交易层面，那是不是有足够的流动性？是不是有这个我持有的 RW 的这个资产，是不是能够更方便的这个变现？我觉得这个都是需要去观察的，这个是可以理解他们这样的担忧。那从我个人的角度来说呢，我认为 RWA 在我看来最好的一个点在于，它其实打破了过去金融资产的一个弊病，就是它的信息不够透明，对吧？其实我们花大量的时间再去做尽调。花大量的这个精力去搞清楚这个资产底层的这个数据是不是真实，但我记得这个有位同事，你的一位同事曾经告诉过我，对吧？他们投过几百个项目，对吧？这个5年的时间投了几百个项目，这是在传统的机构看起来其实是非常不可能实现的这个目标，对。但是为什么链上的资产就可以做得到？我觉得这个就是区块链技术本身带来的好处之一。对，我相信会有越来越多的这个一级市场的机构能够理解、看到，并且来拥抱这样的变化。对。
对，谢谢。确实，这个徐总其实提到的是可信数据上链能够重构这个资产的信任啊。我确实觉得这个是金融产品的一个基石，但肯定是就是达成这个肯定不是一蹴而就的，就也是需要这个监管机构的清晰的指引和我们这个确实站在无论是发行人视角、管理人视角，还是这个投资人视角，不断的这个尝试。然后我们相信它最终还是会往这个方向。
对，包括昨天这个肖峰董事长提到的这个金融基础设施，我觉得也非常好。其实就是你整个配套的生态一定要是完善的，就会吸引越来越多的所谓的 TradFi 的人进来投资，包括 律师，包括审计，包括托管等等啊，一系列的这个包括稳定币的这个支付手段啊等等，一系列的生态建设，当它变得丰满之后，我觉得一定会有越来越多人进来这里面。
对，其实我们核心是要打造一个这个应该说 RWA 的价值生态。对，这个我们也非常认同啊，并且其实我们也一直是这个行业里的一个这个践行者吧。就是像我们跟这个博时应该是1周以前刚刚这个 announce 了这个应该是全球首款这个代币化货币市场 ETF。那就关于这个产品，就是我们也就是希望听听这个亚辉总啊作为亲历者的一个分享。那可能更多的其实我们我觉得应该是大家都想了解，我们在做整个代币化项目的过程中，链上链下遇到了哪些规则的冲突，然后您这边是怎么破局的？
其实也不能说是冲突嘛，因为首先我们的这个产品它其实是公募基金的一个代币化，它是对不特定公众进行发行的，那并且我们是直接在公链上进行部署，那么所以这个从创新的角度来说是突破了很多原来的一些业务边界的。那么首先作为公募基金，我们要确保的是链上投资者和链下投资者享有同等的投资者的保护。因此就是虽然我们多了一个上链的动作，但是链下投资者所拥有的权益和所拥有的这个投资者保护的措施，我们在链上投资者也要同步的去获取。那在这个过程中，其实就涉及到了刚刚徐总提到的一个生态问题。那么你其实并不是一个人在创新，你是要整个产业链的创新。从我们的传统的托管行，然后到代币化的服务的供应商，再到我们的审计，我们托管，它都得去建立一整套针对那个货币基金针对那个公募基金上链之后的一套运作安排。那这其实中间就有很多的磨合的过程。那么我们无论是和托管行也好，和安娜总这边也好，我们都从头建立了一整套的一个运作体系和一整套的投资者保护的一个方案。最终，那么他获得了香港证监会的一个认同。那么这其实也像刚刚徐总所说的，就是只有我们这个生态链越来越好，我们这个业务的上下游对运算更加的熟悉，那么整个 RWA 的产业才能走向更好的繁荣。
对，确实啊，我们也非常荣幸能够应该说就通过这样的一个项目，也希望为现在的这个同仁们也是提供一些参考吧。希望这个合规先行，然后场景驱动，为传统机构提供一个可复用或者说可参考的一个路径。但是其实我们也听到市场的另一端声音，包括就是其实这个我觉得反而是大家非常关注的，就更关注的一个问题，就是这样的代币化产品究竟谁来买？有没有这个是现有投资者的一个替代需求，还是说我们是触达一个全新的一个群体？所以这个问题我想请两位啊，就是请两位分别来看看。从实践的这个反馈来看，谁在购买代币化产品，他们的核心诉求是什么？
其实从产品发布之后，特别是我们昨天我们博士国际也在Web3大会上有一个小的摊位嘛。那么其实来咨询的客户是非常多的，这个其实给了我们非常大的信心。那么对于投资者来说，你只要多一个选择，这肯定是好的。那么特别是现在行情处于比较波动的一个状态，那么相对比较稳健的货币基金肯定是有很广阔的一个受众的。那么对于投资者来说，对于链上的投资者来说，他能够不出Web3的生态，就能够配置到这样的产品。那么无论是说作为单纯的配置需要，还是我们考虑未来这一类偏稳健的资产能否作为链上的抵押品啊等等这些角度上去考虑，它都会有很多的业务的想象空间。所以我们对谁来买这个问题还是非常的乐观的。
对，
我觉得因为我就是一个 buyer， 对吧？就是所以我可能这个问题我换一个角度，就是我更就比方说，首先说这个货币基金我会买，我一定会买。 因为从这个配置的这个角度来说，我本身在权益市场的这个配置，我就会分一部分到这个 Web3上面来，对吧？到这个数字资产上来。那在数字资产这个过程当中，如果我需要择时的话，那我显然在它闲置的时候，我就可以跟过去在权益市场一样，我就来配置货币基金了。我觉得这个，所以毫无疑问，我肯定是会买的。那我会到现在这个阶段，为什么？我说我要换个角度，就是说我会买什么样的产品？从我们的角度来说，一定是会增加我刚刚讲过运营类的资产，或者是说再换一个更简单粗暴的词儿，就是固定收益的产品。我觉得现在尤其是相对高的这个固定收益的产品，对于我们这种传统的金融机构来说，对于很多传统的投资机构来说是非常有吸引力的，特别是在 Web3上面有很多。不仅仅是 RWA 了啊，就还有其他类型的这种有固定收益回报的这个产品，都对传统的这个金融投资机构是有非常高的吸引力的。因为大家如果视野开阔点的话，就知道就是现在权益市场的表现并不好而且它波动很大，对吧？就是所以对于传统的金融投资机构来说，固定收益类的产品是 Web3上面的固定收益类产品是非常有吸引力的，对。
对，那很高兴听到这个回答啊，至少从这个传统投资人的这个视角，这个需求已经被得到这个初步的这个认证。那同时，其实我也想补充一下，确实就是说，我们做整个产品的过程中，我们其实做的是什么？因为它底层已经是一支非常优质成熟的这个基金的产品了，我们做的相当于是新开了一条这个分销渠道。但是为什么这条渠道有传统渠道不可替代的功能？因为它可以，当然就是在这个不远的这个将来，它应该是可以链接到我们的这个链上资产的，也就是我们所说的我们手里持有这个稳定币的这样的用户。那我应该也是上周看到的这个数据啊，链上稳定币的这个供应量应该已经超过2300亿美元了，这个是一个非常庞大的数字。那么我们也非常希望链上有更多的这样的固收产品也好，这样的这个就是高风险的这种投资产品也好，能够用这个就是不同的这种资产的这种配置，满足不同投资人的这个需求。对，那我觉得下一个问题啊，可能也是请问两位吧。目前其实应该是说，从这个23年香港证监会对这个应该说 RWA 相应的这个产品发出2份这个通函以来，其实我们陆续看到有很多这个代币化资产的这个落地啊，但更多的可能是这个基金债券形式的这样的资产。那如果两位这个现在是需要设计一款新的这个代币化产品了，一个是比如说这个徐总您要投资一款这个新产品了，然后这个亚辉总您这边因为也是这个做产品和管理人的嘛，那您这边也要这个做一款新的代币化产品，那想了解一下二位关注的这个方向是什么？
对这个我也换一个身份角度来尝试一下回答这样的问题啊。但是我就是还是代入感很强。就如果我作为一个 buyer， 我到底对什么样的这个资产会这个吸引力对我来说吸引力更高？一类是我刚刚说过了，就是这个高收益的固定收益的这个资产，因为它本身这个比方说，其实你在现实世界里面是有的这些资产啊。假设啊，比方说一些商业项目，对吧？一些这个运营类的这个店铺的这个项目，一些零售的这个项目，其实它的收益都不错啊。只是呢，你没有办法传统意义上去投资它，对吧？就是你既无法用股权投资它，因为它可能就是个小店，那你要投10个小店、100个小店，这个显然不可能。但如果这些数据都上链的话，我完全可以一次性投过那么多个，对吧？那第二个呢，就是它本身有一定的这个尽调难度啊。那过去我不可能每个都去尽调，那现在，但如果它的数据都可以上链的话，我觉得更便利的让我们去触达这样类型的资产，完全是有可能去投的。对，我是很期望能够见到有这样的商业模型，就是比方说有一些机构就可以去整合，帮助每一家，随便举个例子，比方说某一家这个便利店。 一家独立的便利店把它的数据上链，然后可以整合100家、1000家这样的零售的，就是独立的零售的便利店上链。我觉得这一类型的资产，我一定是感兴趣的。对，这是一类啊。第二个呢，就是还有一些我们过去也是很难获得流动性、很难拆解的这个东西，比方说。这是我其实是上周末遇到的真实的一个案例，就是茶叶，普洱茶，它把它做成了一个这个代币化的一个产品，当然它目前没到香港来。对，我觉得这些都是就是冷门一些的，但是它其实本身有不错的收益的这些产品，我都会感兴趣啊，因为过去没有这些东西都是稀缺的，对。
好的，那么从发行人的角度上来看这个问题呢，就是我觉得 RWA 的今天有点我们可以去类比1990年的 ETF， 就是那么我们看 ETF 的1.0的时代，那么其实主要就是一些股票型的 ETF， 然后2.0的时代是从大类资产中股票变到了固收，更加的非标了。这3.0时代其实现在已经是所有任何东西都可以进行 ETF 的时代了，无论是我们的杠杆反向的一些产品，还是我们一些实物的资产，包括你在 ETF 上你连铀矿你都可以买到，对吧？那么我觉得 RWA 的经历也会经历这样的一个过程。那么从现在开始，肯定是说我们最标准化的公募基金首先的进行代币化。那么我们先把链上的这个资产的框架给搭起来。那么其次就是说，我们去看一些在传统世界上不那么好进行证券化的一些资产，但是它又是一定程度上是标准的，比如说您刚刚提到的这种特定行业的这种公司、便利店啊等等，或者小吃店啊等等，或者是就说。偏标准的这种碳配额啊等等这样的一些资产，那么它可以其次可以去尝试代币化。那么最后呢，肯定是随着我们代币化的成本越来越低，它的法律框架、法律的那个监管的架构更加完善，那么我们可能会真的能够看到一个万物可以 RWA 的这样的一个时代的来临。那么到了那一天的话，那么我们的投资的边界将变得可以无限的扩展，那这个是非常让人值得期待的。但是在这个过程之中，其实不仅是我们的行业要成长，我们投资者也要相应的成长。那么你也得同步的去加大对 RWA 的认知，你对它的理解。那么投资端和需求端相互结合，才能够让我们看到万物可 RWA 的那一天。
我能问你一个问题吗？对，就是您刚刚这个问的是需求端嘛？对，但安娜你也是 STO 的专家了，就是从供给端的角度来说，你觉得什么样类型的资产，做 RWA，是更顺理成章的？就是
对。其实我觉得我们其实现在就是在探索的路上。其实这个其实我可以说一下，就是说像我觉得像 tokenized securities 一定是先行的，就是这个就是这个其实在比如说香港的概念下，更多的是这个代币化证券，也就是底层已经是成熟的金融产品的。标准化产品的这样的证券，一定是先行的。包括现在我们的这个落地的项目，其实已经能看出。但是这个我们其实证监会对这个包括应该说代币化证券还有另外的一个分类叫 digital securities。那其实刚刚无论是徐总还是亚辉总提到的这个非金融类资产，就是我们所说的这个工商企业的这个实物资产，这一类的这个代币化，就是我们说的再直接一些，就是它的这个 subject 我们 tokenized 的是什么？可能是更多的是能带来就是现金流、稳定收益，并且能够就是比如说符合投资人要求的数据实时上链。这样的这个项目，那我觉得应该也是未来探索的一个重点。我觉得这个其实我现在非常难直接给出一个行业啊，但是我觉得本身其实现实世界资产嘛，核心是资产，资产的质量是不会随着代币化而改变的。也就是说，我觉得如果就是作为一个投资人，就是每个人其实可以就是把自己当做一个这个投资人啊。如果没有区块链，我们只看这个底层资产，你有没有兴趣买？对，这个可能是我们决定要不要深入，我觉得是一个方向吧。对，这个是题外话的，这个也是接受这个投资人视角的这个对吧？这个问询。 是，那我觉得其实时间也差不多，但其实我还有一个问题非常想问啊，这段时间其实我们跟非常多的这个朋友有过交流，不但是传统金融领域，也包括 Web3 领域，甚至还有非常多的这个 DeFi 生态圈的朋友。大家都在聊 RWA， 那么接下来可能最后一个问题，我想请2位大胆的畅想一下啊，就说咱们5年左右吧，这个RWA 的生态会是怎么样的？比如说传统机构更活跃，还是我们所说的链上的这个协议或者是链上的生态更活跃？这个2位。
我当然希望是传统行业的生态更活跃会更好，因为这就充分说明了 RWA 已经更加的进入了庙堂，它不再是一个小众的一个市场，所以我希望是主流机构能够提供更多的流动性，更多的去参与到这个市场，这也证明了这个市场在未来的5年会越来越加的成熟。
我其实第一次听到 TriFi 这个词的时候是很愕然的。就是当别人称呼我是 TriFi 的时候，我觉得这还分这个traditional 吗？对，就是金融这个东西它不断的在创新，就金融自有金融以来它不断的创新，对吧？这个400多年来没有停过。对，我觉得Web3 给金融的创新提供了一个新的土壤，然后 RWA 是在这个土壤里面正在茁壮成长的一棵可能将来会长成参天大树的树苗，对。然后对于我们这些被定义为 TriFi 的这个传统金融投资的工作者来说，我们是非常密切的在关注金融创新的一切领域的可能性的，对。这是从我的角度来说，但是从整个大的周期来说，因为我经历了就是这个将近20年时间，经历了几个周期哈，比方说这个股票的这个周期、房地产的这个周期，对吧？还有一些其他类型资产的这个周期，我们也甚至经历过在大陆经历过一些就现在已经被取缔的事情的这个周期。我觉得万变不离其宗的就是金融创新的底层的资产的，就像你刚刚介绍的，对，底层的资产永远是最重要的。然后它承载的形式一直在变。一直在变，不管它变成什么样子，只要它的这个金融投资的逻辑不变，我觉得，作为其实不分老钱新钱，不分传统金融还是创新金融，它最终是会融合在一起的。大家识别的只是这个资产的类别和投资的方式，对啊，所以最逐利这件事来说是没有任何差别的，我觉得，对。
对，谢谢徐总，来亚辉总。OK， 哦。抱歉，对，这个我们时间也差不多。那我觉得今天确实非常感谢2位啊。这个其实让我觉得今天的讨论其实可以让我们清晰的这个感受到，RWA 其实不是简单的这个资产上链，它更多的其实是重构生产关系，也可以说就是激活长尾价值。那我觉得非常感谢2位的这个真知灼见，也谢谢大家的这个倾听啊。我觉得希望通过今天的这个对话，让大家就是能引起大家更多的思考吧。那还是希望共同努力，共建这个 RWA 生态。
好，谢谢安娜，
谢谢安娜，谢谢大家。
谢谢，掌声感谢我们3位的嘉宾，精彩的讨论，谢谢你们。那经过我们刚才的讨论，相信大家对于刚刚的主题 RWA 创新与实践有了更充分的了解。再次感谢我们3位嘉宾，分享他们的经验，谢谢你们。So once again, thank you so much to our panelists for sharing their great insights on the topic RWA innovation and practice. 接下来是今天最后一场原作讨论环节，主题是穿越演化周期、加密市场结构的陈述之路。Next, we'll have our last panel discussion for today, and the topic is the ongoing maturation of crypto market structure. 现在我们有请我们原作讨论环节的主持人还有嘉宾。Let's welcome our moderator, Ryan Chan, Managing Partner of Hashkey Capital, and our panelists, Gavin Wang, CIO, SNC Capital, Ella Zhang, Head YZ Labs, and GM, partner of Dragonfly. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. 掌声欢迎。All right, I'll pass the floor to our moderator.
Thank you. Am I audible? Yes, great. And hello, everyone. Thanks for taking the time to join this panel. And I'm honored to have this experienced group of investors to talk about crypto from the investment perspectives. And before we jump in, and we observed I think the interpretation is handling by the AI, and we find out it's not that accurate if we speak English to Mandarin. So we reached to a consensus that we will go this panel in Mandarin, so it's more accurate. 谢谢大家。那我先把时间交还给各位 panelists， 大家可以先介绍一下自己，给到大家认识一下。好，谢谢。
好，大家好，我叫 Gavin， 然后我是 SNZ 的CIO 首席投资官。然后SNZ 的话，我们其实跟万象 HashKey 一起已经经历过超过10年了。就最早我们也是最早支持了和万象一起支持了以太坊，然后从社区，然后从孵化，从投资一路走过来，也支持了很多这种各种各样的项目吧。那现在的话，我们主要还是以投资为主，也会做一些开发者社区，然后也会做一些孵化。那我的话，原来主要是在传统金融干过一段时间，主要是侧重于中国的这个金融科技公司，还有就是企业服务的公司。在后面就是从18年开始就主要专注在数字资产这个领域。非常高兴能见到大家。我平常也 base 在香港，对。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Ella， 我是Easy Labs 的负责人。这个名字比较新，它的发音叫 Easy Labs，不是 YZI Labs。Easy Labs 它是过去 Binance Labs，过去的 Binance Labs，主要管理的资产是CZ 以及币安的联合创始人的 Family Office 的资产，应该有几百亿美金的规模。那过去7年前我们成立Binance Labs 的时候的使命是去帮助blockchain 以 blockchain 为基础的 crypto 生态的成长。那7年以后的今天，这个生态已经非常大了。那我们看到有很多新的创新的机会会跟 Web3 有一个交集融合，而且可以对人类社会产生更多的正向的影响。所以我们做了一次 rebranding， 做了一次品牌的升级，从 Binance Labs 升级到了 Easy Labs。那它的目标，投资的目标从过去的 Web3 发展到现在，我们也要投 AI 和healthcare overall healthcare。那我们的使命其实是去做更多对人类社会的发展有正向影响且有投资回报的事情。我个人的背景过去是在传统 Web2 做 operator， 在腾讯、谷歌，然后呢进入了传统的VC， 在 KPCB 做投资。早期的代表作有京东和喜马拉雅，可能有些在座的各位都有用过。那在我去斯坦福商学院毕业之后，就是币安成立的那一年，然后也跟 CZ 和一姐一起想去完成他们的使命，去实现这个金融系统的自由金钱的自由流动，然后去给更多的投资者和这个 retail 的投资人去赋能。那到今天这个生态已经发展的相对成熟了。那我们开始有往新的领域去发展，在人工智能和这个大健康方向去发展。
大家好，我是 GM， 我现在是 Dragonfly 的合伙人。Dragonfly 我们是一个专注于 crypto 早期的 VC 基金，然后我们差不多现在管理 30多亿美金的 AUM， 然后我们专注于投资crypto 行业的创业者。然后现在我们已经从18年开始到现在是第4期基金。我本人的话，在加入 Dragonfly 之前是在 Chainlink 做工程师和产品经理，所以我之前是做公链，然后以及 MEV 产品出身，然后所以相关的就是主题和话题我会非常感兴趣。然后在 Dragonfly 这边，我主要 cover 我们所有的 infrastructure 和基础基建上面的投资比方说领投 Monad Mega ETH、Keynote、Double Zero， 所以非常有兴趣跟各种对基础设施建设有兴趣的创业者一起交流。
好，谢谢各位精彩的这个介绍相信大家已经有了深刻的这个印象。那我们我今天准备了一些问题可能紧扣我们的主题。那第一个问题，我想问问各位有关这个宏观的这个市场上因为大家也看到这个区块链和 crypto market 正在走向成熟，那大家认为在当下来看，这个市场结构成熟的迹象有哪些，以及又有哪些方面依旧停留在比较混乱的早期阶段呢？我们可以从 Gavin 先开始。
OK， 好，谢谢 Ryan。我觉得是这样的，就是 Web2 如果有一个成熟资本市场的话，其实你在每一个阶段都会有这种成熟的参与者，对吧？就从天使轮开始，然后再到 VC 阶段，再到 Growth 就成长期的基金，然后 Pre-IPO 的基金 ，IPO 并购，然后后面还有这个2级的定增，还有就是 M&A 对吧？还有包括像债权等等，甚至在说产品角度来讲，对，其实除了股权的基金，你会有很多的债权，对吧？有夹层，包括刚才也提到有像并购这种各种各样的这种参与主体吧。甚至你从2级策略上来讲，也会有比如说是长线，对吧？然后也有这种对冲对冲里面有各种各样的策略。这个角度来讲，可能是一个相对于说，如果我们从这个资金这一侧因为我们今天主要是投资者论坛嘛，那我们就从投资者这一侧角度来讲，可能有不同样的角色。那其实，在数字资产这个领域，过去一些年，其实还是在慢慢探索的过程当中吧。就比如说，可能我们这个行业里面，大家聊得很比较多，就是说，如果我们作为 private 投资人的话，其实是没有太多真正意义上的这种成长期的基金了。你要不然就投得很早，你要不然可能就是要偏向2级市场了。因为中间可能就在我们看来，很多项目它的并没有太多降低风险，但实际上可能在所谓成长期的这个估值，只是估值变成了成长期的企业，这个可能就会对市场带来很大的一些挑战，或者投资人的回报会带来比较大的挑战。那包括2级这一边包括刚才聊到嘛，你二级这边其实很长一段时间的就这个行业其实纯的长线或者我们叫做 long bias 的fund其实也没有那么多，就可能有大量的这种所谓的 market maker 或者说arbitragers 这种 market neutral 的这种 fund 其实挺多的。那么这块东西来讲，其实还是也是在慢慢成熟的过程当中。第3就包括比如说产品类型。那其实基本上还是以这种股权的fund为主嘛，对吧？大家应该很少听到说有一个这种债权的基金。当然，我们最近有看到一些在萌芽就大家想做在低频领域，那有些fund想去做做债权、做夹层这个慢慢实际上在发展。刚才 Ryan 问到说什么样是一些成熟的标志，我觉得如果从投资人类型上讲，这个是挺重要的。那这个周期，我觉得其实对整个行业来讲，最大的一个发展是2023年10月份。这个比特币的 ETF 获得这个批准之后整个主流市场对于这个资产类别的一个认同。那我们内部来讲，我们觉得有一个很大的一个，如果说 top down 有2个大的一个投资的一个 thesis， 怎么叫理论吧？那一个方面就是叫数字资产作为一个另类投资的资产类别，它在所有人的资产配置，不管是机构还是零售。它要占到一定的比例，那它的这个所谓的渗透率和它的这个钱包份额，它要慢慢往上涨。那这个事情我们一直以来都是认为是一个不可避免的趋势，无非是早晚在哪里发生，谁能获益这个问题。那这个周期我觉得最大的一个成熟的体现就是 就是这一块儿确实是获得了很多主流的一个关注，至少这个篮子里面比特币肯定是存在的。那其他的资产现在在很努力的去加入这一块儿。然后第二一部分可能我稍微谈一点，因为我是学金融和法律的嘛，我稍微谈一点点监管的这个点。那我觉得这个周期里面确实主流的监管不管是说从行政机构、从立法机构甚至说这个司法机构来讲其实都是有一些长足的一些进步吧。那这个东西，我个人的观点是，我是拥抱监管，或者我认为很多东西是必须要深度监管参与，特别是在一个金融属性特别强的一个品类那我们可以看到，至少在这个周期里面，所有的这种监管者，不管是说美国、香港还是其他的地方，但大家都是有这些监管者对这个东西的认知是可能明显是变得更深了，而且有很多已经有了很建设性的一些推动这个是我看到的一些点吧。谢谢 Ryan。
谢谢 Gavin。不知道 Ella 您怎么看？
我先从2个就是关于这个市场在走向成熟，我从2个维度吧。第一个是整个blockchain 为基础的这个项目和整个生态，那就是跟几年以前来比，这个成熟度非常的明显。第一个，这个我们有大量的基础设施公链出来，原来刚刚记得几年以前5、6年以前我们在做孵化的时候，我们都还没有 Layer 2这些概念。但是现在这个基础设施，我觉得是有了，就是虽然还不完善，但是我们可以在上面大量的去 build 应用了，这是一个成熟，就是支撑我们 crypto 市场走向成熟的一个基础。因为没有这些有 fundamental 的项目去投，你的这个市场都是空中楼阁，所以我觉得这个大的基础前提已经有了。那对于市场来讲，刚才 Gavin 说的一个里程碑的事件，就是我们这个整个虚拟资产被得到了传统tradified 的这个金融的市场的认可。那ETF 第一支 BTC ETF 获批到现在大概有20-30支 ETF 都在带量着大量的老钱、传统金融的钱进入到这个市场，甚至在特朗普总统上台之后的这个政策，国家把比特币作为国家储备，在美元的国家储备在推动。其实这些都是从这个政权也好，从传统的金融市场也好，在向加密货币这个市场注入大量资金的非常明显的信号。那这些信号呢，他们进来，因为这些传统的金融机构其实他们是非常谨慎的，他们进来一定会推动基础设施的完善和成熟。那这里面就包括了custody， 就是这个托管，谢谢，托管，还有这个监管，还有就是可能这个合规，还有从加密货币进入到法币的这个市场的一些通道，我们叫这个 crypto rails， 这些通道的建设其实都在越来越成熟，所以这个是从2个层面来讲这个成熟度。那还有哪些缺失呢？缺失还是蛮多的。首先，整个市场大家看，可能这个万亿的池子和我们传统金融几千万亿的池子，这个整个市场的规模来讲，你就看到还是非常早期的。所以在座的每一位投资人，你们要知道，你们已经站在了一个非常早期的这个位置上去学习一个将要新兴成长起来的资产类别。这还是非常早期的。那它的早期体现在哪里呢？首先，这个监管本身其实就是还缺失非常多非常明确的监管方法的。就我们都愿意去服从，都 follow 监管。我跟 Gavin 的观点一样，就是整个 crypto 的起来，它可能一开始是野蛮丛生的，没有监管。那我们的监管政策的制定者，法律这些专家，他们也都在学习，包括 SEC 也换了好几届领导了，在学习这个怎么去监管 crypto。所以我觉得第一个缺失是 明确的监管条例的缺失。当然，我觉得这个会随着生态的壮大，一起去完善它。第二个缺失，我认为还是缺失最好的那帮创业者在这个领域去真正的创建好的资产类别。目前的状态还是大家很快的进来赚快钱离场，这个其实还是说明是在一个生态的早期，直到最有信仰的那些创业者进来去 build 的那些最长久的资产，像传统行业的 Geico 这些金融非常好的资产，像苹果公司，我们有大量的这种 build for long term 的这个长远的资产存在的时候，这个市场才是会真正的起来。所以我会觉得监管的明确性和真正的长远的好资产的缺失是现在整个市场的缺失。
谢谢了。不知道 GM 怎么觉得？
我的视角里面感受最深的就是 crypto 市场变成熟的点。因为我们是一个对外募资、对我们的 LP 募资的这样一个 VC 基金，所以我们的 LP base 从18年到现在25年，过去这些时间的变化，不管是组成的变化，从individuals 变到 institutions 变到机构，还是说他们对于 crypto 的认可或者认知的变化是非常明显。过去这3、4年最明显的几件事情是，第一，我们对于，比方说我们的 LP 主要是主权基金，然后捐赠基金 endowments 这些，我们基本上不再需要去讲 why crypto， 就是为什么要投 crypto 或者为什么需要有 crypto 的第一件这个入门的问题，其实已经基本上不需要解答了。这里面很大一部分是归功于像23年BTC ETF 通过的这样的一个事件，所以对于绝大多数的这些 institutional allocators 来讲，crypto they want 就得到 crypto 的exposure， 然后向 crypto 里面去投钱或者是去投 BTC 是一件比较直接的事情，但从 BTC 之后，那比方说 why crypto ventures 或者 why crypto liquid fund 或者 crypto， 比方说其他的产品，刚才提到说为什么会有，比方说一个 crypto 的债权基金这是我们需要去回答，就是 LP 的主要的一个问题。所以第一个大的改变是 LP 对 institutional LPs 对于 crypto 这件事情的认可度，在过去3年有非常显著的提高，所以几乎不需要去做任何的说服，说为什么要投 crypto， 对吧？或者为什么要有比特币？但是从 BTC 之后，所有的这些不管是 asset class 还是这些 tokens， 都是需要去更多的去证明自己的。第二个，我觉得市场明显变得更成熟的点，我觉得也是看到了某种程度上的convergence 或者趋同。也就是说，一是越来越多的 crypto 资产，我觉得做的更加的对于传统基金或者传统资金来讲变得可投资，对吧？不管是通过 buyback 或者是通过分红的机制，使得更多的投资人能够看懂。而另外一个方向是，也有越来越多的传统的金融的公司现在在向 crypto 明显向 crypto 发力。比方说最典型的例子，最近我觉得是 Robinhood， 就是非常公开的去讲说，将来可能会要想把他们自己的产品，因为现在 crypto 已经是 Robinhood 整个 revenue 的接近30%，所以他们可能也会想要去做更多 crypto native 的业务。所以我觉得这上面不管是 crypto native 的这些产品变得越来越机构化，还是 TradFi 的产品变得越来越 crypto 化，我觉得这是一个非常明显的 convergence 的趋势。
非常感谢大家。大家刚才提到的每一回答里面，我都听到了一个词，就是比特币 Bitcoin。那随着延伸出来这个问题呢，就是我现在最近在市场上有听到一些这样的说法，说比特币和其他所有代币者生态之间的结构性已经完全分开了。比特币现在是否已经走上了一条完全不同的这个轨道？我不知道大家是否认可这样的说法，或者说大家怎么看待这个？看到这个说法之后， 大家自己的这样子的一些直观的感受，可否和在座的听众分享一下呢 ？Maybe 这次我们先从 Jam 开始。
对，我觉得首先从资产上来讲，比特币确实是比较独树一帜的。然后这归功于它是对吧最 OG 的 token， 然后现在的 holder base 也是更比起其他的 crypto asset 要更 institutional。但是在于生态上面来讲，我觉得它的早期程度其实跟其他的这些 crypto native asset 都是，我觉得大家都是非常早期的，所以这是我的直观感受。
OK，艾拉呢？
比特币，我觉得对于crypto 行业的人来讲，我觉得应该是非常另类的一类资产，就它是信仰，对吧？它是就是大家所谓的共识，其实就是大家都相信它嘛。那比特币，我觉得无疑它是代表着一种信仰的，因为这种共识和信仰，再加上经久不衰、反复被验证的、很难被攻破的这个安全性。所以它慢慢的形成了，大家对它的认可，无论是从散户还是从机构，以及到国家政权，其实都是对它的认可。最近一次白宫召开的这个 crypto 的峰会上面，当我听说，因为我们有一些认识的朋友参加了这个峰会，大家就是他们都很震惊。其实从这些部长，大家都认为他们可能不太那么了解最前沿的技术，他们提的问题是，量子计算的发展有没有可能去颠覆比特币的这个网络？所以所有的人都在关心。当那个就是 Google 最近的那个芯片，量子计算的芯片出来的时候，我们自己 Easy Labs 内部也做了一个深度的研究，就是看它到底有多远，量子计算有可能威胁到比特币的这个安全网络。那我得出的结论，我们也反复在各个找各方面的专家去验证过，包括白宫也找专家验证过，就是其实这个量子计算的发展要颠覆比特币，形成比特币的安全网络，形成攻击还非常非常的远。而且这个当它形成这个威胁的时候，其实比特币生态里面的 developer 又会已经会提前的去开发这个 post quantum， 就是后量子计算时代的比特币网络的安全性。所以有这些的共识在，其实比特币是一个非常另类的资产。我没有看到比特币跟整个市场上的其他的资产有交融的交汇的这个趋势，反而它是整个大市场的基础。这是我的观点。
谢谢。
我觉得是这样的吧，其实要看你这个维度从哪个角度来去分析。就是比如说刚才，首先我觉得从资产角度，刚才 Ella 已经讲了，包括刚才前面那个问题的时候也回答说，首先就是数字资产，因为你从传统的就是 asset allocation， 从资产配置逻辑来讲，你有一个品类叫做 alternative investment 嘛，就是另类投资，对吧？另类投资类别里面，你可能有一类就是数字资产，那数字资产这一类里面，那比特币肯定有一个位置嘛。就它在这个篮子里，它一定有它的 position。这个也是刚刚说23年10月份这个比特币 ETF 的通过是非常重要的，因为它代表了这个资产真正得到了一个非常大比例的主流金融的认同，它进入了这个类别。那么这个类别里面是不是会有别人啊？我相信是会有的，但其他人可能还需要再努力吧。就是革命尚未成功，同志仍需努力，对吧？当然我们肯定是很大的一个以太坊的 promoter。那我们认为以太坊是有机会，但以太坊的挑战可能，它就要说明我的未来的更大的愿景是什么，或这个故事可能能不能讲得更简单一点，或者更直接一点，同时从技术以外能不能看到更多的落地应用，或者能不能说跟传统金融那些真的管钱那些人能有更好的一个沟通，对吧？就我们做 IPO 也知道，你公司要做路演，你要有 research analyst 给你写报告，然后你要有research analyst 给你做路演，对吧？还有很多这些东西，这中间可能要把其他的资产像比特币这样往外推，有很多的原因。比如说刚才阿拉提到的信仰的原因，比如说可能比特币的故事相对比较简单，不管你相信它是数字黄金，还相信它什么，这就简单粗暴嘛，对吧？那这个方面讲，我觉得从数字资产、从资产这个角度来讲，它其实已经很明显是独树一帜了。那刚刚 GM 也提到一个很好的一个角度，就是说，如果说从 是一个技术或一个底层或者一个生态的角度，可能它跟别人比也还是比较远。就这个周期，大家可能也听到大家在讨论所谓的比特币2层，或者讨论一些比特币上发资产，对吧？之前可能讨论过铭文、符文一大堆各种杂七杂八的东西，但后来确实也发生过，市场也比较波动吧。包括大家也看到一些可能也遇到很多人的问题和挑战。那么我个人是这里也就引发出来，就最早其实比特币是所谓的这个数字资产1.0，或者说区块链1.0。然后当时 Vitalik 提出来有智能合约，然后要延伸出来讲我要做以太坊。那其实包括到现在，还有很多比特币最大主义者是完全不支持以太坊这种路径，甚至当然也完全不支持在比特币上面去做很多其他的事情，对吧？打个不恰当的比方，你不可能说我在我的黄金上刻些字，然后当成一个 messenger， 然后 message 发给 Ryan， 对吧？这个事儿听上去就感觉这个应用就有点扯。所以就是说，从这个角度来讲，从技术创新，从商业模式创新角度来说，那比特币生态能不能单独涨起来？还是说其他生态，比如说以太坊这个故事，或者索拉纳，或者其他的一些币的一些故事，能不能真的把整个 crypto blockchain 从一个更偏资产的一个故事，变成一个真的是 Web 3.0，能带来像结构化的代际的这个巨大的商业机会？这个事儿，我觉得全行业还需要一起努力吧。
非常有趣的论点，谢谢大家。我第3个想讨论的方向，其实就是一个大家现在无法避开的一个话题，就是 AI。那AI 现在其实已经被应用在交易、研究、治理，甚至协议的这些设计层面。围绕主题来说，大家觉得 AI 会怎么样子让这个市场更加的成熟？然后 AI 是否会重塑我们去因为我们是投资人，会重塑我们去寻找阿尔法的逻辑 ？AI 是否会改变整个市场的资金配置结构？或者说 AI 怎么样子会帮助我们达到下一个 level？ 这个问题，要不然我先请 Ella 先。
这个问题我可以讲1天啊。对，因为我们基金会看 AI， 也会看 healthcare， 然后最近也看了非常多 AI 的应用，从底层到最上层。那其实我们的一个基本结论就是，如果任何一个公司，因为我们是投公司嘛，我们任何一个公司离开了 AI， 不是 AI driven 的，在未来的这个世界里面都没有成功的希望。它是一个基础，它是一个基础设施。如果我们说 Web3 crypto 它改变的是ownership， 改变的是拥有者关系、生产关系的话，那 AI 它是一个改变生产效率。改变生产效率的是，如果一个公司不去采纳，它就跟不上节奏。那同样的，在crypto 这个领域里面，我们看到非常多的AI 和Web3 crypto 的交汇的地方，我们深信不疑，就是 AI 一定会让crypto 进入一个新的level。那如果讲 AI 的话，主要是分成4层嘛。你最底层的这个计算的基础，从芯片到 GPU 这些底层网络，到上面一层的大模型网络，大模型可能现在有几百上千个大模型，在从不同的领域去切入，提升智能。就是这个大模型其实在以我们想象不到的速度在演进。它所谓的这个 generative AI 就是已经在模拟人的这个智能，去生成很多甚至在不远的未来，这个是我们深信不疑的。我们昨天还在跟 CZ 在跟做机器人的 founder 在讨论，就是我们都认为这个不会有超过5年的时间，就真正的这个 AGI 就会实现，就是泛化的人工智能就会实现。那在这个大模型之上，就是各种各类的应用，现在可能已经验证的编程 就是替代工程师、深度研究这些应用。那我们接下来再看的大健康医疗问诊这些 AI based 的应用，再上面一层可能一个非常另类，但是是非常大的一个市场，就是机器人。我们甚至相信，在未来的这个世界里面，机器人就是不管是软件的 agent 和 agent 之间的交互，还是物理世界的机器人和机器人之间的交互，他们可能之间不会像我们现在一样，还要去拿出一个硬件钱包，拿出我们的手机，登录一个 app， 再去下个单买个比特币，或者是比特币换成BNB， 就不会有这些操作。可能只是你未来就是机器人和机器人之间的交互和 trading， 那我们只是有一个想法，都不是告诉他你要以什么价格到币安交易所去交易，还是 Coinbase 去交易，而是就告诉他我要以全网最好的价格买进比特币，他可能就自己去把所有的这些信息生成和分析了，甚至他如果了解你的习惯的话，他都不需要你告诉他我今天要买比特币，因为他可能在研究你过去的行为习惯，你每个月这个剩余的工资或者是盈利都拿去转化成了比特币，他可能自己就把这个事情给你执行了。现在可以看到，这为什么我们深信不疑呢？因为看到这个 AI 世界里面最一流的专家大牛，他们都在往这两个方向去发展。有的在建这个虚拟的应用，有的在做物理的机器人，有的在做大脑。但是这个大脑的生成速度和训练的优化速度是超越我们想象的，就是这个迭代的速度，其实真的还是蛮可怕的。所以尤其在美国的机器人和人工智能领域探讨的比较多的问题，反而是人类的在后机器人时代的这个人类安全的问题。所以就希望在早期的时候，可能在这些机器人的基因里面，他们的大脑里面，给他们去埋下善的种子。这个是人类其实我们大家还是我自己是 believe 向善的。但是在后机器人时代、后 AI 时代不一定是这样，所以，我觉得这个话题都不是说怎么去帮助，我们的 crypto 怎么 advance 的事情，是会把帮助整个人类的生活质量去提升，甚至会威胁到安全的问题，还是一个更大的话题。
GM， 要不然分享一下您的看法？
对，我觉得可能我现在思考的也不只是说 AI 可能会影响投资，我觉得可能更具体一点就是 crypto 跟 AI 之间的关系。我觉得第一就比方说刚才提到的 Ella 提到的机器人，对吧？然后如果现在大家去跟现在的机器人厂商，然后或者这些公司去聊。那现在机器人处在一个可以去做一些具体的工作，对吧？一些具体的任务，比方说我去把一瓶水从这个桌子捡起来，然后放到另外一个地方，这些具体的工作和具体的任务是可以做到的，但是还远远没有做到像 language models 语言模型这样的 generalization 或者就是泛化的能力。而这里面其实欠缺最大的两个因素，一个因素是因为在机器人领域确实就没有足够多的数据，不像在大语言模型时代，所有的这些不管是 ChatGPT 还是 OpenAI， 所有的这些公司都是通过爬互联网大型数据，整个互联网上面的文字数据这样的方式去训练得出来的 AI， 而这样的数据集其实在机器人领域是没有的。那在这个方面，我觉得 crypto 是有机会能够帮助这些机器人的公司去可能获取数据，或者而且是从不同形态或者 embodiment 的机器人上面，比方说 humanoid 机器人，然后机器狗，不同形态的机器人上面去收集数据的。我觉得这是 crypto 比较擅长的一件事情，也就是这种金融活动或者说这种经济的协调是 crypto 比较擅长的。 而第二个观点，我觉得是还是回到可能数据这一点，而在数据这个上面 ，crypto 其实某种程度上最大的优势在于说，我们行业整个积累了有10多年的非常完整的链上的交易的数据，所以基于这件事情，我非常相信 crypto 或者说链上交易的这个 agent 很有可能是几个最先得到大规模应用的 agent 去发生的这样的一个土壤，是因为在这里面在链上的数据我们其实是有最深厚的积累的，在不管是从大语言模型之外，你去看所有的这些行业，其实都欠缺这样的一个像 Wikipedia 这样形式的公开的大型的数据集，来去帮助这些 agent 从现在做10次任务可能有8次是成功的，有2次是失败的，进步到最后10次任务10次成功，我可以去信任他帮我去管钱，对吧？或者是去定期去买比特币，或者是做投资行为这样的一个下一代的进步，所以这2个是我最核心的关于 AI 的观点。
谢谢。
我 echo 一下。刚才 Jam 说那个我们积累了10年的 on-chain 的数据了，但现在还做不到，这个确实是事实。昨天还在跟 Vitalik 开会 ，Vitalik 说他其实 Day 1他就已经有想象了，他说我去想做这个 on-chain 的自动交易的 bot， 做了10年了。他还没有看到有特别好的解决方案，但是这个10年中间其实也是最近的2、3年才是 AGI 的爆发，所以我们认为说这个 AGI 的爆发在 OpenAI 的大模型出来之后，现在正是去解决这个问题的好时候。对 ，echo 一下，然后。CZ 也提到了，昨天见机器人公司 CZ 也提到了一个很有意思的观点，它就是现在所有的这个 build on blockchain 上面的应用都非常不 user friendly， 对用户其实是不友好的，因为它用 blockchain 的语言 blockchain 的 interface， 但是这个东西对机器人是友好的。就将来机器人去解读这个 blockchain 上面的很多应用的 interface， 反而是他们喜欢的。所以其实这个是人工智能和 Web3 的一个结合，应该是天然的。
对，我觉得刚刚 GM 和 Ella 讲的都很好，我觉得很多观点我都非常认同。就稍微刚刚 GM 讲的点，我稍微补充一点，就是因为 Ella 上周也去看了我同学那个清华的高阳教授的那个一个机器人公司做机器人大脑的，他们现在是最新，他们去年 Q4的时候有个成果是让机器人去用互联网的视频数据，然后去做这个模拟，他们已经有一些这种 progress。所以就刚刚像2位说到了，其实这个的变化是真的是日新月异，可能因为我们觉得确实 data labeling 这个问题是一个 crypto 跟 AI 很好的一个结合点，但我们也能看到说有很多学术的研究现在在推动这个事情在高速的发展。那反正具身，因为对吧？当然这个可能扯得有点远啊，但具身智能刚刚大家自己聊到这个东西，我也不是专家，反正就是这个怎么说？借用他们说的，就是觉得具身智能现在还是处在一个 ChatGPT 1.0的水平，他们大概觉得要花3、4年时间能干到ChatGPT 3.5大家这样的水平吧。反正这个也是上周一些交流的成果，跟大家稍微简单分享一下。然后我自己个人还有就是我们对 AI 加 Crypto 的看法是这样的，首先我觉得说AI 和 Crypto 这2个事儿都有很大的 bubble， 对吧？所以这2个 bubble 加在一起呢，那就意味着短期肯定是有一个可能巨大的 bubble， 但是呢，但是这个东西往往就是因为大家讲嘛，说可能你会短期过度高估一些事情，但是你往往会低估这个事情可能中期或者长期的一个 fundamental 的影响。我自己是相信这个中长期这个一定像刚刚艾拉讲的一点，我觉得是振聋发聩，就是如果说未来没有这种 AI 能力或者没有这种empower by AI 的话，可能这些企业在各个方面都或在不管是任何行业可能都没有竞争力这点我觉得是极大概率会发生的。甚至我和我太太都在讨论，从在这个时代怎么教育小孩的一个问题，小孩需要什么样的 skill set 的问题。但是我想讲就是我们还是一个比较 focus， 比如做早期或者说可能比较专注于 crypto Web3 行业的这么一个早期的 VC， 所以从我们角度来看，我们还是认为需要 AI 加 crypto，AI 加 blockchain， 那我们才有 edge， 不然的话可能如果纯 AI 的话，可能有点超过我们的 shooting range， 或者说我们也不是我们最强的地方。那我觉得这有2个我认为可能是第一性原则的事儿，我认为 AI 和 crypto 是能一起走的。第一个点呢就是如果大家假设AI 未来30年、50年，不管什么样的时间窗口，大家认为它有一个普遍性的使用， 不管是这个软件还是硬件的这块儿。那么我相信大家可能比较难想象这个世界是被某一些主体给怎么说垄断的。就不管你在哪个方向上，数据可能很难垄断，对吧？那如果算法或者说是算力，如果是被某种形式垄断，或者操作系统被垄断的话，这个事情我觉得可能是会非常危险的，或者没有人会同意。包括 Ella 刚刚也提到了，美国有很多关于怎么样去对 AI 的风险评估，对于不管是安全性还是说道德层面上的一些讨论。那么我觉得说在那个时间点上，那么就会有引发很多这样的问题。那我觉得 blockchain 能做的一个角度，因为就我们讲到去中心化的治理，就 decentralized governance， 我觉得这个事情是非常重要的。在这个角度来讲，就是具体怎么实现，我没有一个很好的答案。但是我会觉得说AI 加 blockchain 的这块来讲我觉得 blockchain 是一个信任传递一个非常重要的一个点。然后第二一个点呢，就是关于说我们也聊到了很多这种交易软件robot 什么之类的。那么你设想，刚刚 Ella 也讲到说，有可能未来世界里面有很多人跟机器人，不管是这个 agent 还是跟这个具身智能一起共存的这么一个环境。那么在那个环境底下，我们会想，其实这些机器人像它需要一个 open finance 的一个系统。就现在的金融体系是没有办法去 serve， 不管是软的机器人还是硬的机器人的。这个来讲，我觉得这块儿这个 open finance 可能 blockchain 也好，比特币也好。我相信是会起到一个很大的作用，包括刚才那个 GM 提到了，因为他是 MEV 这方面 DeFi 的专家，我觉得这块东西未来跟AI agent 和 robot 结合，也是一个非常可期的方向这两个我觉得是我们认为的第一性原则，是一个中长期非常值得花时间的方向就这样。
谢谢大家，因为时间关系，其实我还有2个问题，那我们稍微加快一些这个问题而且我看到这个听众也越来越多，我相信大家的分享也是被大家的这个分享真知灼见所吸引过来。那最后2个问题，到了第2个问题是这样，就是大家可否介绍一下自己过去3年最 proud 的、最骄傲的一个 crypto 的一个投资是什么，以及这个项目成功的经验能否 share 给大家，就是让更多的人知道怎么样一个 crypto 的项目更成功。要不然让我们请 GM 先分享。
我觉得我可能分享就是过去这3年，然后我们基金 Dragonfly 可能就是最成功的一个案例应该是 Athena ENA 对，然后我觉得这里面的就是我个人从中收获的最关键的几个点吧。就第一点是在于说，其实当时 Athena 如果大家熟悉这个大概的这个产品的背景的话，最常见的一个 pushback 对吧？或者早期第1轮投的时候最常见的一个 pushback 就是，这不就是一个这个 tokenized basis trade 对吧？一个 vault 对吧？我这个做多现货，然后这个做空期货的这样一个产品嘛，对吧？这是它的创新之处在哪里？但是我觉得可能这样的一个视角是低估了几件事情。是第一，之前这样一类的产品做失败的原因是在于说，尤其是在期货这个市场，期货这一端，之前在纯链上做是没有办法做到大规模的，对吧？所以也就是为什么像 Athena 这样的产品现在采取了一种可以说是 CDFI 结合的产品模式然后第二个关键的 learning 对我来讲也是，我觉得对于这种就是可能某种程度上回到 crypto 的这种原本的 ethos， 也就是说，通过 tokenization 这件事情，把一个原本只有机构能够去做的产品或者去得到的机会，开放给大家去使用。然后这件事情，我觉得是产生了极大的价值的，然后市场也给到了相应的反馈。所以我觉得这2个点是通过 Athena 这个案例就是最大的 learning。
谢谢。Gavin 呢？
这个问题确实比较难回答。就从我们角度来讲，或者我这么来可能 pivot 一下这个问题吧，就是我们比较自豪的事情是我们 bet on 这个 TradFi 跟 CFi 的这个两边互相双向奔赴的这个 thesis， 我觉得这个其实是能有一些不错的案例。我可以举几个案例来讲，就比如说因为我自己原来做了像富途陆金所、众安很多大量的 Asian FinTech 公司的上市嘛，然后跟团队都比较熟。然后我们比如说最近吧，大家肯定也能看到，对吧？众安今天也在会场也有众安的 booth， 那他们现在在做很多 digital banking 的这些事儿，也大力支持就是香港的数字资产的发展，包括像富途，大家也能看到。那现在香港、新加坡也都上了，对吧？在日本、美国也有很多的一些计划，那也开始在这个做all in 做 crypto。那实际上这个过程当中，我们放的也好，我个人也好，还是比较自豪。我们其实做了大量的工作，就能把他们能带入这个，包括很多其他的公司，因为没有很 public 去讲，我也不好去 name 别人的名字，但是我可以跟大家讲，就是有很多这样的一个。金融的一个巨头也好，或者新的一些金融科技公司都很积极的参与到数字资产的这个探索，而且是一个非常长线的、非常稳健的和很 long term commitment 吧。这个我觉得是一方面。另外一方面，我们有很多的，因为我们不是只投 token， 我们也投股权的这个项目嘛，就当成你可以理解成就是一个我们投一些金融科技公司，但它底层的这个资产是和数字资产相关。那比如说我们跟 HashKey 一起投的，像那个 Signal Plus 做期权交易的，那这个公司其实发展的也非常好。那现在也是仅次于 Deribit， 是很大的这么一个平台。那有很多的传统的这些金融机构也愿意用他们的这个option trading 的 robot， 还有就是说用他们的 dashboard， 这些真正是得到了这种专业级别传统 Web2 的，就说白了就传统 Web2 的 hedge fund 如果进入。Web3 就是交易数字资产，就会选用他们来做衍生品啊，这个我觉得是一个也是很好的事情，对吧？包括我们在美国投了一个公司是做帮美国人做税务筹划的，这个就是一个非常大的一个痛点，对吧？那不管你是通过这个 pension 里面的就是用养老金的这个 SEP IRA， 还是用美国的 charity foundation， 那这个公司可能在1年之内 AUM 做到3点几个 billion USD， 那而且就是 revenue 也非常的可观。所以说这个 thesis 我觉得我们做的还不错，而且我觉得是我们跟其他基金可能有一定的差异化，然后这一点上讲我们是比较自豪的。
谢谢 Gavin。
这个问题比较难回答。首先Ethena 确实是一个比较好的项目，我们也是 Ethena 的早期投资者，跟 Ethena 相关的这批 DeFi 的项目里面也有很多像 Pendo， 这些都是非常好的 founder。但我想从另外一个维度来回答这个问题，就是我们在内部管理的是 CZ 的钱，就是我们到底 hold 什么样的资产，这个事情是我们经常讨论的。讨论来讨论去呢，我们其实主要 hold 的就是3大资产：比特币、以太坊和 BNB。所以这7年多下来，其实你要说最 proud 的项目肯定是BN自己。就 BNB， 我们是 BNB 的长期信仰者。就这个团队太卷了，就是 founder 都已经做到今天这个程度了，就是每天还是日以继夜的 GM 间的干活，在 build， 是真的在 build。所以我来回答这个问题，就是我自己最 proud 的这些项目，其实是我们从 day one 孵化了他们，到今天我看到这些 founder 还在持续的 build 的项目。这些项目其实有挺多的，就早期还甚至有一些是可能我们自己并没有赚到钱，但是我们依然 proud 的项目。比如说现在有一个可能所有的人都知道的一个项目叫 Hyperliquid。这个 founder Jeff 其实是我们那个早期孵化第1期的项目。那他持续的当时他做了一个项目叫 DOR， 是一个 prediction market 预测市场。当时他没有那个练的基础去把这个事情做起来，他就自己做 market making， 把赚的钱都还给 Binance Labs， 然后他自己又一直折腾，现在折腾出了这个Hyperliquid。就是虽然在这个项目上，我们大家都有一些争议哈，前一段时间也发生一些事情，可是我们非常非常珍惜这些持续在这个领域持续在创新的有信仰的 founder， 还有我们早期孵化的，比如说像 Injective，Polygon， 他们都名字那个时候都不叫这个名字，叫 Matic， 然后现在叫 Polygon， 还有可能 SafePol， 我们早期收购的钱包也是很小的 Trust Wallet、CMC， 都是一步一步涨到今天。就这些持续在 build 的这些项目，还是我们认为我们自己觉得非常骄傲的。
谢谢大家。最后一个问题，我在组织这个 panel 之前，我在社区里做了一个小小的这个 poll。我想听一下社区的声音，就是大家最关心哪一个问题，所以我可以帮助社区来带给各位投资人。那最令我惊讶的呢，其实也并不惊讶，就是最终被选出来投票出来这个问题，我现在传达给大家，希望大家简短的回答一下，就是大家认为2030年比特币的价格会到达一个什么样子的点？2030年，那我们先从你笑了，那你先回答一下吧 ，Gavin。
这个我还真没想过，但我觉得这个周期会回到12万到15万。但在2030年，我确实没有办法。
echo 一下，就是在去年我们的这个峰会上，我们的合伙人DC 他跟 Cathy Wood 做了一个对谈。当时 Cathy Wood 的这个预测是在2030年比特币会到达150万美金一个，不知道 Ella 是怎么想的？
反正我是长期持有者，我觉得守什么都要守比特币。2030年，我觉得至少应该30万吧。
谢谢。GM 觉得呢？
我觉得 infinity 就是如果你愿意相信，比方说 AGI 在3到5年内达到的话，这些 agent 如果真的在现实生活中要去做金融活动，然后他可能最开始真的先假设用稳定币，然后用美金，然后意识到说不对，我手里这个美金可以被随便的稀释，可以被印钱，然后开始意识到我应该囤比特币的话，那可能2030年真的就是 infinity。
非常感谢大家的分享。那时间原因，我们今天先 wrap up 到这里。然后，如果大家线下有什么一些问题，欢迎大家 reach out 到我们。非常感谢今天大家的时间。
掌声感谢我们演讲嘉宾的精彩讨论，谢谢你们，请就坐。Thank you so much, our panelists, for the fabulous sharing. Please take a seat. So this wraps up this afternoon session. 今天的主题论坛已经到此结束。我们明天的主题论坛将会在10点钟准时开始。明天会场的主题是 Ton Day at Web3 Festival in Hong Kong. Ladies and gentlemen, today's forum session has come to an end, and tomorrow's forum session will begin at 10 a.m. promptly. The topic is Ton Day at Web3 Festival in Hong Kong. 请允许我再次代表主办方感谢冠名赞助商 Ton Foundation、GMGN、OKX Web3 以及钻石赞助商 UMI、Platon、ZA Bank、博时国际战略合作伙伴香港数码港、香港投资推广署和香港贸易发展局支持机构香港旅游发展局的大力支持，感谢大家。Please allow me again to extend our sincere gratitude towards Hong Kong Web3 Festival title sponsors, Ton Foundation, GMGN, OKX Web3 and Diamond sponsors, UMI, Platon, ZA Bank, Bozera Funds. And also a big thank you to Cyberport, InvestHK and HKTDC for supporting this event as strategic partners, Hong Kong Tourism Board, a supporting institution. Once again, a big thank you to every one of you here for participating. We'll see you again at 10 a.m. tomorrow. 好，我们明天10点钟再见，谢谢你们。